So I was just looking at my chart and guess what's gone? It isn't even there. PNES is gone. The psychiatric diagnosis deferred is gone because it was deferred. Okay, yes. Like this is not a psych issue. She's having epileptic seizures and we screwed up, so we can't do that again. Yeah. So I'm so happy that this doctor was like, oh, no, we can't. Not when you're
questioning these people being held responsible. I mean, where it's putting them a mark on their chart.
Oh, it did, yes.
Oh, okay.
As soon as I contacted the National Association of Epilepsy Centers, which is an organization that gives them their accreditation.
Exactly. I mean, this is a credible, highly credible organization, and then you have people making
focus. But they don't have
statements like this.
Yeah, they only work with the centers. They don't have patient advocacy. And when I said, that just feels like an oversight.
Yeah.
When I'm talking to so many people that are going through this, just like I am right now, it's like, yeah, we were already diagnosed with epilepsy. What do you mean? I still need my epilepsy treatment. Well, we'll give you this one just to be nice, and that's what I've been doing for 5 years on one of 4 medications, and it's like, okay, I had to do it. But, talking with, and I just haven't had the energy. I literally, I slept all day. I got up at 5:30, did my morning thing and took some CBD at 9:30, and I just woke up an hour ago. So, all that lack of sleep, but it was just really interesting on how the doctor that I'm seeing now said, this looks worse for us. And I can't let that continue.
Well, I don't know about worse. I mean, honey, you're up there before they are.
Yeah.
I mean, you're the one pulling the taking the hit, not them.
I did not waste any time when I said I have every right to go to the media. I could have sued, but I know better.
Right. You're just right there. You're just throwing stones, honey.
Yeah, no, I was.
Yeah, we don't want to break any glass at this.
No, I was climbing over their wall, is what I was doing.
Right.
Stones. It's like, oh no, you think you got me there? No, but it wasn't.
No, you don't want to do that.
Yeah, it was the attitude that I had to go in with. It was not like that. It was, okay, this is a business. I'm not getting what I wanted. And I already talked to the manager. He was the one that screwed it up, because the doctor that I first saw there is the director of the Epilepsy Center, which is why the NAEC is like, what on earth are we looking at here? He allowed this diagnosis to overshadow the treatment of my epilepsy.
Right.
He promoted it and just kept going. And I'm like, no, we're not.
I like the way you worded it. As far as this time, after all you've been through, the years of what you've gone through, you finally decided, well, I'm attacking this wrong.
Yeah.
I need to go in with my take my fists down, go in like a professional here.
Yeah.
And say, okay, I'm so very sorry, but we need to look at this again, and
right.
And really look at it and make some serious decisions, because this isn't right.
Yeah, and that's
for you, Anne.
Well, thank you. And I just want everyone to know that it really, as hard as this was, because
I know
it really wasn't, it was just that, Tom. I just had to say, okay, yeah, I can go in gloves off, but
right.
But that doesn't mean that I have to portray myself as, that feral cat and just, how dare you do this?
Well, you did that.
I did.
You went in and you told them, but now you step back and now they saw the real you. Oh, okay. Here's a professional woman who would like to make a stand, and she's got some evidence, and we need to listen to her, because what she has sounds like it's substantial.
Right. And usually when you say to a doctor, okay, patient presenting as. They're like, wait a
Where
minute.
did this come from?
Okay, patient presenting as established diagnosis and treatment for epilepsy. Diagnosis was changed and never validated. And the epilepsy has been undertreated for 5 years. Where are we going with this? And he just looked at me and he's like, what? And boom, I went right through it. Literally took me 3 minutes for him to catch up on 15 years of epilepsy. And I'm like, there you go, there you go. But I had to do that. I had to say, all right, I can't let my emotions mess things up. You know, I have to just go in and face the storm and say, but now watching the changes in my chart, I'm like, whoa, bada bing, you know, I don't want to, he wants me to take the lorazepam if I have clusters during the day. And I didn't want to, and just the CBD knocked me out. So I'm like, okay, I think, yeah, I think maybe I should have taken the lorazepam, but because I'm still kind of skipping. You know, I literally feel like an old vinyl record and I need a new needle. It's skipping. So it's like, you know, kind of feeling, but it's better than it was this morning. And I had no clue. I literally changed my entire day because I didn't feel right. But yeah, I'm happy about what we're getting. Yeah. So who's here today? I got to see everybody who's here and all of our great stories.
We got Jocelyn back.
Yeah.
What?
We got Emma's becoming a regular, you know.
There.
Hi.
Hi,
Yes.
Jeff.
Hello, Em.
Hi.
Toaster and
Hello,
Tom,
Jake.
they've been
Yeah.
regulars.
Sure.
And the team, we're here. Kate,
Yes.
man.
Hey, I got the day off.
Nice.
I got today off for this. Next Tuesday, I'm going to have to. I can't make it because I've got a convention to go to. So
Nice. What's the convention for?
for Jehovah's Witnesses, this is a yearly convention that we have.
Oh, okay, nice.
Yeah, not the Epilepsy Universe convention. That
That one's the week after.
did you guys see that? I love it. I love it. I love it.
Hi, Courtney.
Hello, Courtney.
Hey, Courtney. And today I'm just in our thoughts. Rachel is having her resection today. And I just wanted to throw that out there and get those positive vibes sending that way. Yeah.
Glad you got him, honey.
Yeah. I've been thinking about her because, yeah, we got her.
Yeah.
Rachel is the one from Oregon.
Yeah, I think so. I think she's up near Portland, and
I love
yeah.
Portland.
Yeah.
Seattle.
Annie, are you in Portland?
No,
I'm in Seattle, but I used to live in Portland.
Right. I live in Vancouver, across the river.
Oh, nice. The Coob.
That's it.
Yeah.
You're up the street. You're up I-5 from me.
Yeah. My parents are down in Corvallis. So.
Oh, okay.
oh wow,
Awesome.
Courtney. Yeah, no, I'm in Rochester, New York. If I had my
Yeah,
way,
that's what I thought. I thought you moved.
I would be in the Emerald Triangle if I had my way on the Canadian side. But yeah.
I used to live in Poughkeepsie, New York. I like New York.
Yeah, that's upstate. I'm part of Western New York.
Yeah.
The western side of the Finger Lakes. And
Oh, yeah. New York has good people. I love New York.
yeah, we got good and bad. Just like everywhere else.
Yes.
Good people. But yeah, the crazy weather over here. You got to be ready for it in the winter. But yeah.
Football team.
Hey, go Bills. Go Bills. Yeah, that's
The Eagles, if you're talking about Philadelphia.
no, Buffalo.
That's where I'm from originally.
Oh, hey.
I meant
Okay,
I meant
what
soccer
football team
team.
are we talking here?
I'm sorry.
That's
I
the first
meant
time I said
soccer.
heard go Bills.
The Seattle Seahawks. That's not right. Let's see. Yeah, Seahawks.
Go Bills. That's a first. I've never heard anyone say go Bills.
Hey. Come on now.
I don't watch football. I don't do sports.
Hey, that's
When I was a drunk, I did. I just used to go to Super Bowl parties.
tailgating. Yeah, we made tailgating famous.
There you go.
That was one of my almost busted ribs because I was at a tailgating party in Orchard Park. We could literally hear the crowd, but we were watching the game in a big screen in the garage. And I don't drink, but I was stoned. And I started listing. So my friend and his big ass foot right in my ribs, just knocked me over with his foot so I wouldn't hit my head on the trailer hitch.
Where is this light coming from? Damn.
And I'm like, I love you, but ouch. You couldn't, he's like, I couldn't move fast enough. I had a beer in my hand. Okay, that's a Buffalo, well known. I couldn't help you. I had a beer in my hand.
Oh, you want to see all the pictures of my family? They sit out in the outside. They sit in the stadium. Oh my gosh. Anyway, they all go to the Spectrum.
Okay.
No, it's not. It's not the football stadium. But
Spectrum
anyway,
Arena?
they're all tailgate parties. They're all painted up and got their jerseys on and drinking beer.
Oh yeah.
Nieces,
Well, I don't know
nephews, cousins, brothers, sisters, all of them.
Yeah, we're the football fans that are usually smashing tables. I don't know if you've ever seen that. Yeah, that's Buffalo for you. All right, I gotta go take care of this little girl. Be right back.
Is there anybody here from Philadelphia?
I don't think so. We usually got
they were.
Angel and Kevin are from Philly.
Oh, okay. So I'm trying to think of this stadium. No, I can't believe I can't think of it. But the one we had gone to for concerts was the Spectrum.
Does Lincoln Financial Field ring a bell?
Pardon me?
Lincoln Financial Field to stadium in Philly.
I've never heard of that.
Oh, okay.
But hey, I haven't lived in Philly in 30 years, so.
Back in the day, I guess they called it Sesquicentennial Stadium.
Sure. Sounds good to
Could
me.
be.
I don't know.
Plenty of people have been going there.
Hi, Jordan. Hey, hi.
Guys, I finally made it.
Hoping to see you.
Yeah, there we go. Okay.
I'm still working, so I might have to mute you guys and hop off very briefly every now and then.
Oh, that's
No
okay. If you
problem.
quickly disappear.
You're
Hey,
here.
multitasking
Yeah.
is impressive.
If you see me talking and it's not to you, that's what's going on.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Okay,
No
so we
problem.
won't jump in telling you you're muted.
danger. It's like,
Yeah.
whoa. Yeah, we do that here. So Jordan, we share seizures on Zoom every now and then.
Right.
So
Okay.
Yeah.
Share the love.
Yeah,
Share
speaking
the
of
love.
seizures, yesterday was not a good day for me.
oh boy.
Why am
Oh,
I
Yeah,
hearing
yesterday,
that again?
about 2 hours before my end of shift, I had a really bad one, almost fell out of my chair here. And then I had between 4 and like 5:45 overnight, I probably had 4 bigger ones. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
It's something, man.
Wow.
So
I-
this
Yeah.
is so far like 5 of us in the group have, accounted seizures in the last like 3 days.
Jeez.
Yeah, I've had 2.
Well, see, I usually have one or two a week or so.
So you guys all have active seizures still.
Uncontrolled.
Yep. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I'm on 3 meds and I'm still having them.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And my problem with my story is when I moved here 5 years ago, they revoked my diagnosis of epilepsy and
Oh,
said I have
geez.
PNEM.
Ridiculous.
Post about that. The
And
other.
You can't do that. And I had to do some research and digging.
Mhm.
And that took me longer to fix than it should have. I could have
Why
fixed.
would they do that? And what would that do to you? That's what I don't understand.
Well, that's what the National Association of Epilepsy Centers is asking them now.
Yeah.
That's the accrediting foundation. So they could go from a
A
level
master medical
to a
stuff.
clinic. They may not even have accreditation by the end of the month. But what it did in my case, it caused 2 emergency surgeries, 2 strokes, and a concussion, because all the
Holy
other
cow.
providers were saying, she's psycho.
Oh,
She's
because it's stressed
exaggerating
out.
symptoms. Yeah, exaggerating symptoms. And I'm like, okay, I'll just let time do its thing, and I'm lucky to be alive.
Oh,
But
Right.
yeah,
well, you know, I had a, sorry to make this about me, but I had a breakthrough seizure on June 6th because I have a CSF leak, and
Oh.
they were I went in to have a blood, like to see a blood doctor, and literally they had finally scheduled my surgery, and 2 hours later, I had this, sorry, my brain. I had
We get
a
it.
doctor's appointment with a hematologist, and she was saying, okay, we have to do a blood study. You need to get off of your SSRIs, so you might not be able to have your surgery on June 26th.
Ooh.
And I freaked out and was so stressed out and had to do all this. I had to go downtown and have the blood work done. And luckily, I had my naturopath get involved and page the 2 surgeons. So, anyways, my surgery is still on. But it stressed me out so bad that I had a breakthrough seizure, and I knew all this. I had a breakthrough seizure, and I didn't realize what was going on. Anyways, I'm new to all this, so that's what happened to me. So okay, now I understand. Oh my gosh. Okay, thank you. Okay. Ooh, I can calm down. I'm waiting for my emergency seizure medicine to come into the pharmacy and get approved by the insurance. So, okay.
Yeah.
One more thing on the checklist.
I think you guys all understand what I'm going through.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, we do. No
Yeah,
doubt.
just recently I got kicked off my state Medicaid, so that's fun.
Well, I'm self-employed, and I got to figure out how to pay the fucking bills, and I have no money now. So I think you guys all understand what I'm going through.
Yeah, I understand what you're going through.
Yeah.
Jordan, we usually
Yeah.
start with what are you taking, and when was your last seizure,
Oh,
and
that's fun.
when was your diagnosis, your last
Okay.
seizure, and what are you taking?
I was diagnosed in like January of 2003. I was 12 at the time.
Oh.
I think I've taken just about every med, but I'm currently on Lyrica, Keppra, and Vimpat.
Okay.
Plus
I
a
take
very hefty dose of vitamin C or D.
Okay. I'm on 200 milligrams of Keppra twice daily.
Yeah, I take 2 doses that are 1,500 and then 1 750 right in the middle of the day.
Can I go?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I'll just tell you my name. I'm Jocelyn. I just will make it a little bit more personal. That's okay. You guys don't have to. It'll just make me feel better. My name's Jocelyn. I live in Seattle. I'm 47. My last seizure was June. My last floppy. That's my last seizure was a flop. I'm sorry. I fell down and convulsed, and it was June. This is June 6th. Sorry, I just started vaping, so I was gonna give it up until the surgery, and I decided today I'm gonna have some. Okay, and then I'm on. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm just a little stressed now. I think someone else needs to go. I'm sorry.
Oh, just take your time. It was what are you taking and when were you diagnosed?
I'm taking. Thank you. That helps. I'm on topiramate, and I
Oh,
take.
I've been on that.
I'm taking.
Fun.
Well, I like it. I know that some people it makes them. They said that it makes them kind of psycho, but it actually makes me kind of chipper and in a good mood and talkative.
For me, I was taking it my junior year and I almost failed out of high school.
Oh, nice.
I shouldn't laugh. I'm sorry.
Yeah, they call it Dopamax for a reason.
I know. But I've been through some trauma too. Like just the last year, one of my employees took advantage of me. I think, it was horrible. She stole money. It was horrible. So, anyways, I shouldn't laugh. It does not do that to me. I mean, it makes me forget some things, but it's okay. So I take 7. We're going up. We're doubling it now. I'm going to get up to 100 in the morning and 100 at night because it did stop my seizures. It did.
Nice.
And that's good, right? That's good.
Right.
Breakthrough one, but we're going to increase it. So 100, I'm at 75 in the morning and 75 at night. Now we're going to get up to 100. And then my emergency, thank you, that helps. I'm a little bit more clear-headed. My emergency medicine is going to be Klonopin. I've taken that before for panic attacks and I didn't abuse it, so that's good. So I'm okay with that. I'm going to put it in a necklace, I think, to have it right there. I don't know what you guys do. And
That's a
then,
good idea.
okay, I'm going to do a poison necklace because that's kind of fun. Like you can get
Yeah.
vintage ones. I found them on Etsy and they're not that expensive. So that's kind of fun. And then what was the last question? Oh, my diagnosis. I did look. I wasn't sure if I had a diagnosis the last time I was here, but I do. I have a diagnosis. It says epilepsy in my chart. And that's
there you go.
Sorry?
One of us.
Woo! So I have the diagnosis epilepsy, and it must be because I have a CSF leak too, and it's triggered epilepsy. I have a CSF leak and a acetylcephal, or my brain is poking through a hole in my cribriform plate. Yeah. And then I did tell my doctor that I call it marshmallow brain. He said Alice in Wonderland syndrome. I had that as a kid. So I looked up some other stuff. Anyway, I won't go into it. So that's a little bit about me. And I'm really happy.
Well, now I'm getting pep rally vibes. So thank you for that.
You guys, I was on the subreddit a little bit this weekend. It's Vane Statue, and some of my friends and my family even just said, I'm sick of hearing about it, Jocelyn. So it made me cry. And my family and I, we laugh a lot and tell a lot of jokes. And my dad's dying and I haven't seen him in a year and it's really sad. And so they're just sick of hearing about medical stuff. So it's okay. I forgive them, but it's really nice to have you guys to chat with. So I really thank you.
Okay.
That's exactly what keeps us all coming back.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate you guys already. So I really appreciate this and the subreddit. So that's what I wanted to say.
Well, it's really incredible that you managed to run your own business. How long were you diagnosed and capable of maintaining a career?
It has been
impressive.
can I swear?
Go ahead.
It has been a hard fucking year, you guys. I started having these brain glitch seizures last June, and I'm a stoner. At first, I just thought it was the weed. I know that's stupid, but I just thought it was the weed. So I'm a CPA. I do taxes, and I'm a stoner, and so I thought it was the weed. It was seizures. I know. And then I had a pass out seizure in December of 2024, and I was doing Pilates on in my house, on a video, and she called 911, and the paramedics broke into the house and took me to the hospital.
Yeah, when you said that you didn't know that you were having seizures, you thought it was just a headache or whatever. I went through the same thing. I didn't know I was having focals and myoclonic seizures. I thought it was just a precursor, like something that was telling me you should be sitting down or something. So that's what I would do when I had a myoclonic or when I had a focal, just weird vibe, and I'd be like, okay, I'm just gonna sit down.
Or I thought it was like perimenopause. I told my doctor about it, and she's like, "No, that's not perimenopause, but okay, whatever." I would have them in front of my mom. I just couldn't talk, and we just sit there and be like, we just wait, and then I'd be like, "Okay." I had one in front of a client. Like I interview clients. We were on Zoom, and we just sat there, and then I got through it, and I was like, I think that might have been perimenopause, and she never spoke to me again.
Oh man.
What? Like what? You don't want to hire a CPA who can't talk.
Yeah, I've had a seizure when I was talking to a technician for my job. He apparently, after he hung up and got someone else, my coworker messaged me on Microsoft Teams. He's like, "Did you have an episode?" And I was like, "Why? What happened?" "Oh, I got the technician. He said, I don't know what's happened to that guy, but you might want to check it out."
Like my clients, some of them have been assholes because I have not told them specifically what's happened to me. I just tell them I'm gonna have some surgery and I can't finish your tax returns right now. And some of them are like, "I'm sorry, you're sick. Can you do my tax return?" And I want to tell them, "Come over to my house and see how I'm doing, and I'll do your tax return and just hit send, and let's see what happens at the IRS." God, but it's okay.
They do not have the bargaining chips in this case.
Let me just have surgery and get my brain pushed back into the hole. Then I'll get back to work. It's gonna be okay. Everything's extended. Just settle down. I can do Zoom meetings laying on my back. It's okay. It's actually okay. It's fine.
Does anyone
That's
take
good.
Excopri?
Oh.
That's one
From
of the
the
ones I
first-
haven't taken.
Oh, I had
I've
something here.
decided.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I've just got an increase and it's making me really tired. Just
Oh.
like napping a lot. And but like sometimes I probably said this before. I don't know if it's like perimenopause and Exopry or just Exopry or I don't know because it's like the last 3 months have been like really extreme for me. And so I think it's probably a combo. I don't know. My
Yeah.
brain's slow today. I'm tired.
No, that
Well,
happens. A lot of factors
I get
contribute.
it.
So
Your hand is up, Toaster?
Yes. So I've been on Xcopri for about 4 years now. I was a part of trials. So then I actually do not know, well, then I didn't know if I was on the placebo or if I was actually on Xcopri. Later I found out I was on the placebo. Um, and then I then I get the real medication.
how did
And
that
I've
work for you?
had a sleeping disorder since I was a teenager child. Um, I have sleep paralysis. It's absolutely terrifying,
Oh
and
man.
it's it's just terrifying. Um, but I had a sleep study done, and which was funny because you find out that those can be a type of seizure.
Oh.
Yeah, I can imagine.
I gotta write that down because I think I'm having the same thing. Just where there's like times where for some reason I'm awake and I can't move and I can't talk. And when I finally get it out, it's a scream at the top of my lungs. And then everyone's like, "Are you all right?"
No,
Yeah,
you're
I
not.
don't understand it. It's been happening for a while, but I'm usually sleeping alone lately. So
That's
can't
no
turn over and
fun,
tell
Cookie.
someone.
I sleep alone too, though well, no, I have a schnauzer, but I don't think that counts.
Is it amazing? Right. Sleeping alone is great.
Sometimes I feel like sleeping alone would be better because last night I kept waking my wife up every few minutes. I felt so bad. I was like, I feel like sleeping on the couch. Give you a good night's sleep at least.
Yeah, I got a lot of space here. I
Mm,
like rolling over.
But the
right.
tiredness of the Xcopri, that combined with the Ambien is absolutely glorious. I'm sorry, it is. I know I will sound like a druggie, but it is glorious. In about 30 minutes, it doesn't matter where I am. I can be on the couch, I can be on the recliner, I can be in my bed. I am out for the next 8 to 10 hours and nothing will wake me up.
Okay. I've got a question concerning ex-copre. Come the beginning of July, I've got a doctor's appointment, and I've first of all I've talked to all my coworkers, and I told them after my seizure, I've been having problems concerning my Keppra. So I asked them all about my whether or not I'm aggressive, whether or not I say things that upset people, so on and so forth, because I need to know, because I don't see the problems that much myself. So, my doctor wants me to change from Keppra to Excalibur. And I think I mentioned this before, but he wants me to change immediately and without tapering off a Keppra.
Yes.
That ain't happening.
Oof.
That ain't
Yeah,
happening.
that's no good.
That
So,
could
but
be
anyway, I
very-
have decided I'm going to get rid of the Keppra. But again, the Excalibur, I mean, I've heard some negative things, but I've heard positive things as well. And I know we're all different. But and I've even told this to other people online that, hey, we're all different, and if this medication isn't working for you, there's lots and lots of medication that you can try, but that's between you and neurologist.
So the
So
motivation
that's
of
where I am right now. I
switching
don't know where to
from
go. And I've been epileptic for what, 50 years? Right now, I'm taking lamotrigine and leviatricactam.
Keppra.
Yeah.
That's that's what I call it. So
Funny trying to hear the pharmacist say that too.
oh, I have friends that can say it that have no idea about
Oh,
epilepsy,
geez.
but
And
they can
say
look
it.
at it and they know what it is. You know,
And
they can
always
read
says it
it. They
right.
don't know what it is. They can pronounce it.
Levetiracetam.
That's
There
stuff.
you go.
Yeah,
There
that's
you
stuff.
Keppra.
Well, all
always
we have to
gonna
do is
stick with
ask
Keppra.
Ann. She's taken all of this stuff a couple times. So
Oh my God. Right now I'm taking the dog out, so I'm taking y'all with me.
I already forgot what you said, so that's
Let
out the window.
rest and
There you go.
So Tom, when what you're saying, the reason for getting off of Keppra is that you're speaking to directly?
more abruptly.
You're a Jehovah's Witness, isn't that like in your blood?
So it is, but I'm supposed to be nice. Right?
Still getting to the point, you
Okay,
know.
but no, I'm talking about at work.
Okay, but it's a consistent enough statement. You think that it's not just somebody, talking shit?
No, because I asked since now they know that I'm epileptic and it causes my seizures. I just asked them bluntly, this is the medication I'm on. These are the side effects that come with the medication. And I would like to ask all of you to help me out because I don't see the side effects myself. And my wife does. In fact, my
I would
wife
just be suspicious to make such a major change that could have some detrimental effects based
Right,
on
especially without
coworkers'
tapering.
opinions.
well, that's why I wanted, I'm not going to make any changes until I sit down with this gentleman, this neurologist who I've never met except for on a video conference.
Okay, and you know how to get the vibe of whether this neurologist is actually interested in treating you.
Right. Since my epileptologist, she's no longer in Kaiser. She found another practice somewhere. So I've got a neurologist who, my understanding, he's not going to be around that much longer. So,
This is
have any of you ever heard of a neurologist that is what do you call not a trainee, but people that go from job to
A
job.
resident?
Who? A
Like
temp.
a resident?
Temp. Yeah. I've never heard of anything like that.
yeah.
A neurologist that works temporarily from different places.
Well, it sounds like
Okay.
those just tend to be short-term assignments. They have a different contract essentially
Right,
Yeah.
than
right.
the full-time employees.
It just
And
scares me.
well, it's not new to me because of the RNS, the implant.
Yeah.
So I've seen a lot of doctors that only, that specialized or that had experience with the implants, and they were at It was a couple different hospitals on the West Coast, but I've only lived in Florida since the RNS.
Well,
So I have seen a lot of different people at the same facility, and that's
I
what
guess
got me
I
familiar
have to
with temps.
change my attitude here, because when I had my brain surgery 15 years ago, one of my brain surgeons came from China. So, I mean, he didn't come here for me, mind you, no, but he just happened to be at the university, and he was one of the surgeons. But so anyway,
Well, I'm glad it went well.
well, I guess we could say that I'm still having seizures, and again,
No, but we know about what can go wrong in an open surgery like that.
right,
Yeah,
right, and I've got a VNS,
there you go.
and I've gone through pretty much all the older uh, uh, seizure medications, everything from phenobarb to um, the Mictal, and
About
the
Dilantin, have you done
Mictal
that one?
isn't all that new either, is it?
I don't
Oh, Mickel's
know.
been around. I think the Lanton's the next like fave on the
Oh,
top three.
phenobarb and Dilantin were my first two.
Yeah,
There you go.
Dilantin, that one worked the best for me, but it made my gums just ridiculously overswollen.
Oh.
Yeah, and
Well,
that's why I stopped doing mine, because my dentist said, Tom, you're losing um
yeah,
bone. And I'm like, well, this isn't working. So
right.
What's up,
Right.
Pookie?
That's one I was happy to get off of after my RNS surgery.
Right. I got something here. The reason I asked about Excalibri, it says, does anyone take Excalibri? We veered a little left after I asked the question, but here's something else. It says, my neurologist just prescribed me it as a last resort medication, considering that I've been on almost every anticonvulsant and 2 different benzos and have a VNS device. Yet nothing seems to work anymore for me since I got the mRNA vaccine. My epilepsy keeps on getting worse, and I have no idea what to do anymore. I was just curious if anyone else had an experience with this medication. Oh yeah, and after I got that vaccine, I still got COVID. Asymptomatically, anyone else have to deal with this? While I was dealing with COVID, I went into status epilepticus and had 3 seizures that lasted almost 5 minutes each. I had to get taken to the hospital to find out I had COVID. If I didn't go, I would have never known I got COVID. My neurologist was so upset that she told me she felt like she had let me down by allowing me to get that vaccine at all. No booster shots for this girl. Any advice? And for those who took Excalibri, any advice?
I've got nothing to say yet.
All
That
right.
vaccine, I mean, seizures prompted by vaccines is definitely not an exclusive issue. That's always
It's
happened to me.
it's not exclusive. It's never happened to me, thank God. My dad, when he gets vaccines, does get a migraine almost every single time. The COVID vaccines nearly wiped him out as bad as COVID would have. Oh, I thought.
Did
Okay,
anyone
he
get
acted that way. He never had to be
seizures from
ventilated.
COVID?
Nope.
What?
Did anyone get more seizures like during the pandemic? Because I did. My seizures went back up like during the pandemic. They kind of got worse, and I didn't even have the shot for some reason. I just kept having seizures.
I got the first I guess you can say batch of COVID when it first came to the States. And I was an epileptic. But from what I'm reading, temporal lobe epilepsy can result in high fevers and viruses you may have had or any illnesses. And COVID was the highest fever I ever had. And I was floored for like that week. Like everybody was really worried about me. I even told my dad, I think I told y'all I wanted to be a medical professional. I told my dad to leave the groceries do not come inside my apartment, leave the groceries outside. He didn't listen because I said, whatever this is really contagious. And sure enough, it was COVID.
So
I
you
don't
had
think
that
it's
first
the
round, but you're positive that the seizures were from the illness, not the first round of vaccines.
I think it was the first COVID only
Like
because
the variation,
yes,
first variation of it.
Strain or variant or whatever they
I
call
think it's
it.
the first,
Yeah,
yeah, I think it was the first strain because of how bad I reacted to it. Because I get the vaccines now with no issue. I've never really
Oh, okay.
had an issue with vaccines. I get them now, but I will say my boyfriend came from Japan and gave it to me 3 months ago. So that was fun. And I did not get the vaccine like I planned on. So
I would trust it coming from outside the States, honestly.
you're right. He said he saw people coughing on a plane without a mask. And I'm like, you didn't consider, He was like, I'm so sorry. And he gave me Paxlovid, and we did not do our research. So FYI, do not take Paxlovid. But I took it August. The first I took Paxlovid another time when I was already diagnosed with epilepsy, and I was only on lamotrigine and had no issues. And then 2 years later, we know. So yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
only
just
the first
well, just for
COVID
reference, the
vaccine
Paxlovid
is
was
what gave me.
yeah, go ahead.
I was
Is
just
there
saying
a,
the first COVID vaccine was the only one that made me have any seizures.
8 seizures, you said?
Only the first, like the first round of vaccines is the only one that did anything for me.
Okay. Anyone else?
I just read something on one of our messages here that somebody's having problems getting their prescription filled with Excapre. Is this going to be a problem I might run into if I
Supply and
change?
demand. Absolutely, supply and demand. So it's plan ahead. Melissa, right now, do you have a backup? Have you called other pharmacies? Have you asked them where is the closest location? If it's a Walgreens or a CVS or something?
It's not necessarily the pharmacy. I was doing just fine until my doctor decided to increase it. So now they're like having miscommunication between the pharmacy and the doctor, of like how much I'm supposed to be taking and like when I'm gonna run out.
Right.
And since it's a controlled substance, they can't just refill it whenever. It's like you have to show them your ID, and it's like a big mess. I don't know if it's like that in other states, but they
I would
only
be
do that.
thinking it's before the end of the business day. The doctor has to send the prescription to that pharmacy.
Well, they
And
already sent them the prescription, but it was written in a way that the pharmacy can't give me my medicine yet, because they were like, well, we were going to tell you to turn in what you have, and we'll give you the new dosage now. And I'm like, well,
so the Schedule 5 getting in the way.
I've been taking the increase with the medicine I have for 2 weeks now, because that's what the doctor told me to. And the doctor never called in the prescription to begin with.
Well, I'm from a big
Okay.
city, so I've never had problems, getting a prescription filled. I'm on a mail-in, my prescription comes through the mail.
But Tom, the transition here, what Melissa's going through is definitely going to be relevant to your case too, because as you're those
Controlled
tiers, whatever they call,
substance, and it makes it totally different.
exactly,
I-
because for that first month you'll only be taking so many milligrams for like the first 2 weeks, and then up in the dose from that. So they might even have to change like the size of the capsules or the
Right.
tablets. So the
My
way that
Keppra
doctor
and
sends it in is really, really important. And that's unfortunately, Melissa, what you might just have to call back the doctor's office and let them know this was not intelligible, that it wasn't written correctly or clear enough. And now, so this isn't a supply issue for you. This is only because of how the doctor
no,
wrote the prescription.
yeah.
Oh,
My
okay.
I take also Keppra and Lamictal, and that comes in the mail. And that's easy peasy. It just gets
Right,
sent to
right,
me every
okay.
3 months, a 3-month supply, but they won't do
Right.
Xcopri through the mail because it's a controlled substance and you can only get 1 month supply at a time.
I was going to
You
ask
get-
Mike, because I'm getting these, you know, as you all know, when they up your prescription, they only give you 2 weeks at a time or something.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe because it's a fairly new drug, maybe he's got some.
But you get that 2 weeks because of how it's written. So that's what was ordered by the physician. Court, what do you
Right.
got?
Maybe the physician might have some um
I know they have samples because they gave me
samples. Thank
samples
you
to
very much.
begin with. They gave me samples, so in an emergency, I can just go over there and say, "Hey, because you guys didn't do this right, I have nothing and I need it."
Right.
I
What were
got
you gonna say,
something
Courtney?
here.
Oh, Courtney and Jocelyn had their hand up for a minute.
Go ahead.
I just started Xcopri actually. I'm on my 150 milligram interval. I don't want to say prescription because I know what it feels like. Anyway, I realized that so I have been seeing with my pharmacist. I was taking lacosamide. I am still taking lacosamide, but I am titrating down since I'm adding Xcopri. I didn't get my 50 milligrams filled right. Like Walgreens has been late with everything messing up. So I have 250 milligrams of lacosamide and they didn't fill the 50 milligrams correct. So I was asking, like begging them, can you please just give me 2 tablets for the day? Like, because it's a controlled substance, right? And so they were like, no, from what I understand, and by law, you can ask for a very minimum amount of controlled substance that is considered a controlled substance, and it's up to the pharmacist to be like, yeah or nay. But one way to get around controlled substances supply is to ask for a different dosage. They have to fill it if it's a different dosage. That's what I learned recently when they messed up my lacosamide supply. So maybe see if you can get a different dosage. So go from 50 to 100 instead, or 100 to 50, depending on how much you need.
My question was kind of related because Walgreens is messing everything up here too. Oh, so I want to switch pharmacies, but like, so my question was related to anyone who has decided to do the mail order pharmacy. But my issue with the mail order is sometimes they mail it to the wrong address because that happened to me. And then I'm like, so then I call the pharmacy and I'm like, you guys mailed it to the wrong address. And they're like, well, you have to talk to the pharmacist to figure this out. And I'm like, dude,
The pharmacist doesn't mail it out.
I'm like, dude, it's gonna take me 24 hours and I need it now because you guys delayed this. So I like don't know what to do. Has anyone had it work with the mail order?
Centerwell Pharmacy does mail me a Schedule 4 right now.
What is a Schedule 4?
Clobazam. Xcopri's a Schedule 5, so
Okay.
I don't know if maybe
All
the
right.
standards are different for that,
I'm not
but
able to
it is still a
drive.
controlled substance, and that's I'm
I
on
know. I have to
Centerwell
get a
with
controlled substance. I'm not able to drive, so I'm not able to walk right now because of the CSF leak. So I have to have people. Anyways, okay, I'll talk to someone here. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I just switched to CSF
I hope that
because,
helps.
or not CSF, CVS. Sorry, because of problems I've been having with Walgreens.
Yeah, I think I know, and the local. It used to be that the places that were owned like kind of locally were good because it'd be like a local place, but they all got bought out and shut down. So
Oh, geez.
yeah, no, I'll figure it out. I appreciate that. I'm gonna move away from Walgreens. Thank you guys. That helps.
Yes,
Thank
there
you,
are
Alex.
definitely alternatives. So where were you going with this one, Pokey?
So I got something here that says, how do you cope? 18 years old. Not trying to be political. Been more frequent seizures since 2021. They flared back up in 2024. Just the past weekend, I had another seizure, this time 2 hours from home, and it left physical reminders for this past week. I landed flat on my face. I may be sounding like a wuss, but when I say this, but every single time I've had it since they've started back up in 2021, I find myself completely entrenched in tears. I've been trying so hard to tell myself that everyone around me is supporting me, that they're doing everything they can to find the right meds and figure out how I can live with this. Everything about my future sounds so scary. I don't know if I'll be able to drive, as if I didn't already feel useless and behind everyone else. They're so unpredictable, and so I feel helpless. My question is, how do you all cope with it? People who have struggled with it for years. I find myself instantly in a state of deep depression, and like my life will be sandbagged because of it. I'm not trying to be a trauma dump, but what do you do? I'm just at my lowest I've ever been right now. I got kids.
I've never driven, and I've always just accepted the fact I'm epileptic and I don't feel comfortable driving because I appreciate life. I appreciate other people's lives. But then again, I've had a lot of people shoot me down quickly because that's your opinion. So
yeah,
it's a good opinion.
Thank you. I believe so myself.
Same way. I have a 2007 car, car that's from 2007. It only has 90,000 miles on it, and I bought it new, so I obviously don't like to drive anyways.
Jeff, how do you cope?
You put one foot in front of the other and you keep moving. How do you cope? You have seizures, they suck, and then you get over them.
Right.
And you move on. I don't know how else to explain it.
I agree with you.
Yeah, I mean, it sucks. It's but I had one last night or this morning, 3:00 this morning. And you just you hurt, and your body hurts and your head hurts, and you just keep going.
I like how you said one foot in front of the other. That's a good one.
Yeah.
With
I mean,
me,
like you said to me, like I said to you, I was going to be late today after 4. I had a massage scheduled and I canceled it because I just couldn't lay on a table for an hour and a half.
Oh yeah, I understand that.
Yeah.
Once I got that headache, I don't want to do anything. Maybe just avoid people sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like how you said one foot in front of the other. But yeah, I had kids. I got to be here for my kids. Yeah, I'd hate to leave.
Well, that's tough.
Yeah, I don't want them to ever just need me and I'm not there. So
right,
that's a big thing.
My stronger advice, if you're feeling worse than you've ever felt before, I think everyone should be in therapy. Not just people who are depressed, but everyone. But especially people who are depressed. I have therapy and I need it. So I would recommend that. Sounds like you probably also need a psychiatrist, honestly, but I would start with therapist, see what your therapist says you need. And I think that would be a big help too. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's important to go to therapy.
I really like what Tom said about valuing other people's lives. That is the only reason why I'm not really just stuck on feeling bad about driving. The one thing I do hate is that I was a very active person. And I think that's the double-edged sword of it, is that I'm probably too active. I just can't, I gotta learn to slow down. Like, I think I talked about this the last time. The motive and the thing that people are saying around me is, Court, sit your ass down. Like, that is what people have to tell me, because I would go and do a million things. Told you I traveled 3 countries by myself. I'm so mad at myself. I couldn't tell if I had a seizure or a nap yesterday. That's how active I was. I gotta stop that. I really don't know how. I'm an active friend. I can't be there for my friends. But then again, I'm getting a test on who my true friends are because who's showing up for me. So that's been great. And then I went to the doctor's office. I went to lunch outside at a coffee shop. And then I Ubered home. And then I decided to play outside with my dogs. And then I decided to wash my hair. It's a lot of hair up here. And then I was like, did I take a nap and have a seizure? Please, y'all, help hold me accountable. Like that's I'm sorry, the more I say things aloud, that's ridiculous. Girl, you do not know if you had a seizure or had a nap. Like I had to really think about it just now because I woke up and I was like, okay, I know I had a nap for real this time.
But that's not exclusive. Once again, that is why we get cameras. In-home cameras will let you be by yourself and have proof of exactly that, whether it was just a nap or you were off doing something.
Get an nanny cam.
That's the thing though. I only have the focal seizures now, and my focal seizures is me going to bed, like sleep. Like I told you what happened the last time on my Zoom call at work. I'm thinking I'm going to bed. They had a fun time. Anyway, I was on my couch, like cuddle up under my blanket after I washed my hair, and I was like, did I nap or did I seize? Like whatever. But the more I think about it, it might have really been closer to a nap only because I took one intentionally because I made myself go into bed and I woke up. I just don't remember falling asleep, I think is the problem. The thing not remembering when I fell asleep is what's confusing me. But yeah.
Yeah, so if you could remember being in the room. It's not like the last thing you remember was in the kitchen and then you're in bed like 3 hours later waking up.
Yeah, no, my focal seizures don't last they last about 30 minutes, which is a nap. So it's like really a new game of like chess I'm playing with myself. And I just, for sure, I made sure I laid in the bed. I said, I do not disturb for an hour. Like when I hit those checklists, I know what they are. So that helps too.
Has multitasking been a little bit closer to get one thing done before moving on to the next task? That is something that might make a difference because when I was negotiating, navigating that.
Helpful. What can you help me a little bit understand that?
Well, when I was navigating a lot of multitasking and doing 3 things at once, we want to do this project, but I got to get this cleared off to shampoo the carpets and then, change the light bulb in the bathroom. That stuff was all, waking up wanting to do all that. First, starting off by, making a list. Easy as saying, hey, Siri, remind me tomorrow at 9 a.m. every hour to do this. And then it would put it automatically on the reminder app. So that way I didn't even have to lift a finger to get that reminder. And then I made sure that once I set like all my reminders for 9 in the morning, I would just do one at a time instead of putting a dog in the bathtub, letting her getting her to the conditioner point and then turning around to change the bulb and then forget, it's actually happened where I forgot her.
That makes sense.
That's what I mean. I don't multitask now as much as making sure one thing is totally done before I cross it off the list.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Thank you for that because I think I'm going to have to start doing it because like I said, I've lived a life of going set 3 tasks and I'm like alternating between the 3 to get all of it done because my plate's always been so full. This is the first time I'm actually like relieved of so many things and I literally have to force myself to slow down. Like I'm learning how to slow down. And I never thought that would be something that's happening in this society at this time with job, with like life in general. So yes, Kate, like that's super helpful. That's like that would teach me how to slow down even more with a level of awareness. So thank you.
Yeah, I think the reminder app will definitely help. Just be careful as you take it on in the kitchen because I got a lot of scars from when I was learning how to slow down.
Oh no.
Right.
Yeah, that was a big thing. My doctor literally sent me to a program for epileptics to learn about things you can do for memory, which made me feel ridiculous, but that was a thing that they taught me, was to slow down and do one thing at a time. So that was a big thing. The other big thing was literally to talk to yourself, because that helps you remember things. So like walking around, this is where I'm putting my phone. And then that helps you remember where you put your phone, because there are like multiple things in your brain that are thinking about that. It's like you see where you put it, you said where you put it, you felt where you put it. There are like multiple things in your body. So those are two big things.
Stimulate that brain.
Yeah, exactly.
That
So,
doesn't work for me because I can say that to myself and I forget what I said. So
but
I got
anyway,
that
if that
too.
helps anyone, those are two big things I learned. Slow down, do one thing at a time, talk to yourself.
Oh,
yeah,
Pookie,
it's
where
like
that comes from, that might come in handy though, because if you do that every day for a month, maybe one of those days it won't go away.
it's like if I be like, oh, I put my phone on the counter, I'm gonna remember counter, and then I'm gonna be thinking, what am I supposed to be doing on this counter? I'm probably be standing there looking at my phone, thinking about the counter. What is it am I supposed to do with the counter? So that's how bad my memory is. Like the phone will be sitting there and I knew I was supposed to be doing something on this counter. Probably move the phone out of the way and still thinking stuff.
Look
Yeah.
underneath your phone for whatever it was.
Right.
That
Memory
type of
is
thing.
horrible.
Yeah.
Probably put the phone in my pocket. I'm still looking at the calendar. Like, but yeah, sitting
What's up,
stuff and
Toaster?
talking to myself doesn't work. But for phone numbers, it works because like if somebody tells me a phone number, I got to keep saying it to myself until I find something to write it on my phone to type it in. Because once someone says a full number, I forget the first three digits. I'm like, what's your area code? I remember the last four, two something, this. But yeah, talking to myself doesn't actually work. It works for some people. I'm not saying don't do it. I feel you, Reese. Do what works for you. What
Try
works for you.
singing. Try singing. Singing.
Yes, yes.
And Toaster, I was gonna call you. I think I said
Okay.
that.
Yes. My mom, when I was younger, had to make up because I also have ADHD. I mean, bad ADHD. Um, when I was younger, so that also causes memory problems and skipping. My brain goes skips from one
Well, I
thing to
thought
the
you
other. The
meant
only thing
you
I can do
skipping.
really is hyper focus sometimes, and usually that's when I'm writing. Now I'm skipping again. Sorry. Um, ADHD. My mom taught me how to remember my address. My name is Leah Fleming, and this is my address. 7829 Chloe Circle. That's not where I live anymore. Charlotte, North Carolina.
Do what we gotta
But
do.
I remember the song.
Right, there you go.
But
Like
I
learning your
remember the
ABCs, right?
song.
I always think about that when they made Pluto not a planet anymore. Like, not only is that rude to Pluto, it ruins how I remember the order of planets. It's my very educated mother just served us 9 pizzas. If she didn't serve us pizzas, then it doesn't work.
She served us. Apparently now
But
it's supposed to be
I actually
nachos.
have some good news. Well, actually, no. I'm gonna skip back. My memory is so bad I cannot take more than one instruction at a time. And that came into fruition yesterday. There was a family class at Taekwondo, and my son and I did the family class. Now, I did Taekwondo when I was a kid. I'm 35. I am no longer 12.
Get back into it.
Yes. But they tried to teach us the white belt form, and I could not do it without one of the random black belts that he had stationed around the rooms came and showed me step by step. And then she said, "Your turn." And I couldn't remember what the first step was.
Don't go back to that dojo. That's
Oh no, it's my son's
pitiful
dojo. I
excuse
love
for a
that dojo. We were laughing.
I don't
Master
know. I'm just
Wilson,
biased against Taekwondo.
Master Wilson says he will work with me individually. And
Okay.
yes.
I would be suspicious of those motivations too, but again, I'm just
No.
biased against Taekwondo.
No,
I'm
no.
just messing with you.
Let's put it this way. I know him from when I was a kid. He has he taught under Master Strickland, who was my instructor as a kid. He also instructed with Master Dang, who was also an instructor at the same place. I know him. And we were laughing. I fell flat on my face during one of the exercises. And he thought I was going to go into a seizure. I was going to have a fallout seizure. It's like, are you sure you're fine? Yes. And then he's like, fine, get up. I didn't hear yes, ma'am. I mean, yes, sir. See?
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, he's gruff, but you know it's fun.
Yeah.
It's fun. I'm not sure I can describe it without writing it. That makes no sense.
That is definitely like your thing.
Yeah, that's
Writing
your
those
thing.
stories are incredible. Whatever you can't express one way, you can definitely put it into a story.
I love it. You got. I'm sorry. I have.
You are brilliant.
I have taken to writing down things from the
Keep it
podcast.
up. That's awesome.
And sometimes I feel horrible though because I don't mean to like split your. Has anyone ever had their videos posted without their consent?
Not yet.
No, but I'm looking forward to see how Pookie edits that one where I fell out on camera.
Oh,
there's not much to edit because the camera's not recording you until you start talking. So.
Oh no! I know you. I know. I know it's going in a podcast. I meant when I first started having seizures. Someone recorded my seizure.
I was talking about Kate when she said.
Yeah, he was replying to me.
Her part.
Yeah, about editing me out. So when did you get recorded without your consent or knowledge?
Out in Las Vegas.
That's happened.
Yeah.
I think that place has a reputation.
Yes. That was but it was for a seizure, not for something oh dear. My mind went wrong.
It happens. Don't worry. Nobody heard Girls Gone Wild. What were you saying, Court?
That reminded me of something, is one of the reasons why I got on here was the whole regulation thing. Okay, so have you guys heard about your parasympathetic nervous system working against like your autonomic nervous system? Y'all know I'm about to become the annoying science girl, so I'm sorry. Have y'all heard of that? Okay, I appreciate your support always. Okay.
First time I heard of it is when you just said it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So dysregulated nervous system. Who's gonna say something? Oh, okay. So your nervous system, depending on how traumatized you are, I'm pretty traumatized, may have never went back to the form that's most convenient and helpful through, yes, the vagus nerve, boom. That's all a part of it. So with that said is, if it's dysregulated, you're going to have all these problems. And so one of the main things is your vagus nerve is not stimulated as well, or overly stimulated, or it is not correctly used within the body. So with that said, we all know what drives our seizures, right? The vagus. So one thing I was talking and reading about last night, I'm like, why isn't there a focus for us to really work on our vagus nerve as well as working on our seizures? There's such a huge disconnect. And I don't understand why. Like, 30% of epileptics supposedly do have PNS seizures, like PNS. So that's one thing I'm gonna do is probably try to work on my vagus nerve and see how much that helped me. I think I've told you guys before, I went 10-day seizures free when I was intentionally working on it. And then my parents pissed me off by not wanting to check on my sister in a car accident. And I got triggered and I got mad because my trauma, and I don't mind talking about this, the trauma in my family is that the older adults do not look out for the children. Like there's some things that I have an aunt that choked her autistic teenager. I snapped. And I'm not like the eldest adult in my family. Like, why is this a thing? And nobody did anything but me, which I reported her to CPS rather than getting a felony because I will fight for a child. So my whole thing is that it seems like mine are surrounded about seeing children not being protected, taken care of. So the first time I had a seizure after being 10 months seizure free was that. And then the second time when I intentionally went 10 months seizure free, I'm sorry, I wish I went 10 days seizure free, was until my sister was in a bad accident and I don't think she got this care and support she should have. So I'm like, when I'm on vacation, 0 seizures, guys. I'm not even kidding. It's when I step back foot in Dallas, y'all. So that's my little tangent. It's something to consider because we all know where your VNS devices are connected to. Is your vagus nerve. So all I'm saying is someone who cares about us and cares about epilepsy and then is the annoying psych major who needs to use that degree for something is that please consider your vagus nerve when this shit is happening, because I know we're all over it. I'm tired of like being like, God damn, I gotta stay home today. I can't do this. I can't cook like I used to. I was a huge cook. I was gonna have a food business, but I totally changed my mind. But yes, that's what I was gonna ask about the dysregulation of the nervous system. There is a lot of talk about this from holistic psychologists that are looking into this. So please consider that. There's even this YouTube video I followed with yoga before bed, and I slept like crazy well. And the next day I forgot I had epilepsy, which says a lot. So I am hoping this is something we could consider. Pookie mentioned when I was talking to him, I'm the person who posted about, hey, y'all be stressed and just C's only. Like that was me posting about it. So,
I know that was you.
So yeah, this is my follow-up on that. Please take care of yourself. That's what vagus nerve is. Like maybe start after your shower, take a cold 2-minute shower because that will stimulate your vagus nerve. Like we can start there. So yeah.
Okay, so just a summary of what the scientist is saying is that regulating the vagus nerve helps keep the sympathetic and parasympathetic system balanced.
Are you
okay? And the examples that you're giving us are ways of stimulating that vagus nerve. Okay, I understand.
Okay, did you look it up too?
There's too much. There's too much to sum it up. So I just wanted to see how it was coordinated.
Articles or anything, so you know I'm about to link it, and I thought if you were a step ahead of me, feel free to.
I mean, I just don't like how the AI overview is. I mean, I would go for probably, one of the NIH articles, but that never really gives you the whole story. And then if you want a more recent one, they want you to pay like $60 for it. And yeah, I'm not even going to get into that. But that did remind me of something else. Somebody posted this week about the something acronym TENS, transcutaneous electrical nerve stimulation. And I don't remember if it was the post or a question, but what I'm seeing is that individuals with pacemakers, epilepsy, or those in throes of pregnancy are advised against electrical nerve stimulation as a treatment. And I guess maybe some studies are still testing that. What are you saying, Anne? Were you the one?
Yeah. First, I'm going to hit that the TENS because of my neck and my shoulder, and I've used TENS for my lumbar spine. I wanted to use it for my neck and my shoulder. So I know my physical therapist on a very good level. And I asked her, I'm like, should I do that? And she's like, no, you can't go above your armpits with a TENS because you have epilepsy. So that was probably some of the best advice I ever had. because I noticed looking back on like my journals, like when I'd be working in the garden and I was sore and I would put that TENS unit on my right shoulder, within the next day or two, I was having a seizure. And I sat there and did this email and sent it to her. And she's like, you know what? Thank you. Because yeah, I didn't even realize that I was actually triggering seizures with my TENS unit up on my shoulder. And, so those of us, PWE, people with epilepsy, do not use a TENS unit above your axillary level, your armpits. The vagal nerve stimulation, Court, I'm telling you, this was the best thing a physical therapist ever taught me. And there's so many different ways to do it. My favorite for myself, because of how my vagal nerve is affected, because I have brachial plexus syndrome, I would just, do like a few box breathing inhales. And then on the last exhale, I would exhale deeper and longer and do like the open mouth and pull my neck back and just, and what it does, and you can see, yeah, butterfly taps, you can see how it stimulates that nerve and that spasm goes away. And the more I do it, and I'll do that before bed too, but there's so many different exercises that you can do. But yes, the vagal nerve stimulation is excellent. Yeah.
So can I ask, are you saying, Anne, that the vagus nerve stimulator, the VNS, is not a good thing?
No, it is a good thing, but I don't have it yet. So I can do.
Okay, I'm sorry. I completely misunderstood
but we can do, even any of us, even if you do have it, you can do breathing exercises and different stretches and positions that will help stimulate that nerve. And then staying emotionally regulated is huge. Okay, can I say huge? It was, that sympathetic parasympathetic bridge that I burned down and I had to rebuild it. So losing that emotional and mental regulation, that really messed up my parasympathetic response. So that's where I say therapy. I'm the one you see, therapy. And I hated hearing it. I'm not going to lie. It's like, oh, I don't need therapy. Oh yeah, I did. And I wish I had done it a couple decades ago. But keeping all of that in balance, taking care of your vagal nerve if you don't have a VNS, to me, that became even more important, knowing those exercises and learning how to do that for myself. So yeah, good topic. Thanks, Court.
Hey, and quick question. When you say TENS, what are you referencing? Because I want to make sure.
Yeah, the transcutaneous electrostimulation. Usually used for pain management. Okay. Yeah, for 10.
I was taking weights. I was like, I can't put dumbbells. Like, hold on. Because that's my next thing. I'm trying to start working out again. Because from what I understand, that's also helpful. Work exercises.
Yeah. Yeah. Check out Graceful Body Works. Just Google it. That's my daughter. But yeah, she works with women only. And this is one of the things that we experience in perimenopause as well. Our muscles stiffen and they tighten. And the more that we do, and resistance training is the best way to maintain bone density and muscle plasticity. So, and all of that. So yeah, we have to take care of ourselves. And I may be a chubby little garden gnome, but yeah, I scare the guys in the neighborhood. I really do. I took down a tree the other day. Yeah.
And I don't want to get too personal by any means, but growing up or any kind of way, have you had really anything traumatic to happen to you in general?
Like, oh yeah, I topped the ACE. Okay, I'm full score on ACE. If you know what that means, what is it? ACE, acute childhood experiences or something like that. It's like childhood trauma, and it's a measurement of certain traumas, and they give you a number score. And I don't remember my score. All I know is the psychiatrist said you have a full score on ACE, as high as you can go. my mother died when I was 5. My dad remarried. My stepmother, her sister, wasn't paying attention at an intersection, and we were T-boned in a adverse childhood. Thanks, Kate. We were T-boned in a station wagon. That's where my seizures started. And growing up, you know, literally, I was being stuffed in closets and thrown out in the rain if I showed any sign of a seizure, because my stepmother didn't want to have anything to do with it. A lot of physical abuse, which showed some more spots, you know, more scarring in my brain from that abuse. So yeah, I had a really bad, really tough childhood, but that was then, and this is now. And it takes a lot of therapy to put that down, especially when those people are still in your life in one way or another. So, you know, it was something that I had to really look at myself and recently, and this is going to make me cry because it was a moment with my daughter. And I'm like, we talk to each other in song lyrics all the time. You'll hear me do it. And we were just having a conversation about things that she's up to and this and that. And she's like, I'm just getting to know what I really want. And I'm like, well, hello, me, meet the real me and my misfit way of life. And that's a song by, the band is called Megadeth. And the song is called Mr. Self-Destruct. And we just sat back and I'm like, motherfucker. I just met myself. I really didn't have a chance to know who I was until just a few years ago, because I got married too young. I had a traumatic childhood, then trauma, undiagnosed epilepsy, more trauma, single mother, trauma. Hello, me, meet the real me, you know, and I had some major changes and major shifts in my mindset to get what I needed. And it wasn't any malicious or nefarious way. It was, no, I need to really, really buckle down and put my boots on, you know. But that's it, the adverse childhood experiences and all that trauma, that tends to come out in between cluster seizures during postictal, you know, it causes postictal psychosis. And it's been misunderstood as everything else until I sat that doctor down and said, here we go, this is what I've experienced. And it turns out it's like, you are a very interesting case because you're aware of what's been happening, you know. And it's like, yeah, okay, here we are. Hello, me, meet the real me. But yeah, we have to look at all the whole being of who we are. And separating our mind from our brain, it was never a good idea. Or our brain from our body, never a good idea. We are one being, and we have to treat ourselves that way. You know, I needed my mind a little more focused on the positive. And, you know, I'm still struggling because, yeah, I mean, I think I'm still glitching. I may have had a couple focals this morning. I don't know. Get a nanny cam. I was in the basement. I did put the lawnmower away. You know, I'm like, wait a minute, this isn't a good time. So yeah, you know, all that trauma, and I totally forgot your question, but it affects us. It affected me in the intensity of my seizures and the intensity of the interictal when I was clustering. And that was the first thing that I noticed. But I'm like, yeah, wow, this is me. Okay, I have to deal with it. And yeah, anything I can do to not make it worse, especially if I can do that without medication, that's even better. But yeah, and I totally forgot your question because I've got a dog that wants me and I cannot keep up with both chat and video. I don't know, you guys, but yeah. And Reese is feeling off. Yeah. But yeah, I can't say enough for the fact that I'm learning some yoga. I'm learning, you know, different skills, different breathing exercises to help with that vagal nerve, because I don't have a VNS yet. but I'm pretty confident that's something that will help me. I really, really do think it would. So
Makes sense. That's the reason why I asked that is because I might be tiptoeing back to the medical field, only because I don't think there's enough inclusion on the parasympathetic nervous system in us. That is driving me crazy now. Like, I've been sitting here reading, and I'm like, wait a minute, that doesn't make sense, because most of the people I talk to, or there's, of course, there's genetics that play a role in this. There's other things that play a role in this, TBI and things like that. So, however, the cases that are maybe surrounded by exposure and growing up could be a huge, huge influence that is not really investigated enough. Unfortunately, I think the medical field in America is all about financing and band-aid jobs, because things are about fast cases, not just because people want money, they just want fast solutions that may not even last or nor been really thoroughly investigated to see what are the later factors. So that's why I asked you. My issue is I'm a parentified adult. I had to basically raise myself. The adults in my family, they call me for advice. I just so I it's kind of shocking to have somebody, to kind of witness that thing. And then there were some things I did report or told them that I needed more help on or more guidance on, I didn't receive. So that's when I learned, like, my trigger is on, like, children not being helped, like 10 months seizure free until I found out what my aunt did to my cousin, and nobody did anything seizure. And of course, I think it's a stack of things. Like, it was probably me not sleeping as well. It's probably I wasn't eating as well. It's probably me not really investigating and taking care of myself. However, those things are what's the term I'm looking for? Mitigating factors.
Mitigating, right. And then you have the trauma response to that abandonment, which is very, very real to us.
And that's also a subconscious thing, because that's our norm, right? If you have any way of sabotaging yourself, that might be something you've heard, that might be something you secretly believe in yourself, and you purposely do it to fulfill that thought. Our brain is like such a tricky devil, and we don't realize these things to just satisfy the ego of the brain. So I think that's just something, I'm sorry, y'all, if I made this a little bit heavy, but I am wanting to, I've been wanting to look into and maybe consider to move towards, because it's such a huge deal to me to have things solved when it's kind of in your face and you're experiencing yourself. And, I come in this meeting with you all, and we're all kind of like, I did notice that. So that is something I was bringing up. So yeah, thank you so much, Ann.
Oh, you would make the best epileptologist. You would be. Putting psychology and physiology, you could. Okay, but oh yeah, oh no, the universe has plans for you, darling. I can tell.
No, please. My doctor called me her sister, just FYI. She was like, if we consider surgery, I have to think of you. You're my sister. I said, what the hell? Like, they chat with me. Like, and I'm like, no, there's no way. I'm like, yo, I don't know shit. Like, I don't believe it. Maybe that's that self-sabotage thing in the back of my head. But
well, I gotta drop, guys. I'll try and get on later.
All right, we'll be here.
All right.
Bye.
I am here to learn. That's it. Learn.
Courtney. Oh yeah.
Learn how to have confidence in yourself to re-enter the workforce, because with this shit declining medical system, there is going to be endless openings for medical professionals who are actually in it for the right reasons. And if you can get back to passing the right tests and whatnot, I chose my route, but just something to think about. What's up, Em?
Oh, no, Courtney, you said I'm just here to learn, and that would be such a wonderful thing to hear from a doctor. So I fully support you. I don't want to put pressure on you, but
there's no way you jumped in just to say that. No.
Oh, also, has anyone lost their debit card? You're right. Has anyone lost their debit card this week?
No, I haven't, but my best doctor, that was one of the first things he said. He said, I only learned so much at school. You're done when you walk away. The best education came from my patients.
Right.
So yeah, and you have that mindset and that craving. Plus, it's personal to you. I mean, I didn't find out until it wasn't too long ago that favorite neurologist of mine is actually on the spectrum. And I'm like, you know what? That makes sense to me and to us. I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Okay. I got that. I love you, Court.
I love you too. I told y'all about high school, right? The internship.
Yeah, I believe so.
I was like, oh no, I can't handle blood. What epileptologist gonna say that? I was in an ENT unit. I went to a high school where I can intern my last 2 years. And I was in ENT unit seeing a day surgery, and I saw the blood and I was like, ugh. And the doctor's like, you sure she should be here? And that answered my question. So, and then Children's Hospital for Prosthetics, so I saw children with issues with their limbs and things like that. So that was another layer of it, because I thought I wanted to be a pediatrician. But that also connects, like I said, I'm very protective of children. So that's pediatrics was something I was into for that reason. However, I will lean more towards the science end of it, because if you guys know what UX research and things like that is, that's like what I do. So user experience, when y'all see something and they do like you do that research on iPhone, be like, oh, this app is totally shit. I'm the person on the back end, be like, okay, they said it was shit. Let's get a group of people and figure out why it's shitty. And then I run the numbers. I interview those people. I do those things. That's my field. But however, I am thinking about going into medical research, scientist kind of
That's
thing.
what I was gonna say. There's gotta be some kind of scientific analysis, you know all the specialties out there where you can run the numbers, not have this overwhelming patient, caseload type thing, and still get things done for people. Like actually make a difference, but from, behind the scenes essentially. Yeah, I'm thinking like biomedical research and all those kinds of things where you will get the real results and get things done, but God forbid anybody ever from like a pharmaceutical company ever tries to hire you.
That's
I'm pretty sure you have to sell your soul.
That's what scares me, because again, I also worked at 2 years. I was working at the HABA management of a health food store. So supplementation is also something I learned. It's just that I want to actually be able to support people. And like I said, it's probably like Anne made a really good point. It just probably just hits home so hard. And so that's why I try to be here. Like I was talking to Pookie, I've had renovations at my house for the last 3 weeks. That's why I haven't been able to go on here. But like, I really appreciate y'all. Like I said, I don't feel like I'm just the person who's coming in and just saying, hey, look at this one thing. I'm learning from y'all big time. Like, I appreciate it. Like Kate sending links and you're describing stuff. So I'm happy. Tom was saying medicines I haven't heard of before, like some of all the medicines he's had. So that's what I'm saying. Like, it's just very interesting to come in here, and hopefully I can come in here a little bit more.
Hopefully you can.
Yeah, I already forgot the name of the medication that Tom said. I know Ann said it, but I'm never gonna remember the correct pronunciation of that, no matter how many times you say it.
Perfoply.
Levetiracetam. I'm pretty sure that's right.
Oh, that's what I said.
That's
I just say Keppra.
That's why Keppra is on my tattoo, because levetiracetam would have gone all the way around the arm. Okay, yeah.
You've tattooed all the medications you've been on?
Yeah, not all of them, but the ones that stop my heart and make my skin bleed. Yeah, those two. Those I don't want them because yeah. But we didn't want a tattoo, levetiracetam. No matter how we did it, it would have gone either all the way up my arm or all the way around my wrist. So I'm like, Kepra.
And you can't abbreviate it because there's too many of them to start out with that.
Well, LVT, okay, in medical terms, it's LVT. All right. So to a epileptologist, neurologist, they might recognize it. ER, ED, they won't.
Right.
They're like, we have no idea what that is. But epilepsy should be all they need to see. But yeah, that didn't work. Well, wasn't working. Hi, Angel. But yeah, I'm so excited. I got to take a breath because Courtney, you got me up on a cloud. Oh gosh, I love this.
I'll take over. So, Anne, you kept me on the subject of how do you cope. You answered a lot of ways to cope, but I want to get another few answers from a few other people before I move on. So anybody else, let me know how you cope. It wasn't hard in the beginning. I mean, it wasn't easy for me in the beginning, even though I was in high school, but how do you guys cope?
I've been down this road once or twice already. I know I'm epileptic. I deal with epileptic. I live my life as an epileptic, and I can't allow anything to interfere with that. That's just me, and I don't know that any other way to say it.
That's a good one.
For me, it's just some days are better than others. That's just the way it's gonna be. Some days you're like, I got this, it's all right. And then other days you're like, oh, what the fuck? I can't handle this today. Like today I'm so tired. I'm just like in the chair sleeping all day long. But
I'm
like
gonna have
I
a seizure,
also
and hey, well, oh well.
for me, I meditate and I like to run when I'm not tired and for exercise, for yoga.
Good.
And think about other
That's
people.
good.
Like, don't think about yourself. Like, I think about my kids or my family. If you're just like focused on yourself too much,
Yeah. No,
I don't know.
you
That's
can't do that.
just
I
that's how
look
I do it.
forward to the better days.
You
Like
know
you
what
said.
Tracy told me, my wife? Tom, it's not all about you. It's about the people around you. It don't matter whether or not it bothers you. You have to think about everybody around you that they don't understand. Each and every one of us go through the same thing to an extent. But hey, we all have to deal with it differently. I myself, I don't allow it to interfere with my life. But then again, I've been doing this a lot longer than most of you.
Yeah, that takes me back to when someone said, why are people more afraid of me having seizures than I am? And that's like you said, we don't have to see it.
Right. Exactly.
So, yeah, a lot of people are traumatized because we don't have to see it. I'm not sure. I've seen videos of me and it hasn't traumatized me, so I can't speak on anyone else's how it makes them feel.
I haven't seen that many of me. A couple. But they
Guys,
weren't even
get an
bad.
Annie cam. Tom, why don't you have an Annie cam yet?
Why? Because I don't want to see them.
I've seen 3.
I don't care what they look like.
You can't
I know I
unsee
have
them.
grand malls. I know I have petite malls. I know I have all the rest of them. And why do I want to see that?
I'm that's where I am. Okay. I love you guys.
Yeah, and I'm
so ready to send me one. M is like, get a nanny cam. I mean, that's her stage name now, damn it. I don't them. I don't want to know. I love you guys. I don't want to know. Okay. Like this is like when my kids were teenagers. I don't want to know. Are you happy? I don't want to know.
There you go.
It's in the bag. It's ready. The subscription is a bitch, but it's like $30 a month, and you can have 2 days of recorded. If you really don't want to see it, then just point it out the
You'll
front of the
unplug
house
it.
and call it
You
security.
just unplug it.
Send me your address. I'll send you one.
Why aren't we
That's what I'm telling
relying
you. It's
on-
already in the bag, ready to go.
Why aren't we relying on those auras where you can go ahead and turn on that cam and get the party started? I don't.
Never had auras.
Is that hard or something? Oh, well, I don't have auras on my tonic colonics either.
Exactly.
I
So
don't.
I was quick to get the camera, and it's just as easy to delete the data, but you might actually get a chance to not have somebody peeking in on you like you're a fucking 5-year-old.
Yeah, and guys, I don't know about you, but I saw mine and I was like, my pupils get real big, my eyes go in a different direction, and I was kind of like, you look kind of cute.
Good for you. Good for you. Find a positive and a negative, right? That's what it's all about. Find a positive and a negative.
Oh my God. My brother saw a seizure. I had me have a seizure last year for the first time. And my boyfriend walked him what to do and whatever to do. My brother's my best friend. He's 3 years older than me. And he told me when he got in the car, he shut down and just started crying. He got home, broke down crying. He said it made him change his whole life. And I thought he was exaggerating. I promise you, he told me this. He said it made him change him completely. This man just got hired for a job in Denver. And he was like, what, you thought I was exaggerating? I was like, yes. He was like, my little sister's going through this. And I'm just sitting here like, whatever, life. And I was like, there's no way that happened. Like, I don't know. We're sensitive though. We're like I'll call him crying literally on FaceTime in tears. So
he passed up Denver, Colorado to stay in Texas.
No, he's going to Denver.
Oh, okay. I thought you said change his life. And I'm thinking, oh,
we're trying to run out of here.
Wants to stay in Texas right now.
Hell no. No, we don't want to stay in Texas. Our house is only 2 years old.
Yeah.
We're trying to run up out of here.
Yeah, I didn't like Texas. When we were passing through, that was the only state where we saw the dust storms and it looked like little tornadoes spouting up out of nowhere.
Yes. No, Texas. I feel like there's a good sum of people in Dallas that are amazing, but Texas is hit or miss. It just depends on where you decide to go for a walk. And you're like, wait, they act like this here. They're still sundown towns. Y'all know what sundown towns are?
Nope.
Wow, you don't know what sundown town are?
Get into it.
He's in California. Come on, shit's good out there.
Sundown towns are, if you see my black ass in the city, in the sundown town, they can get away with murder. They can kill you. They will kill you. They will try to kill you. And it's so normal. They would tell, like, there were people getting interviewed. It's like, yeah, we'll kill them, throw them in the ocean. I'm sorry, throw them in a lake with gators. And so they'll never find out. So that's what a sundown town. There's plenty in Texas.
The reason why they came up with the sundown town is like, if you're a person of color, you don't want to be seen after the sun goes down because they can do whatever they want.
Yep, when it gets dark.
That's what sundown is.
All these favorite, like, open carry, Florida, Texas, Tennessee states are well known and some places proud of it.
That sucks.
Not epilepsy related, but I just want to say Dallas sucks as an Eagles fan.
Oh, well, you didn't offend me by any.
Go Birds.
I'm a cheesehead, so thanks. We agree.
Go Angry Birds.
Go Birds.
So I got something that says, do I need to up my dose? Hey all, I've had 4 seizures since November of last year. I'm taking 125 milligrams of lamotrigine twice a day. Ma, I don't think I'm having auras when I'm laying down. I really don't want to have another. Worried and thinking about upping my dose 5 or so times today. While laying down, I've had the following symptoms: hot, sweaty, dizzy, almost like I'm close to having a panic attack, and it feels like I'm close to blacking out. It lasts about 30 to 60 seconds and then tapers off. Thoughts?
I think
not everybody at once.
I think there's one thing people don't talk about, we don't consider a lot, is just that you may just have I'm pretty sure y'all said this too, a bad brain day. Like that sounds like what it might be too, because I've done some really, I don't want to say really, but I've done some irrational stuff that the next day I'm like, that was not a good idea. Or I just like, that don't make sense to do at this very moment. Like them having those symptoms just might be the brain trying to adjust to the half-life of the current medicine, or if they're a woman, it could be their hormones. We have issues with our hormones because estrogen is our best friend, right? So it's just a multitude of things that could be the reason in doing that. That's one thing I would consider.
Yeah, I'm gonna say everybody get a nanny cam. I mean, I don't want to become, like, what's it called? A stereo. I can't think today.
Too late. Too late. That's already you.
Okay, well, get a fucking nanny cam because I wonder how many of you guys are having nocturnal seizures. And maybe again, that's just me thinking everybody's having the same thing as me, but sometimes I just feel like shit, like hello today. And you've had a bunch of nocturnal seizures, and sometimes those are hard to treat. So get a nanny cam
I had
and
a few this year.
rule it out.
I'm going through a stressful situation, and Kate knows about it. So, yeah. Well, you know about it too. It's the whole divorce and child support thing. So, I'm not sure if that's setting off seizures. I had nocturnal ones, and I had my regular grand mals during the day.
Angel,
it's a
I want to
stress.
send you some love. Like that's so much. Like you're already losing sleep, and man, hats off to you.
Can we send Sailor Mom that love? I'm here. Where's Sailor Mom at?
She's not. There's no pressure for Sailor Mom to make it. She is definitely one of the, like I said, I heard from at least 5 of us in the group that had seizures over the last couple days. And I don't know if I want to call it the lunar cycle or, the monthly cycle, but being that there was men involved, I guess I can't go that route.
Yeah, I
mean,
know. I got the DM
It's
at
just too
last
convenient that a lot of
meeting.
us are having like clusters over the last couple days. So it's
Like,
curious, but let's see what court comes up with, because data analysis is your forte, yeah.
haha, tricked you. How can you tell you're having nocturnal seizures, Em? And then also, what is considered a cluster seizure? See, I don't know everything. I don't.
Oh, I'll take the nocturnal seizure one. So for like
I'll
15
take the
years,
cluster.
I would wake up like just fucking covered in sweat. And I got tested for cancer and I got my hormones checked. But yeah, I would say that's a huge sign. Also, if you get a nanny cam and you see yourself having a seizure at night.
Also, Em, what is peer pressure?
What was that?
To get the nanny cam?
What is peer
I can't
pressure?
hear you. You just cut out.
No way. I know when I'm being told.
If you wake up in the morning and your jaw hurts, your cheeks are chewed up, your tongue's chewed up, that's a great indication you're having nocturnal seizures. And you
Or
don't
your
have
bones.
that. To me, that's the easiest way to recognize it.
Yeah, if you think you have some mystery oral problem, like I legitimately thought I had some
Right.
like I'd wake up and my tongue would be twice. I was like, damn, your tongue just keeps getting bigger. Yeah, you don't need a dentist.
You don't feel like you slept
don't
at
need a
all.
nanny
You're
cam.
super exhausted.
What about focal nocturnal seizures? Is that a thing?
I just about the tongue thing.
Yes,
I have a
that is the
space
thing.
in my top teeth, and the tip of my tongue almost split open because I pushed it through that space. I don't even want to tell you how much that hurts. Yeah, that's the nocturnal.
The inside of my mouth is a scar.
I also have a question about focal nocturnals. I don't know if anybody knows this, but like just by looking, I don't know. The EMU told me I was having focals. I'm still like my neuro won't diagnose me, but yeah, how can you tell? Like what's a tonic-clonic? Is that all you can have at night?
Sometimes I can tell by the headache. If I have a focal that's long enough, I will get a headache, but it's not behind my eyes. It's in a different
Mine's
place.
back here.
Yeah.
That's where I get it, and a really bad headache after.
Yeah, and it feels almost like if I put my head down it's like something's not touching my head. It's just, it hurts.
And you feel really beat up.
You feel
I
like your
do
head
anyway.
was like shaking, your brain was shaking.
I mean, not just for the focals though. When if I feel like that, I know it was a tonic-clonic because then I'll have the soreness and like that all over headache. But if it was a focal that lasted more than 30 seconds or more than a few seconds, then again, I would be able to tell, but I can't access my data.
Yeah, with my
Courtney would probably
popsicle
fight for
headaches,
that.
my popsicle headaches, it's just like it fucking sucks. And there's like they can't take anything to make it go away. It's just like the worst thing ever. I feel like I just gotta sit still. It feels like when I turn my head, my brain hits this side. If I turn my head this way, like the best thing is sitting still for me. Either like laying down or just sitting still because the moving around, that's what hurts. And people don't understand that when I say every movement hurts, like after a seizure, every movement, like my neck, my arms and shoulders are tight. People don't get that. But yeah, the
Okay,
popsicle version of
that's
me
really helpful.
sucks.
Because I've just been walking around like before I went on medication, like, oh my God, my right shoulder. It was just like I kept going to the doctor, and I think they think I was malingering because they're like, we'll give you another x-ray, but we know we're not going to find anything. But yeah, thanks, guys.
Yeah,
How
my
often do
last
you guys think?
nocturnal, I think it took like 3 days to get past that weakness in the bones and everything. Like, oh,
My public seizures, for some reason, are the ones that hurt my body the most when I'm falling somewhere in public. Hasn't been a while. I mean, I've been in public because I left my house and went to public places, but it's been a while since I had one tonic-clonic in public. And those suck. So,
I guess it
just
still just
saying.
depends on where you are. Falling on a living room carpet versus, the parking lot, then that's
The
the
corner
obvious
store.
difference.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
what I
and
mean.
and like for the nocturnal, I can tell the difference between whether it was a focal or a tonic clonic. Because I can tell you I had a tonic clonic last night because of my tongue and my shins. Okay, my tib fib bones, Angel, my bones hurt. I'm not talking my ankles, my knees.
feel you.
My bones feel like they literally got twisted out of the socket, and I got to find a way to put them back in. That's the kind of seizure I think I had last night. Yes, get a nanny cam. Yes, get a nanny cam.
That's what I did get a nanny cam for. I'm like, why am I hurting so much?
Yeah, so I got something here. It says, how often do you guys think about the fact that you have epilepsy? I don't, and there's like 2 times a day. When I take my pills in the morning, when I take my pills at night. Otherwise, I'm not gonna say I forget, but it doesn't necessarily come to mind I have epilepsy until I'm either looking over a balcony or looking at a pool or taking my pills. Other than that, I don't really think about the epilepsy. There's like small things I know I would do if I didn't have epilepsy. So it's like those very few things. Looking at a pool, then I think, oh, I have epilepsy. Or I'm looking over a balcony, I'm starting to think maybe I shouldn't be hanging over this balcony looking at the ground from the 3rd and 4th floor. Things like that. Otherwise, that, like I said, it's just the pills that remind me. Reminds me everything you do. I can walk past a bottle of pills and I'm like, oh yeah, those are for my seizures.
You
Other
walk
than
by
that,
your pharmacy?
huh?
You walk by your home pharmacy?
Oh man, yeah. That makes me remember I have epilepsy. I start thinking, when do I need a refill?
I think
what you
about
talking
it when
about?
I dumped all my tuna salad onto the floor right after I fucking made it this morning.
Was it because of a seizure?
I don't know. I had a bunch last night, so I think I'm doing the comedic flinging that I call it.
Everything the next day is going to be leftover.
Yeah. Well, we try to put the pieces together, right?
So,
Yeah,
Ann,
no,
did you actually have something going on at Niagara Falls?
Yeah, well, because I live so close to the falls, it was one of those things that if we were on the United States side, which is the precipice, you are standing at the drop off and you're watching the water go down. Very forcefully, it is shaking the ground. It is thunderous. It is gorgeous. But it is the most unsafe place to stand. Being that my family is Canadian, we would go to the other side for the view. Because every time we went to the United States side, I would have a seizure, even as an adult. And if you slip, you go over the falls. Okay, that's the wonder of the world that you survive. And yeah, the top of the falls. But I envy this guy, because if I only had to think about my epilepsy when I take my medication, I would be in heaven. That is an excellent sign of well-controlled epilepsy. And yeah, I'm happy for the guy. I really am, but Niagara Falls does me like a pool,
Hey Annie, can I just say it's so nice to see you like so happy with your correct diagnosis that it's like just really brightening the day.
Well, the thing is I had a correct diagnosis in 1968. And I had to wait until 2007 for treatment, because I had to fight and say, no, this is not anxiety. I know what this is, my entire life. And then I moved to this place 5 years ago, and they're like, no, you don't have epilepsy. And I'm like, oh, you don't want to play this game with me. And I will win. It took me some time, but this was the ultimate fuck you. And this doctor that I have now, who hates the director, is like, I really know that I'm going to enjoy working with you. And I said, yeah, I think we're on the same page now. So we're good. Yeah, we're good. Get that guy out of there, But yeah, that's why. And it's like, plus I'm stoned AF. Because I've been seizing. I know it's coming. And I'm looking at that weekend in the hospital just to get my sleep cycle fixed. This sucks, but okay, if we have to do it. I'm like, yeah, now we know what we have to do. So that makes me happy, but I am stoned as fuck.
Somebody asked about cluster seizures, and I'm sorry, I forgot who, but I experienced a cluster seizure. I probably experienced more than one, but my first one lasted a total of 6 to 8 hours. And what it just, I'm not sure how to describe the difference, other than I didn't go into status epilepticus, but it was just straight up like micro seizures after micro seizures after micro seizures. I couldn't stop convulsing or anything. And what made it different for me was that I was actually conscious and aware of it. Whereas every single one of my other seizures, I was never conscious and aware of.
So those cluster seizures, you always categorize yours as just more than one in a certain amount of time, or do you always have clusters in?
Yeah, you're going to have more than one in a certain amount of time.
Yeah, that's kind of how I would it. I mean, is that kind of what you use as the standard of when to go for the nasal M, or whatever your rescue is?
Yeah, I will tell if I'm aware. Yeah, I'll tell them like spray, like once it gets past that 3-minute mode, like hurry up and spray that in my nose. I don't care if I hate it, but spray it.
Yeah, cluster seizures that's another thing that's different for everybody too. I noticed that clusters happen less. I don't know if it's because of the RNS or just with age or whatever, but when I do have breakthroughs, sometimes they still get longer. But it's not always the tonic-clonics that are longer, sometimes just the focals. But who knows? Maybe those focals would be turning into a tonic if it wasn't for the RNS. That's why I'm so desperate to get a hold of my own data.
But yeah, you feel everything. You feel it. Like, and I saw my family's face too. And I just felt bad for them. I'm sorry if I said that too loud. Well, I felt bad for them. Like I was like horrified myself because I didn't know and I couldn't control anything going on. But you feel everything, like all the, I want to say, currents through your body and everything. It's like, no, it's really like, for me, it was really traumatizing, period.
Yeah, definitely. And you want to hope that's when you want to make sure that everybody around you is on the same page and knows when to go for the rescue.
Court?
Great news, everyone. Melissa, you'll feel great. I forgot what I needed. I forgot what I was going to talk about. So let me lower that hand.
Anytime it comes back, just put it in the chat, and that can be an easy reference point.
Or raise your hand again, and it'll just remind me that you were looking for something.
What's up, Jeff?
I have a question. How do you guys all keep up with the conversation in the chat? I can't possibly chat while I'm listening and watching.
ADHD. Sorry I interrupted you. ADHD.
I'm gonna call it practice.
Is it? Well, I'm too old to practice.
Exactly, and that's why there's no shame in that. I tried to change.
I can't do it. I look at
Can't either.
No worries, no worries. I'm feeling old myself because I tried to change the format of a picture today and Paint. You know, there was a program called Paint on computers back in the day, and now it's gone.
I remember since
And that used to be the easiest way to convert a
82.
format for me, and now it's just gone.
Yeah, I feel you because I'm trying to keep up in the chat while on a cell phone.
Yeah, that's what I am, and I can't possibly do it.
Yeah, like that's what I'm on the cell phone right now. Well, I'm on my iPhone, so I guess iPhone's probably a cell phone. So,
yeah.
Welcome back. Glad to see
Hey,
you.
Jason, long time no see. Wait, I think I've seen you last week.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
you
remember.
were on until we fell asleep. You were asleep.
Yeah.
You were asleep when we ended.
He was nodding off.
We were talking about how you just turned over, and he was like, "Nope, he's still asleep. He just turned over." Yeah.
Spooky, you were also asleep. You didn't realize it.
Me?
Yeah, I see you just kind of like the zombie stare.
Anyhow.
You better not edit that part out.
I'm not.
Oh.
Anyhow, we'll go to I don't know what's real and what isn't. And I'm in a constant state of derealization. I just turned 19 years old, and I have thoughts about this recently and thinking about life and all unanswered questions about everything. So I will try to explain to you in my words. Hopefully, this will make some sense. I started having these thoughts, all these thoughts and stuff after I had my first epileptic seizure. I was pretty dramatic. While I was having the seizure, I fell and knocked myself out. My girlfriend told me this, and I feel like I was sort of dead, like I had no existence or consciousness, like before you were born, type of thing. Not like in a dream where you don't remember anything, not like that. This was different. When I woke up, it was like waking up to life for the first time again, like I was reincarnated, but with all of my memories and my mind. I'm trying my hardest to explain, but it's hard and I can't really describe it because I don't know how. After all this, over 1 year later, still question my existence and everything all the time. And I am constant state of derealization. I don't know what to do. Do you think this is real or not? I say a therapist would help. No offense, just sometimes therapy helps people. When you're that young, that's very helpful, actually. I feel like when you're that young, 19, therapy helps because I mean, you're in that phase of nobody can tell me nothing. At least that's where I was at when I was a teen. And I was like, nope, I know my epilepsy. You don't know it. Walk away.
And I think also that age, since legally you're legal, but you are not an adult at 19. You are not one and close. So getting a head start on your bullshit is a big help. However, they don't have that problem. They have, it sounds like they need help, just a little bit more help of grounding, because being diagnosed with epilepsy is heavy. It's very heavy. It blindsides you. You're like, is this thought me or is it that epileptic thing happening? So hopefully they'll actually find support and be okay with support, because I think that's a big thing, because I'm kind of like an issue with not wanting support because I don't want to have dependency on something. And that was my biggest issue at 19. Like Pookie, you said, you can't tell me anything, and I don't want to need anything, was the layer of mine. So yeah.
What's up, Van?
Yeah, it's that therapy thing. I didn't realize until after, going through some really tough therapy with a trauma therapist that what I really did experience after my diagnosis was grief. And it was a level of grief that, we experience when we're given serious medical diagnoses, because our life is so drastically changed. And because I couldn't identify it, I couldn't deal with it. And this is one of the things that I really love to share, because I was one of those, I'm like, no, I don't want the stigma of therapy. I don't want to have to do that. But oh my goodness, I'm so glad I did. I am so glad I did that. But yeah, the grief and the fear of the unknown. But I think I responded to that post because what that person describes is pretty typical of PTSD, when it's like I'm still in my life, but it's completely different. And yeah.
Yeah, back to when the thing where court said that's the age when you think you're an adult, but you're not. Yeah, so that was the phase I was in. Once I was 19, I'm like, oh, I don't have to listen to anybody no more. I'm of age. Yeah, and that could also hurt you in the long run, because you start to think, I know everything. I'm an adult now. I don't have to listen to this person anymore. I can do this, and this. And things got a little bad, worse for me than I was when I was having 2 seizures in high school. After high school, like you said, I thought I was grown. I was out and about. I don't have to come back at this time. I was doing that. So yeah, that's the age that would suck, to feel like you know the world and you want to avoid people and you don't have to do this. My seizures got bad after high school. So a therapist is a good idea, I say.
Yeah, especially since your brain is not physically developed. You don't finish, so you don't even know what your effective treatment is going to be until at least your mid-20s, because there's going to be changes in anybody's epilepsy, situation, especially if they get the diagnosis before your brain's developed. That's across the board. Go ahead, Angel.
I would say, along with therapy, come here to the universe, because you're going to meet people who's been through it, and we can help you through it. It'll be easier time. I don't know if it was that post I responded to, but I know there was one I responded to, and I just realized I've been dealing with epilepsy for 28 years. Not as long as Tom, but yeah.
Any therapist would approve of our group.
Yeah, this is therapy here too, just not officially licensed medical, but yeah, this is more therapy than I got than any other therapist.
And I just want to say, Pookie, thank you so much for creating this. Like, this is so helpful. Even your group, well, you subreddit, but you see I'm being a little shit starter. I don't care about being banned. So if this gets out on YouTube, but yeah. So, not your group, by the way. I'm talking about the other group I was kind of talking shit about in the comments. However, yeah, thank you guys. I think you guys are really, really helpful because I feel like in Texas there's not much like at all. I was trying to make sure that I was finding support, and it was only 2 of us showing up in the link. And then the other guy was barely able to come on, and then the people who were hosting it was barely able to be on. Like, they didn't want to really go forth because there wasn't enough. But if we're all here, are you guys having issues as well as far as closest to you about connecting with epileptics or talking to them? Like, what is your experience?
Lately it's been, oh, that's all you're gonna do all day is do that podcast? And then when you get tired of saying that, it's like, let me check it out and see what he's doing. Oh, okay, that's what he's doing. I'll let him be. So yeah, that's me lately.
That's the cutest guard dog. I'm totally distracted by that little whippet.
Me
What
too.
you got, Em?
Kit Chad.
I don't know, but I'm sorry. This is gonna be obscene. He's kind of stinky.
Yeah, do what you gotta do.
You call that obscene? Bye, Em.
I saw somebody in the comments on Epilepsy Universe, and I don't want to call them out, obviously, but they were describing some symptoms that are like super common. Actually, got me my diagnosis at the EMU, and I wanted to just tell them, like, get on the Zoom because you're gonna see that this is so common. Yeah, that's all.
Yeah, that's another thing that's helpful. To know what to say to your doctor. If you go in there sounding just a little bit more educated, there's a better chance that they'll take you seriously.
Right.
If you know to expect more than just, some CBC blood work, then, they'll be happy to, or maybe not happy, but impressed if you know what an MRI is.
Yeah,
And this
like
is the
Ann
kind of
said,
place
you go
that
in there and not have the attitude and the paperwork to show everybody that you're right. Bring the evidence and have level-headed, basically what Ann said. It's a good way to get your point across sometimes.
What's level-headed? I think I just bullied my neurologist into sending me to a different one.
But if you get, when you're on these Medicare Advantage HMOs, that is what you, or PPOs, that this is what you have to do, because you can be level-headed, but you got to know how to get shit done while letting them know that nice little subtext of don't fuck with me. So that's why you have your priorities. You write it down if you have to, keep it on the phone if you have to, have that in front of you to make sure that even if they try to steer you away from what you're trying to say with, some
have
medical
an
jargon.
outline of what you want to talk about.
Right. And just don't let them, don't let them deviate from the goal.
Yeah, to steer you away from. That's pretty much what they want to do, isn't it?
Yeah. Well,
Try
that's what
this
they
new
were
medication
doing.
so they'll get some kind of commission.
Right.
Or whatever their agenda, and that doesn't matter to me anymore. I'm not there for them. They're there for me.
Right.
They are there for us.
Right.
So, it's like whenever a doctor now looking at how things went, it's like whenever somebody is like kind of, how they step back and they get kind of that haughty offended, like, how do you think you know that?
Don't they have...
You got to sometimes bring them back down to earth and say,
Isn't there
look,
a doctor's creed or something that talks about they're
they
supposed to be
used
looking
to.
after the patient instead of
Yeah,
Yes,
they want to know what a Hippocratic oath is, but
Hippocratic oth? Thank you so much.
right, the Hippocratic oath, but here's the glitch.
Hypocritical oath.
They don't know, it's Hippocrates. Hippocrates was the first medical doctor, and his ethics still stand. That oath should be taken. It's no longer required as part of your medical license, which pisses me off. But anyway, you know me, that oath does include being an advocate for your patient, even to the point of adversity and controversy. And that is one of the most important parts of the Hippocratic Oath. But, and sometimes it's like, well, I understand you don't take that oath anymore. But to practice medicine, you still need to believe in it. You know what I mean? But, when they get that, attitude, it's like, no, wait, I hired you. My insurance pays you to work for me. And I've heard people say, oh, well, my neurologist fired me. You weren't working for them. They were working for you. You fired them. And sometimes you have to remind them of that. It's like, you're replaceable. So, but yeah, I had to be in there with a set of goals, and they had to be clear cut and ready for the controversy, as far as what they could push back with, because I had to be ready for that, but that's what it was, it was the clear cut goals and the evidence. It's like your own EEG that you're using to qualify this erroneous diagnosis. I had 2 catastrophic seizures in that same EEG. So, and that's why I didn't want to do it, and it's like, wait a minute. And because he's a new doctor in my case, he stepped back and he looked and he's like, you're right. This is messed up. So, but it was making it easier for the doctor to see that error without me being angry at that person, who that doctor is, if that makes sense to you. Because he didn't do anything wrong to me. And that's what I was doing wrong. I was just angry at everybody before I even let them help me. And, I had to step back from that and say, okay, this doctor didn't do anything bad to me. So he might be the one that can help me fix this. And I think it turned out that way because I went in with that mindset that I was going to allow that space for that positive energy to come in, however you want to look at it, and say, he can't help me unless I let him. And I wasn't letting anybody help me. I was just angry at everyone, saying, this is wrong. So changing that attitude is what changed it. But yeah.
There you go. And that's the best plan that any of us can follow. Don't use a medication as an excuse. Don't use anything as an excuse if you can clearly see what the issue is. If you're not getting help, is it because you're not letting them help you? That's a good question that I think a lot of people on or in the universe and on these seizure posts might like to hear or need to hear.
Yeah, I've seen some Satan neurologists before. But anyhow, I got something here. It says, does this sound like a seizure? We were traveling in a red-eye flight. Around 3 hours into the flight, he was watching a movie with some scary sounds, and he got scared with a scene, and he stopped watching the movie. Then later, he told me there's something wrong with my lip. He kept looking at me for a few seconds. He responded back to me, what? When I asked him what was going on, then he tried to told me. I can't talk, but I could not understand what he was saying. Like he said, trouble forming words. Then he punched himself in the chest and he told me I'm okay. Then he told me this happened to him before at school. He was able to sleep the rest of the flight. If I recall back when this happened, I did not see anything happening with his lips. I did not see shaking or twisting, but he was clearly feeling something. When we arrived, I heard he called his brother and makes a strange sound. His brother was laughing at him. Then I called him to get his attention, and he turned to me, and he had the same look, like what happened in the airplane. And he responded back with saying, "What?" And he started doing a says raping sound. I'll say rapping sound.
I say rapping.
Yeah, he started doing a sound and drooling a good amount of saliva. Then he had trouble speaking again. Once he was okay, I asked him some questions. He told me that this has not happened to him at school. It happened to another kid. But he can't give me more details. He told me it was in the right side of his lips only, and that it was hard for him to move his arms. I asked his brother what happened. That was so funny, and they told me that the brother made a cracking sound and he was doing something weird with his teeth, and his lips were shaking a lot on the right side. We did a 72-hour EEG, and it was abnormal, but seizures recorded. He was diagnosed with focal epilepsy. I'm still in denial, wondering if this is just anxiety and exhaustion. I feel like I'm going crazy overthinking this. He is 9 and it has not happened again, but we started medication based on doctor's recommendations on what he saw on the EEG and events. Does this sound like a seizure? I say, yeah. I mean, I
Sounds like
can't
they already
exactly
got
remember.
their proof on the EEG.
I
Yeah,
can't
if they
compare
got the
mine to
proof, I
his
mean,
because I don't exactly remember, but that sounds like a seizure if I had to think about it. Because there was a video also posted where some guy, like, his lip was shaking and the side of his face was shaking. So that's what makes me think that what she's asking about is a seizure.
Yeah, I guess sometimes people just want to know what it looks like and they think the seizure chat is the right place for us to describe it to them, but just another hint at what people don't realize. When you're gone, when you're in it, you don't know what you look like.
Right.
Yeah. So when I get a tiny one, guys probably can't see, but the right side of my face gets really red. So a lot of times you can't tell, and it sounds like they got an EEG. I assume it was abnormal. You want to like know what happened, especially if it's your kid, but your kid probably can't explain it that well. It sounds like he actually explained it pretty well for however old he is. So yeah, just keep him describing it. It's probably the only way you're gonna understand.
And
And
get a name
recording
cam.
as soon as they can. There you go.
Yeah. Nanny cam. It works. It's been proven. Anyhow, I'll move forward. It says aura without a seizure. I have focal seizures, mesial-temporal lobe sclerosis, and non-epileptic spells. I randomly feel euphoric, distracted, numb in my mouth and hands, and like I'm floating, disconnected. It seems like it can last a while, but nothing follows. Is this an experience for anyone else? Thanks. I haven't been able to explain what my auras have been like. Someone explain auras, and have you had an aura without a seizure? I think the question is. Go ahead,
The
Em.
euphoria, yeah, I think that's actually part of it, but I don't know if I don't know if you guys can differentiate between an aura and actually when it's happening, but yeah, the euphoria definitely that's part of it.
I will say the first year I was seizure free is that I did have the focal, not the aware seizures, and I would have auras. I had only like quite like a little bit. I think I only had 4 out of the 10 months. To me, it just felt like I was gonna tip over and fall. But then when that didn't happen, I felt like a fast relief. So that's the closest thing I can think can feel like a aura. And the only reason why I know for sure it was an aura is because I felt that for 2 years before I got diagnosed. Because I told my neurologist, I was like, hey, I have this feeling. It kind of felt like deja vu, but it felt more like almost like a panic attack. You think that got something to do with it? And she was like, yeah, those are actually seizures. And I was like, what? And sometimes I try not to beat myself up about it because something told me I probably should have went to the doctor. But also I was in the middle of getting my MBA. So
Don't beat yourself up, Courtney, because you don't know.
that's
You
one thing I am
don't
working
beat
on.
yourself up, hon.
I'm trying to work on that because there's some things I'm like, damn it, if I got to it sooner, but I can't do that with everything, right? I have to constantly remind myself that.
It takes a bit it takes a bit because you're going to have to come in through like a denial phase, and then it's like, I think Kate said it earlier, you're going to have to learn how to accept it. And for those of us, which I don't know how many of us are, who were diagnosed as children or teens, I should say, I think the path is different than those of us who were diagnosed later in life, because it's a different way. Like, it's a complete upheaval in life for those diagnosed later in life, whereas those diagnosed as teens pretty much had to adjust through it while they're going through it, you know.
I was gonna say, for the focal seizures court, I've been taking B12 by Nature's Made. They've been working, like for real, like working. Like, I have not had a focal in a while now.
Wait, focal, which ones? Like just the focal or the focal impaired awareness ones?
I haven't had either because my focal unawares, I pretty much wander off.
What?
And my focal awares, I pretty much just like staring at stuff, and then there's people talking to me, and I can't really make out what they're saying, and I can't really pay attention to what they're saying because I'm usually stuck attention on something else, and I can't wonder why, and I can't wonder why I can't hear what they're saying. It's like being in a stadium when everyone's talking, you can't tell what no one's saying. That's how it's like.
Oh,
And it's
wow.
like in a stadium, you're paying attention to the game. It's so interesting. You can't take your eyes off the game. Somebody could be saying your name next to you, but for some reason, that's what my focal awares are like. It's where I'm fully there. And if I'm staring at you when it starts, I'm staring at you the whole time. But if I'm
Okay.
staring at something else, like the chair across my room, and you start talking on my right, that chair has my attention until this is over with.
Wow. I will say, I am taking the B complex vitamin, but I didn't know B12 was something to consider. But also recently I found out taurine is one. And then last time I was seizure free, I was also taking NAC. So that's something to consider too. I don't know if you all heard of NAC. Yes, we've heard of it, right? No, okay, you're supposed to say.
Yeah, I haven't heard of it. So
I'm still looking up taurine.
yeah, I've heard of taurine.
Oh, okay, it's
Haven't
an amino
taken
acid.
it, but I thought they put that in like Red Bull and Monster. What's that about? Talk to me
Not
about that.
killing yourself by drinking Red Bull and Monster just to get that one amino acid.
No, that's because it helps with brain processing, like your thoughts. It kind of like it's found in like taurine. I know eggs is one, I think beef. So heavy taurine levels, just amino acids in our brain. We know how that goes. But yeah, taurine is one that's really help with like enriching thoughts. So I'm trying to get better about taking that. And that's another thing. I have an issue with taking my supplements consistently because I'm working on this in therapy, y'all, but I need to express it because I know y'all will help me hold myself accountable. Is I don't want to take anything because I don't want to be dependent on anything. So
I didn't I didn't want to be dependent on it either. But then they're gummies, so they taste good, and then they've been working. So
half the problem.
it just kind of works out like that. It's like they're good and it's working. So
Yes. Okay. Well,
maybe you could tackle that by not going 100%. You know, don't hold yourself accountable for taking every recommended supplement and dose on time, and that feels overwhelming. What I did was compromise by sacrificing, you know, maybe that one multivitamin, but don't skimp on the AEDs and that other one, that Carbitrol or whatever that one's called.
yeah,
Benzos.
my issue is even the folic acid given. Like I feel like I'm obligated to the medicine, but I also think that there needs to be a certain level of obligation for additional care. And of course, when we were talking about that whole trauma thing, I couldn't depend on anyone beyond myself when I was younger, right? Like, so I wanted to have a strict limit on what I could do to take care of myself. So that's like the part of the issue, right? So I take a B complex for sure, but I'm gonna look into more B vitamins just a little bit. Omega-3s, and I use cod liver oil and iron and vitamin D and some probiotics I try to take consistently.
the thing is about all those, I don't really like taking pills. So that's why the gummies have worked, because they're different. And I've seen some of these different vitamins and stuff, they have gummies. I suggest trying the gummies because I don't like taking a lot of pills. And like I said, these are fruity and you also like the taste. And then if they're doing something and they taste good, that always helps for me.
Yeah, the gummies, not so much. It's not that I don't like taking it. I just don't want to have to.
I mean,
And
you could rationalize it by convincing yourself that you spent money on this. If you made sure, if you took the step to fit it in the budget and spent your money on it, don't let it go to waste.
hey, that is a great and terrible idea at the same time. Thank you.
And keep your records. I mean, if anything, by the time you get to the end of that 30 days, you tried it, you can have your own data to prove whether or not it was worth it. And that can be, you know, where you decide what your next step is.
That is really helpful because I'm like reestablishing what the motive is. That's actually a really good idea because I'm struggling because I don't want to be like, oh, this again. What if it doesn't work? Actually, it didn't work because at one time I took it one time. How do I know it works? Like, y'all know I know better.
And if
Also,
it was a decade ago, that's what got me back on the Keppra.
Right. So I'm trying, y'all. Also, Pookie, what's your shirt?
Keppra.
It's an older guy. I don't exactly know what he's like dabbing, I guess.
I thought so. How you didn't know that before putting it on?
Because that's another one of his signatures. You'll see plenty of other meetings on the recordings.
Yeah. So, moving towards, I forgot what you said for it, and I had something to say about it.
Vitamin something.
It's on the edge of my tongue. Oh, I might have already said it then if it was about the vitamins. Yeah, I got something else here though. It says caffeine and seizures. We've been over this, but this is someone else. I am an avid coffee drinker and it has never been a problem. But since switching medications, I cannot, for the life of me, have any caffeine without going full-blown panic attack. It's so frustrating because I love coffee so much. And while, yes, decaf is a thing, a lot of places around me don't have it. Any advice? Advice from the coffee drinkers.
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it.
For a bit. It will keep
I
you
drink
up.
coffee every day, every single day, and it doesn't bother me. But then again, just because it's not a trigger for me doesn't mean it's not a trigger for other people.
Right.
Tom 101.
Coffee drinkers, anybody?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It is definitely a trigger for me. You know, the coffee lovers joke. Decaf is a joke, but I do get too much caffeine. You know, I have to stop and think about that, last cup of coffee that's in the carafe, it's like, yeah, maybe. But yeah, caffeine can be a trigger for me. And I think I responded to that one and somebody took it the wrong way. One of my doctors, one of my favorites, said, well, if you ever want to check and see if you're still having seizures, just sit down and drink a pot of coffee. Just have your rescue nuts.
Well, if you drink a pot of coffee, I mean, anything's fine.
But you know what I mean. Yeah, right. You know what I mean.
Yeah,
And it's like,
I've got a French press. Okay.
Oh yeah.
And my French press makes 2 cups of coffee. Now, before I got a French press, if I had a pot of coffee, I would drink the whole thing. But moderation. And I don't know if that gave me a seizures or not. I don't. But to me, and as you know, girl, moderation is the way of life.
Yep. Oh yeah.
Calm 101.
I'll have that extra cup of coffee if I know I'm feeling okay and I got people around, because it doesn't always, but I don't know. Sometimes it'll get me the next day. You know what I mean? Because I can't sleep. Like Angel said, I won't be able to sleep, and then it doesn't hit me for the next day. But yeah, caffeine can be a real trigger, almost a universal trigger. But yeah, too much moderation. Too much moderation is what it is, Tom.
Annie, decaf is a joke, unless you have a bad heart.
No, I can't drink decaf.
You can if you can't drink coffee
I
at all.
said I can't drink decaf.
You'd be surprised how fast you would love that decaf when you can have your coffee.
Well, hey, you know what? That's it right there. You said it right there, Jeff. If I can.
Right.
If I can. I
If
love
your
the
doctor-
taste of coffee.
If your doctor tells you that if you have another cup of coffee, your heart is going to stop, then you
I
go to
pay
decaf.
my doctor to tell me what I want to hear.
Well, you could do that.
And then when the missus gets to see the visit summary, this whole time you said French press so many times, and I thought that sounded like some kind of fancy iron or a hairstyle. I would have never known.
Oh, you don't want a French press? It's a.
Oh, now I know. It's a luxury for you coffee aficionados, but I'm glad I never got into it.
Oh, that's something else I say. If you haven't started drinking coffee, don't start. I mean, I have to have at least a cup of coffee every day. Otherwise, it's my heroin.
I like
if I don't have a cup of coffee,
caramel
I will have a serious headache. At night, come 6 o'clock at night, I have a headache from here to here.
Yeah, that sounds like it sucks, Tom.
It's called addiction.
Yeah, I got an addiction. I have a caramel frap every time I pass a Starbucks, so it's kind of an addiction.
Well,
think about that ice and that caffeine every time I see a Starbucks.
I refuse to buy coffee at Costco. I mean, coffee shops anymore. I can't afford it.
I need to go to Costco.
I just want to go to
No, their coffee comes out of a bag.
Hey, congratulations on getting 750. It'll probably be 800 members now on the universe before the end of the night.
Oh, cool.
Oh
yeah.
Great. Em said she's
Started a new
buying
universe.
snacks. I'm buying a nanny cam.
There you go. Treat yourself.
I got something here. It says not eating. Can I go through a day without eating a couple times a week, or is it prohibited while taking Keppra? I don't suggest it ever, but I don't get eating cues. So you guys talk to me about that. Eating cues, anyone?
I don't get the eating cues, but I force myself to eat a breakfast and dinner at least. That way I have something in me. And I try to eat the healthiest as possible. Get the healthy fats in you. Breakfast, a good oatmeal would do, but
Okay.
Yeah,
it's
good old
yeah.
meal will do for
Somebody else
me.
take over.
I don't suggest not eating while taking your pills, 'cause I try to eat something every now and then. But so far, doing this and editing, it's a lot of time. So I've been on a water diet for a while. But what works for me doesn't work for everyone. So yeah.
I used to be able to intermittent fast. That's how I used to really eat before my diagnosis. Now if I get hunger cues, I'm more than likely to have a focal seizure. Like I will have one, like it means I didn't eat enough or I need to eat something as soon as possible. So that's been interesting. That's been within the last couple months. And one thing for sure, when I was 10 months seizure free again, I wasn't a keto, but I was low carb. I'm not a huge carb person except for rice and potatoes. I had pasta, y'all. I swore up and down I was gonna cook pasta. That stayed in my pantry 2 years without being cooking and expired. And I was like, well, I think we need to have a reality check here. You're not a pasta girly. So, but pho is an exception and Thai food. However, I think for sure I need to prioritize healthy fats. And I know I had a I can't think of the device. And I will have seizures if my blood sugar gets too low. So that was a new discovery as well. So I found out hypoglycemia and too high of a spike fast will cause focal aware seizure. So I have to keep my blood sugar balanced or I'm risking a seizure.
Courtney, I have to go along with you on that. My last seizure at work, I believe that was from low blood sugar. I truly believe that.
Did you feel kind of dizzy and faint? Like you were like, whoa.
I sat down because yes, I was, and then I just melted away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, that's been a huge one. I would be so confused. Why? Because I'm like, I'm not eating anything. And then I was like, yeah, that's the problem. You're not eating anything.
Yes, and I hadn't eaten that much. Yeah.
So now I just eat high fat, healthy fats. I wouldn't say I'm keto, of course. I don't ever want to be keto. I'm just low carb, high fat, and that's been kind of really easy to control. And I'm gluten free, so that helps. So
See you later, Jeff.
bye, Jeff.
All right.
Bye,
Right.
Jeff.
Right.
Night.
Being gluten free solves half the problem for me when it comes to carbs. So I can't even eat wheat.
So does gluten free? Because I mean, it sounds like with the hypoglycemia and the epilepsy, it's all about being consistent. It's like staying at a level. So does the gluten free help maintain that, or what does the gluten free really do for you?
Gluten free helps me not break out in a rash and not.
Oh, so you actually have an allergy?
I have a gluten free allergy. Yes.
Oh, okay.
How it works in your body. Sorry, Kate, I don't want to go down this path. Is that high protein and high fat will break down into, I can't think of the name, but it's kind of like a synthetic version of glycogen for your brain. So that's what helps with the stability. It's just not, glycogen is fast and boom up there. Your brain only gives I don't want to curse. It doesn't care about itself. So you said what, Pookie?
No, it's a clusterfest.
So yes, that's one thing I will say is that it's helpful. So I'm trying to be low carb, high healthy fats. Also, anybody eat sardines?
No.
It's been a while.
Yeah, I think it was a dare once back in the day.
Been about at least 27
I'm
years.
already getting nauseous.
I'll take salmon.
Come on, you
I'll
give out the
take
samples at
salmon and
Costco. You guys
sushi.
must try to make it gourmet sometimes.
Sweetie, let me tell you something.
I'll make salmon and sushi and like
Well,
tuna.
hey, you know what I did yesterday? Was salmon skin.
And the
Salmon
fatty
skin.
fishes.
I'm like, no. Excuse me?
And you were supposed to try to sell that.
And so everybody says, well, what's it taste like? Well, this is why it's a sample. And I said, I'm an honest salesman. And they said, well,
And
if
that's
you're
why
an
you don't
honest
get
salesman,
commission.
how's it taste? That's why I'm an honest salesman, because I don't taste it. If I taste it, then I'm going to have to lie to you. So, nope, I didn't
Come
even taste
on
it.
now.
Do
Think
you
like a
not like
salesman. Just throw out there the seasonings and make it sound delicious for those who might like
Hell
that lemon
no.
pepper, buttery flavor,
Oh,
whatever.
it was flavored with chili, red chili.
Do you not
Okay.
like seafood, Tom? Is it just you don't like fish?
I like halibut, white fish.
I think I've only eaten halibut like one time. That's
Okay, and I live in the Northwest. I mean, I've got fish that swim up the river right behind me.
you catch it and eat it.
Nope.
Okay, you answered that question then.
Real quick. Homie, don't play that.
Okay, so look, sardines, y'all. Even a really good neurologist recommend them. So that's all I'm gonna say. Sardines are really good for you, especially the ones with the bone and skin and steel, because our medicine robs us of our minerals. Consider
Okay.
that.
So the only risk of, like with tuna, oil versus water, any better than worse with the sardines?
It's better than tuna, since tuna consume other fish, sardines don't. The mercury levels, I
I
don't
mean,
know.
are all the sardines like canned the same, or is there like a brand or a specific kind? Like I heard you say
Uh,
bone in.
I eat the ones that come from the health food store. Wild Pacific is
Okay.
one, Fish Wife is another. Just the ones at Whole Foods. Costco has a brand, and it's Wild Pacific still that I eat. I
Oh,
like
okay. So
the
it's not all the little cans that I'm thinking about.
like the
Yeah, the
little
little cans with the roll top.
Right. That's
those are
exactly what
still
came to
no,
mind.
that is still the same thing. They are tinned. You're gonna get
What do
out
they
Okay.
taste
Why do
like?
they have
They
them in
Is it like
tin cans?
tuna?
It tastes like tuna. Tuna's kind of bland to me. It just tastes like a fishy fish. I don't know how to describe sardines because I kind of grew up with them. I like it with hot
Is
sauce,
it?
with some sharp cheddar cheese. Give me some
Oh.
crackers. I'm good to go.
I
Or
like peanut butter and crackers.
see, we got a deal. I like that too.
They have like bones in them, and you like eat the bones, and it's like crunchy. Like, what is going
Oh, they're
on?
not country. You're not. They're soft. They break down, comfortable too. I don't know what I can compare it to.
They don't get
It's
stuck
not
in your
even
teeth.
gritty. It's not even gritty. It's just like all a part of it. Just try it once.
Do
It's
you
really
like in the can? Do you see their eyeballs? Is it like a little
no,
baby
no. Their
fish?
heads are
Like,
gone. No, their heads
I
are.
don't know. I've never had a
I'm not
sardine.
offended by any means. You're not dealing with the intel. You're not dealing with the head. You're dealing with the actual torso. If that's what fish have is a torso, I don't know. But you eat that, and the bones and the ribs are in there. They're really soft. I'm trying to compare it to what. Okay, maybe comparable to like. Have you ever accidentally ate your supplement and it wasn't closed all the way, and then it dissolved on your tongue? Like the powder of a supplement.
Yeah, those always
Powder of
taste
what?
disgusting. So maybe not the best
It doesn't
comparison.
taste it. It
And
doesn't
how it
taste like that.
disintegrates.
It's the texture. I
Right.
don't know. I'm very bad at this because I don't care. I'm partying with them. I'm slicing onions with it. If you want to try to ease yourself into it, I make a dill dip.
Hey,
When
Pookie, make note.
Dill
That's the
dip?
title of this episode is Partying with Sardines.
Mm.
do you like yogurt?
Yep.
Okay, that's a start. Do you like dill?
Yeah.
What?
Dill, the herb dill.
Not into herbs. I haven't heard of it,
I'm
but I can
sorry.
try it, I guess.
Y'all are too stuck up for me tonight.
I missed the decaf conversation.
Oh, that was Jeff and I.
That's healthy fats. That's your minerals.
Omegas.
So I make a dill dip with it and eat it with cucumbers. So Greek yogurt, like make it like you make tuna and put it on a cracker and see how it goes. Is that easier?
So like you would
Yeah,
put
that's
the
what I'm seeing as the
sardine on
recipes.
top of the cucumber, and then like the
No,
dill
I
dip
Mix
on
it up.
top.
You still have to buy them though.
Maybe add some celery, to
how
get
about you
creative
give
with
us
it.
your Costco
Just
discount and help us
buying-
introduce the people to them?
Honey, you got it. You got me. All right.
Introduce us to it. Like I'm gonna pretend like I never had it if I could get that discount. Okay, listen, you get the Greek yogurt, high protein. Okay,
I don't do yogurt either.
Oh my Tom!
I do not. I don't. You do yogurt
Okay,
unless it's that frozen yogurt, like ice cream. Yogurt. Well, I've got a story behind that. When I was a kid, I drank a mouthful of bad milk. Oh God.
This is trauma for you.
No, I can't.
You had the
I
worst
can't.
kind of yogurt.
Oh man. Oh.
Yeah, so this is trauma for you.
We can work it, right, Kate?
Childhood trauma.
Man, that was wrong.
You're gonna have to eat some yogurt and do some butterfly taps because we need you to help.
Honey, that doesn't fly with me. No.
No, if my family ever gets this homestead thing going, we're gonna make some like homemade milk and yogurt and all the dairy products and get you.
Oh,
like you're gonna have a panic attack.
Oh,
they won't even let me. I mean, they won't.
All right. We'll start with the gelato.
Yogurt. I mean, dairy products at Costco because I got sick at Costco.
Just from like the odor of mayonnaise or something?
No, the odor of yogurt.
Okay.
And so my boss, Chris, said, Tom, all right, because we're not allowed to pick and choose what we do. We go in and say, okay, this is what you're going to do today. And it's like, hey, I get paid to follow direction, right? That's what I get a paycheck for. But she saw me honestly get ill. So she's allowing me not to do dairy.
Done deal. So does M get hungry? I'm going with all the people who look like they're not overweight. I want answers from all of you.
Back to, I'm gonna go chain smoke, guys. What are you guys doing?
I forgot what I was gonna say.
Sorry, I did interrupt you. My bad.
Court and Tom go at it. I'm trying to stop laughing.
Well, I was thinking those are Costco.
I'm sorry. I couldn't help it.
I'm forgiving
you open the door.
No apologies. We got to change the subject so you can cool off now.
Wait, does anybody else have a yucky food story?
I'm good. I'm good.
I'm Hispanic. We eat pulpo, which is octopus. So
no. I had Vietnamese food one time. We got invited to a Vietnamese restaurant one day after church. And I got this bowl of, I don't know what it was, but there was an eyeball looking up at me. I don't know what it was, but I've never been in a Vietnamese restaurant since.
So, wow.
That was just absolutely wrong. You do not eat things that look back at you. I'm sorry.
I've heard that before. But I got something for court. Sorry, Tom, when we were talking about yogurt, you weren't talking about putting the yogurt and the sardines together, were you?
Yes, you make it like tuna. You eat tuna. Hold on, y'all don't eat tuna salad, but y'all are like, ooh, sardines.
I don't do really.
Out of sight, out of mind is how you can rationalize that. Food. You know how much of what you eat every day once had a beating heart and eyes and a brain. But if you
see it, I could give a rat's.
Exactly. At least you can recognize it for what's up.
Right. Like you said, you don't see it, you don't give a rat's. That makes me think back to when I went to Thanksgiving at my stepdad's family, his grandmother. Days before that, I was there and I was gonna pour some cereal. Well, I did pour cereal, and the milk came out chunky. So I explained to them that this milk is old, and I just threw it in the garbage for you guys. They're like, no, don't throw it away. They're like, we can use that for cakes and stuff. Thanksgiving is coming up. So I waited till Thanksgiving, and I seen the cakes. I seen the cakes that they made with this yogurt.
No.
nobody knew. And the cousin that I did explain it to was like, "Oh, they've been doing this for years." So yeah, they saved the old milk for like cakes and pies.
God, oh God.
Nobody ever knew.
But as I said, if I don't know, I don't care. If it tastes good, I'm good. Just don't tell me.
That's fair. I think if anything, if people are like, "Oh, sardines," maybe the Italian crusted sardines will be something interested in you.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at now. They look
I
like
feel
little
like I'm a
chips.
sardine sponsor, whatever. Y'all, this will help our epileptic brains, okay? That's the reason why I'm pushing it on y'all, okay? This
Hey,
is
you know what? If you want me to eat sardines or something, just slide it in, slide it under something where I don't see it or smell it.
That's what
And I'll try. And then hey, but I won't go out of my way to eat something or smell something. And you know what? Before we started this conversation, I never realized how bad my I thought I could eat anything.
Oh man.
After this conversation, I got to rethink this.
Stressed.
I can't do the yogurt.
Tom is looking
Yogurt and
stressed.
sardines.
Kim is too. Y'all are stressed out.
No, we'll never tell you what's really in hot dogs.
Oh, honey, I like hot dogs.
Yeah.
Okay, no, I got one for you. In back in Pennsylvania, we had this stuff called, and Angel heard of this, Scrapple. Angel, you like Scrapple?
Yeah.
Now,
That is so
Scrapple
good.
is everything that a butcher doesn't want. I mean, they could be scraping it off the floor for all I know. But when I was a kid, we used to eat it with eggs. It was fried scramble. Scrapple.
It's a
And
breakfast
when I
food.
found out what it was, I couldn't eat it anymore. But before that, I loved it. I absolutely loved it. But then when I found out what it was, homie, no.
All of a sudden, you're too good.
It was. It tasted good. Again, if you can slide it in under my nose, put it on my plate, and I don't know about it, I'll try it. But I will not go out of my way to eat something. When I go to a restaurant, I won't look at the menu. Like if I go to a Thai restaurant, I eat red curry, chicken, medium. Any Thai restaurant I go into, I don't even look at the menu. I won't eat any of that other stuff.
Yeah, I gotta try some more Thai food. Sounds interesting. I gotta tell you what I tried that you didn't.
Well, see, you don't know what I did. I just know better.
No better.
Okay, enough about me.
There was another post, somebody I think linked it to Universe a couple days ago, just saying that it hit close to home. And I didn't know if any of us would really have feedback on this one. It's a post that says, "My girlfriend has epilepsy. She refuses to do anything with her life, and I think she's manipulating me." This was a user who actually posted this on a seizure chat. So what do you think they were expecting from patients?
To do anything?
She refuses to do anything with her life. So I think he's talking about a little more than what's probably on his mind. And I think she's manipulating me is how he finished the post.
Okay. I can see how people would think that. Because this shit is rough. But there's also some people who kind of, I'm not gonna say take advantage of their disability, but like use it as, I don't know, like it could make people feel bad when they feel like they got to do everything for you, and you're feeling like, I'm not gonna do this. I have epilepsy. I've heard of those stories where somebody think, oh no, I have epilepsy. I'm not doing that, and
there's those that withdraw, and there's those that accept.
I think multiple things can be true, but that's the thing. It's never That could absolutely be true. They could be doing it, and that absolutely can be false. It could be someone lacking empathy. It could be someone who's trying to get used to their diagnosis. If anything, it should just been a conversation with her.
It's not something anyone can answer that.
Thing.
Right?
To understand and maybe mediate some kind of way. Like this shit is rough. I think
he needs to talk to a psychiatrist himself.
Well, I'm proud to hear Court's mature response to that one, because
good,
I know probably every other female is blood is boiling right now. What's up, Melissa?
Go ahead, Melissa.
My immediate thought was like, is that all he wrote? That was the only? Okay.
Yeah, it was just that one.
What came to my head first was, number one, how old are they? Like, are they young guys? And like, how long have they been together?
There was no context, but that's exactly what the comments are saying. Sounds like a depressed kid.
Because like exactly like you guys are saying, like she might be scared to work. She might not be knowing if she's capable of working. She might feel embarrassed
and
to
the
work.
only way to get beyond that
it
is
could
to
be just
step out of your comfort
embarrassment.
zone.
It doesn't, I don't know. There's so many things that she could be feeling.
Yeah,
like,
not doing anything
Court
with her life
said,
is kind of a blanket statement.
Yeah.
just talk to her. If you're
Maybe
gonna
her
have a
doctor's telling
mature
her to take it easy for
relationship,
a couple weeks while you're on a new medication, and he sees that for more than like 3 or 4 days in a row, and that's not doing anything with your life. So, yeah, there's a lot more
didn't
than
work
there's
for
definitely
12
two sides to the
years.
story.
After I got my diagnosis and I got out of the Air Force, I didn't work for 12 years. And I thought I was kind of being lazy and I didn't like it. I was like, felt guilty to be in a relationship where I wasn't working, my husband was working, and I was just home all the time. So then I was homeschooling. So once my kids went to school, I was like, well, what am I going to do at home? I'm like, I'm just here. My son went to 5th grade. That was the first year he went to public school. So I was like, well, what am I going to do? My kids are both at school. So I was like, well, I'm going to try to work. So I tried to work and then I started having more seizures. And then finally this year, I was like, I can't do this anymore. I come home and I'm exhausted. Like a normal person works a full-time job and then they come home and they do their things. I come home and I lay down and sleep and I can't do anything else. I can't take care of the kids. I can't make sure they're doing their homework, and I feel really guilty and I feel really bad, and I really enjoyed my job. It's just working doesn't work for me, I don't think, right now at this point in my life. So anyways, there could be a lot of stuff going on, and if they're gonna have a mature relationship, he needs to ask her and talk to her about it. He can't just be posting this one sentence question on Reddit.
Exactly.
He needs to decide if he should be in that relationship with her, honestly. It's just not fair. And I don't know. Like I said, there's no anecdotes about like what she did. Like, did she sneeze too hard on you? And it's like, I can't, like, what happened?
Oh my. I'm sorry for being a man, but it could be like, like he doesn't understand what she's going through. And like you said, the feeling bad thing, it could be like, he's doing a little much. I mean, she's doing a little much and he doesn't understand exactly what she's going through. And it could look like the anger, like you said, depends on how long they've been together and all that. It could be maybe she's getting more angry than she used to. Like, we don't know that, but yeah, could be a lot.
And
But
please take over.
Oh, sorry. Just the one thing I want to say is that's the problem. That post was useless. It should have been a conversation. That post, what we will be like, will we be talking about him if he had a story? We can be like, oh well, we can see that. Oh well, actually.
Okay. It could be a woman. We don't know that.
It could be anything. They should have talked to them.
Yeah.
It could have been cat dog. They needed to say what happened.
Okay.
That's my issue. I don't know what happened.
Okay, I said it could be a woman too. So
Yeah, that's why I agree. That's why more so I was leaning towards that. Can y'all converse with the girlfriend or what?
Yeah, still just more context.
I can't hear you, Tom.
What
You're
Pookie,
muted.
I think what you said when I sent you this was everyone's gonna think that their ex wrote that, and I think that sums it up.
Oh, hold up. Maybe that was me. That sounds familiar.
Oh, sorry, Kate, that was you. Okay,
Yeah, I
yeah.
think that was me. Okay, so thanks for the subject. Thanks for the topic. Now we got that out there.
Tom, do you have something? Oh, okay. I just thought I seen your lips moving. But yeah, the no context thing kind of sets the ladies off, I see. So like I said, it could be anything.
I mean, it's the phrasing. Refusing to do anything with your life just must feel, strike a chord with a lot of us, because no matter what decade or point in your life you were diagnosed, you still had plans. You still had skills and abilities and plans or dreams on how to use that. And this probably felt like hitting a brick wall with the epilepsy. So
They're
that refusing to do anything with your life is the part of the post that's most infuriating to me.
And they're allowed to be frustrated. Like, nobody's denying feelings here. We're like, where's the context of this? You can't help how you feel. You can help how you respond. You can take yourself back and take a step and reevaluate things before you act on them. And also before you get really vocal on a subreddit with people you don't know with very little context, no idea of what happened to make you make this post without any form of context.
Yeah,
That's
to jump to conclusion saying I think she's manipulating me says it all right there. It's over. You're not
maybe
gonna
they've
you're not
never
gonna support her and it or enough to move on.
maybe they've never helped someone to this degree before and think it is manipulation. Or maybe that person is manipulative, but what
But
exactly
how fucking evil would you have to be to literally try to manipulate somebody with a chronic health condition that could actually be life threatening at any point in time, and for him or her to actually assume that that's who the girlfriend is and that's the level she's on?
Well, I will say, Kate, don't
Move
underestimate
on.
evil. Don't underestimate evil. That is the only thing I will say.
Yeah, but come on, you got to be able to call out some other characteristics of a spiteful bitch that would go that low.
I mean, there's a 1%, but it's still a percent, right? That's it. That's
Right.
what I'm saying. It's gonna exist regardless. You can't comprehend that, which means good on your part, because
Yeah, but she would have opened a credit card in your name or done something else that not just try to blame it on the epilepsy first.
She could have just farted, and when he was like, she's manipulative. I don't know. I'm trying to pick. I'm creating content.
You are,
because there's nothing. That's my frustration. Oh, I will help. What happened? Like,
Yeah.
get some context, please.
Yeah, that is too open-ended. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm still so proud of
more to
Court
that.
for assuming any positivity in this.
We could go
Because
on
that's
forever with
beautiful.
this.
That's not just naive, that's beautiful. Because there is still some goodness in the world, and you can remind us of that.
Yes, that is true, honestly, because like there's like people that I know that will always like try to like say something about, but like, oh my god, like yeah, I'd be like, oh my god, he has epilepsy. We just stay away from him, and then and then the person would actually like barking and coming through, and, and then like that's when like I get to start to know that people are kind of more like narcissistic in their own ways. Like that's how evil they really are.
We got to look at what we live in too. Everything is self-centered. Everything's fast-paced. Everything is you got to do it now. Everything is you got to explain yourself. That is our society. Do you guys think we would have this much be this emotional if we had this diagnosis under different circumstances from society? And that's one thing I constantly think about. Like, how Melissa was saying she feels so guilty she can't contribute in other ways. Rather, why can't she focus on her safety and health and possibly being better enough? Like, why isn't that the norm? Because I feel the same way, because like a lot of us are achievers. A lot of us in society aren't made to be useful. Society has made us to be useful or useless. You get used or you're useless. That's like the thing to do, rather than just really making sure people are safe, comfortable, and have their needs met. Why is that an issue? Why is it an issue that I want to make sure I'm safe and capable every day? That's
not possible. You can't. How are you going to do that?
Because you can change your expectations of safe.
But that's not making sure. Not making sure that's going to happen. Because hey, it's open ended.
Well, that's the thing, right? We have this forum right now because we have people that can relate to us and have needs to be met because of what we're going through. And that's not such a hard thing to establish, but it is a hard thing to found. Foundationally, if this was more common, this wouldn't be a huge issue like that. The problem is how society sets us up to be a certain way at all times because it benefits society as a whole. And it's not even society, it's just money. So it's what is the pick of the fruit, is how fast you picked it. And is this fruit even ripe? They will pick some shit that's not even done completely and try to sell it to you for double the cost of a ripe one. Like that's what we deal with. We deal with fast pace. If anything, with this diagnosis, and I don't know if you guys can relate as well, and I will shut up in a minute, Pookie, is that we have to learn to slow down. We have to learn to slow down. How many things we have that's calendar related? How many things we have that's time related? Okay. If there was more flexibility in our time and our presence, because hello, we need to learn mindfulness, how different would things be? Really think about that. Okay, I'm done.
Okay, I was gonna say not to go back to the relationship thing, but this shit is rough. To when I look back at like relationships I was in, like I was a rough person to deal with, and this is looking back on things. I didn't feel like that then, but this shit is rough to date someone going through this. Yeah, going through this. We are rough. The rough we can't explain and don't understand because we're not seeing this shit or looking from the other side of the fence. But I also had something else with the relationship if no one else had anything to do next. So.
I mean, one of the very first meetings we were talking about having I think the conversation started on having a doctor with epilepsy, how comfortable, or would that even be a preference? And that evolved into a conversation of, I would rather have a partner or somebody with epilepsy who, I could feel like really is on the same page and truly does understand. And I mean, it seems like that's kind of another segue from this one.
So I got something. It says relationships while having epilepsy. Hi guys, I would like to know how you guys do being on medication for epilepsy while in a relationship. I'm 26 years old and I'm a female. And I've been dating my boyfriend for about 2 years now. I'm on 750 milligrams of Keppra. And after my last seizure back in December, I am taking it twice a day now instead of once a day. I feel like since I've increased my dose, I've become way more angry. I was never this way before this year. I keep getting angry, starting fights with him that leave me storming out of the room all the time. I get so angry that it's overwhelming. My mental health has been declining. My boyfriend doesn't deserve this at all. I really do feel like the problem is Keppra. I plan on getting a neurologist appointment to see if I have options for different medication. Do you guys have any advice on how to deal with these symptoms and not hurt your significant other? I say it's Keppra, so I just point out the biggest problem. Keppra, get it figured out. Anybody else?
I think I commented on that one, and that's primarily what it is. There is the thing called Keppra rage, of course, and the only thing you can do is talk to your neurologist and try and find something that works. If Keppra is working for you, then there's other medications that can be substituted. And I don't know, maybe because this is something I'm thinking of, but I don't know. I haven't done enough research yet. I have to see what other medications that are in the same category, whether or not they've got the same anger side effects.
There's a comment here. Someone said, I've gotten really in touch with my Keppra rage. Whenever I feel my blood boiling and my whole body getting tense with nothing external making me mad, I typically separate myself from others, take some deep breaths, and listen to some chill music until I calm down a bit. I've also found that it's helpful to be open with those around you, so they're away the so they are away of the medication does. This makes it easier to interject before an interaction goes south by just saying something like, I need a second. I'm Keppra raging super hard right now, or something like that. But yeah, it does suck. I'm considering switching meds too. Best of luck. Yeah, with that medication, it works for some people. If it works for you and just causing Keppra rage, I think just find some way to not have Keppra rage, because they haven't explained any seizures since, what does it say, November? So if you're not
What are you
having
thinking,
seizures, I
Jason?
say just personally, if I'm not having seizures, I'll keep taking the medication and try to just work on my anger. And like the other person said, make signs to people that I'm going through a rage right now. Might cuss you out, put my hands on you, but I love you still.
Like I would say that I'm a musician, but like with Keppra, but with the Keppra rage, I mean it gives me back to my relationships that that I should have kept, but I was taking a lot of doses on Keppra. Like the good news is that I'm down to 1,500 now, but when I was taking at least like 1,000 years ago of Keppra, it was of years ago. I was so completely I'll the rage of Keppra is way too much, and I kind of noticed my anger throughout the years where I would pretty much get mad at myself, get mad at myself or get mad at the other person. It made my blood boil so much, and I was trying to switch like I was trying to switch from Keppra, but the doctors here in my town, which I live in with doctors in my town, they want me to stay on Keppra, and honestly, I don't want to be on Keppra anymore.
Me either. I won't go back. Anybody else on Keppra? Oh, Kate.
Yeah, they want me to be taking 4,000 milligrams a day, but I'm choosing on just going for the stockpile and using breastfeeding as an excuse.
Yeah, 4,000 milligrams a day was when they took me off. I was like, no, I don't want to go back.
Yeah, when I was on 3,000 milligram Keppra, I was like that was it. I'm not taking this. I don't want to take it anymore.
I just lost faith in all pharmaceuticals in general. I mean, I can't deny that obviously if I stop taking them, then the bad ones come back, but I'm using my own balance to keep from having too many clusters, but I'm more dependent, I would say, on the RNS, on the implant at this point than the pharmaceuticals because the dependence won't stop. I just feel like it's such a vicious cycle once you know you're medication resistant, and a lot of these medications or all of these medications do have negative long-term side effects, then it doesn't make any sense. It's not logical to me at this point to keep taking the medications when if one of these electrodes picks up on something and that can shut it down, then we'll see long term if that doesn't end up taking out more neurons than one of these medications does on my liver, you know? So we'll see.
I got another comment here. It says, I'm
Court's had
sorry.
her hand up.
Huh?
Court's had her hand up.
I think.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead, Court. I couldn't see the hand up.
Hand up before mine, though.
Anybody?
I don't want to be that girl constantly talking.
Go
Wait,
ahead.
I already took that spot.
Just piggybacking off what Kate's saying is that I think I really do believe this, and you guys can try with me maybe, is that we have to figure out the vagal nerve system ourselves. That is something that in general the medical field has very little knowledge on, even though it controls 1, 2, and 3. God, I hate doing this. 3 things I want y'all to know. There are only 3 places in your body where neurons are found. Do you know where? Did I say this last time? I feel like I did.
I don't remember.
Did I say this last time?
We're the audience you have to repeat these facts to.
Huh?
This is the audience where when you give us medical facts, it need to be repeated.
Okay, so there's 3 places where neurons are found anyway. It's your brain, your heart, and your stomach. When they say if you don't know what to do, hello up here, you follow what? Your brain or your heart. I'm sorry, your heart or your stomach, or your gut, rather. So with that being said, I think there's not enough scope on the vagus nerve system. Like, hello, it's working everything. It controls everything in your body. It's so delicate. It has a lot of influence on each other. Like when we're talking to each other, we're dealing with our vagus nerves. And I just don't think it's focused enough on what can we control. By no means am I saying that medication is not pointless or anything. I just truly believe that things probably work in a group favor. Hello, that's what our body does. So along with medication, I think there needs to be more focus on VNS. Like, what exactly can we do to help assist and minimize and control and reduce along with medicine? Do you guys feel honestly like that's what's happening? Like, am I the only one kind of like, well, I'm really thinking into this. Like, how do you guys feel about that? Because like I said, I just truly feel that there could be more moves towards really just focus on a vagus nervous system. Like the nerve is just so crazy to think about how much it runs our body. And our brain, of course, is pretty much a foreign spot for us. And then laser ablation as well. So I don't know. I don't know. That's why I'm asking y'all opinion, because I am trying to get out of my mood where I feel like I'm not sure if it's the epilepsy that's draining me or if I'm burnt out or if I'm going to a point that I don't care, because I am like, come on, Court, wake up for an hour and focus strictly on epilepsy minimization. Like, can you just please do yoga for 5 minutes maybe? Can you please just do something that's reading and helping you feel better about yourself? Can you spend minutes writing to where you think you can do something? Can you just spend a few time checking over that checklist to make sure as soon as you waking up, you're setting yourself up for success for the day, for health for the day? And then this one thing I am telling myself almost every day is careless, carefree, and careful. Like before this, I think I just got away with being careless. Now that I have to be careful, would they at least allow me to become more carefree? So that's been a thing circling in my head, because epilepsy sucks. It's so bad. Like people think, what's the worst thing that happened to you? I probably would have said when I tripped in the airport and slid towards my uncle and they caught on camera and laughed. But no, I definitely think it is epilepsy now, because it's, oh my God, epilepsy sucks, y'all. And like, if I could go walk through and hug everybody right now, I would. But yeah, that's my rant.
And it makes perfect sense. Tom, you had your hand up?
You're muted still. You're still muted, Tom. Tom, can you hear?
Tom.
Sorry about that. Courtney, I think you're 100% on ball. Okay, I mean, people like,
as long as he keeps calling you Courtney, by the way. What is your name? Okay, all right, just checking.
It's Courtney. What do you? Okay, you get. I thought Courtney was too big to put on screen, but is it Court? I'll just go. That's what it says, Court. Okay.
She said it's Courtney.
Okay, so anyway, I personally have been through the gamut as far as medications go. I've had brain surgery, and I've got a VNS. a lot of people don't go to the VNS because I don't know why, but I think that we need to go beyond just medication. I don't know. I don't care if it's um uh home remedies or what. I mean, I don't think medication's doing it. I mean, are we? How many people do you know that are epileptic that have been cured through medication? I don't know of any. They don't know. They don't know what causes it. They don't know how to stop it. And from what I understand, they don't think it's going to be done.
Jesus cured one boy.
I think if there's another way that you have, you want to try. And the vagus nerve, as you said, goes to every organ in your body, major organ in your body. And I think that when they went to the VNS, that was, I think that was one of their last choices. But I think the VNS is a great idea. And the vagus nerve is like, it goes everywhere.
That's what I'm saying. It's just that it's only your neurons, the thing that runs that, that's what's messing up. It's too excited up there in your brain, is in 3 spots that are heavily influencing your health every day. Like all your organs for sure, but if one of those are out of whack, ASAP, you die, right? Am I wrong? Like if one of those you're done. So with those 3 organs, the brain, the heart, and the gut are the only places where neurons, where are they really being examined and evaluated for more information and more care and more control outside of our brain? So that's why I say can anyone too talk about this if you've had brain surgery or the laser ablation? Because that's something I was looking into. And that sounds kind of sketch to me, and even open brain surgery. Like what else have anyone else have tried anything outside of medicine is what I'm asking.
Oh, we can come back to that. Jason's had his hand up for a minute.
Sorry, Jason.
No, you're good.
Yeah. So like what we're talking about, what were we talking about?
Before this, it was medication. I think kind of the never getting off the treadmill of repeating medications, max dose, next one. There was Keppra Rage before that was one of the subjects.
Okay. Okay. So
That's
okay. Okay. So like okay. So like for the medications and stuff like that. I mean like like there's like medications are rough. I mean like I don't care what people say. I mean like like when I was on topiramate, like I felt like my body was just crashing down like from minute to minute, and I felt like completely like it was just completely horrible, and I felt like my speech was slurring, my words were slurring, everything was slurring. And like it took me to a point where like I was just tired of my hometown, and I had to just get out. I mean like once when I graduated and stuff like that, I had to get out. And like and I went to a different doctor, and I talked to Dr. Wendy about it, and like and she helped me go off the she helped me go off the pyramid and stuff like that. And I had to like deal with stuff like that, and like it was from like 100 to like to completely off of it. And I was happy I got off of it, but the same thing with Zasperdone and with Keppra. I felt like with Zasperdone, like I've been trying to get off of it for years, but they wouldn't get me off of that so much completely. Like it was a battle, and I feel like completely with more of the relationships that I do have. I mean, like, cause like I'm scared of getting a relationship right, like completely now, because like if I do, like I'm gonna get like a lot angrier, and my blood's gonna boil a lot more because like I'm a big guy, and I could probably do damage, like because of my wrestling background and my jiu-jitsu background. So like, like I don't want to like jump on the wheel so fast and don't press it too hard, because like like with I mean like because like like how can you like take medications like multiple medications and not understand your body like real well, that if you want to get into like so good, you like you're gonna have to deal with the repercussions. Everybody know what they're saying?
I'm assuming the repercussions that you're referring to are the side effects of the medication, short term and long term.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, that's my biggest issue with the meds too. Is that in the end they're going to do more harm than good. What's up,
Like,
Jocelyn?
What are the long-term implications of the medicine? They haven't told me that. Do you guys mind sharing? I'm on topiramate.
All right, I'll look into that. Jason, what were you saying?
I was on Topiramate for almost a year, and like I was on Topiramate for almost a year, and I remember completely that like with like if you take Topiramate, like your words are going to slur, your speech is going to slur, like I mean like, and also I feel like with Topiramate, like your body's going to shut down completely, because like I've been taking Topiramate as well for last year. I mean, like, and it's not fun. Like, I'm like, thank God, like I went to Banyan in Sebring, which is down in South Florida, I believe. So like so like I talked to Dr. Wendy about it, and she helped me got off the pyramid, and now I feel a lot better. And like I don't have to deal with Tallahassee anymore, because like Tallahassee, like they were trying to like actually put me into 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 like a death grip with like Keppra, Topiramate, and Zasperdone. Right now, I'm not taking Zasperdone and Topiramate anymore. I'm not taking those two. So
Thank you for that. No, I appreciate it. They gave me a list of drugs to pick from, and they were very strongly discouraging me from any other drug because I'm so fat. And they were telling me to do topiramate, which I appreciate. I don't want to gain weight. I want to lose weight, but
they conveniently forgot to tell you about your liver and your bones and your
they
mood
did not,
changes.
they did not list any side effects, which, I should go look it up, of course, but I don't want to have seizures.
So they just completely doubted your ability to lose weight naturally and, maybe preserve some organs in the meantime.
Oh yeah. And I've been anorexic twice. They didn't look at my chart. I've been anorexic twice. I know how to lose weight. It's not easy, but you just stop eating. Ha ha.
Yeah. I would call second opinion on that one.
No, I agree. And I'm losing weight now because I'm trying. I was depressed for 5 years. It's not easy. It's not easy for anyone. I'm not saying it is.
Right.
I would definitely look up any medication, possibly while you're still at the your hepatologist or neurologist's office.
Well, I have a new neurologist now. Sorry. No, I have a new neurologist now, and I really like him. And so I'll talk with him about side effects when I see him in August.
Yeah.
So I appreciate. Yeah, thanks. Yeah.
What I was going to say is, forgot. Yeah, will come back to me.
Anything about long-term side effects ring a bell? And what I'm seeing on topiramate right now is kidney stones. And Anne has had some stories for us about, I think, let me see, is this a benzo? You know if this is an AED or benzodiazepine, the topiramate?
Okay, it came to me.
Okay, go ahead.
Then I lost it again.
I don't think so.
That's crazy.
Now that's my fault.
We'll come back now. We'll come back to me again. It'll come around. I forgot what it is. It'll come to me, but for now, I'll say.
Ironically, cognitive impairment, difficulty with memory, concentration, and overall mental clarity is also a long-term side effect of the medication.
Okay.
So that just sounds like too. I mean, I don't want to call it convenient, but
No.
How often have you gone back to the neurologist complaining about noticing cognitive difficulties and they blame it on the seizures? Well, your seizures haven't stopped, so I would assume that's to blame.
Yeah.
But they never told me that it could be the meds. They just up the dose and say best of luck.
Yeah, they didn't tell me any side effects or what anything would cause. They just gave it to me. It was like, this is good for epilepsy. Luckily, it wasn't Keppra at first, but my second was Keppra. But yeah, I feel like they work on a don't ask, don't tell. It's just like, we're going to give you these pills, and if you decide to look it up, then okay. But if you don't, then we can say you had it and you just didn't take that option to go take it. But hey.
I mean, I just think that's the way a lot of doctors operate with a lot of drugs.
Yeah.
Consent to treatment is acknowledging that you have to do your own research. It's just as risky as driving a car off the lot. You're losing
I
5 or
like
10
that.
grand as soon as you pull off the lot. Same thing with consent to treatment. Now you're taking on the risk of the meds, the possible surgery, the testing, and whatever treatment you agree to.
Yeah,
Because
I'll
you
get
agree
back
to
to
the
you on
risk.
that.
Yeah, like that's why with the doctors and stuff like that. I mean, like the saddest part about doctors, like they can't help you, or else like they live like far away, so like they won't actually reach to you. And like that's how like I think that how doctors like operate with like when they put you on pills and stuff like that. Because like when I first because when I first was introduced to Keppra, like I thought it was like, oh man, it's gonna be a very great thing. Next thing I know, I have like a lot of raids, and I would like scare my friends away. So like it's completely hard.
Yeah. That shit can cause depression. Which here I got something about depression. It says depression disorder before epilepsy. Who here suffered from depression before being diagnosed with epilepsy? For people who epilepsy affects them regularly, how are you doing now? Things have been really rough lately. Need some tips. I didn't have depression before epilepsy, but anybody else?
Yeah. Big time.
Talk about it. Let me know what that's
Oh
like.
yeah, no, I mean, sorry, yeah, I've been absolutely suicidal, like, in college. I'm 47, so in college, I was suicidal, and then after college suicidal, and then definitely in my 30s, and then the last time was late 30s suicidal, but I didn't want to actually, I never tried, but I had a plan. Yeah. And on SSRIs right now, and I like them because I don't want to go through with it. And I just know that my brain, when I get really, if I'm not on SSRI, at least this is the way I look at it. When I'm not on SSRIs and it's after, I'm a CPA, so when it's after busy season, but the adrenaline drops and my brain tells me to end my life. And so I just look at it as that's what my brain does to me, and the SSRIs help. And that's how I've been looking at it. And so I just figure the SSRIs kind of even the things out in my brain. That's how I've looked at it now.
Yeah, I can remember one thing with Keppra is that's the only time I thought, what would it be like to walk in traffic? And I remember that from those days of taking Keppra. And just that was the only time I ever thought about what it would be like. What would it be like for me just to walk out here in front of this traffic? Haven't taken it since. Depression didn't have any before the epilepsy, so I was a child, so I had everything given to me. So of course there wasn't any depression at that time. Things were still being handed to me. Now it's a different story.
Now you gotta live in this mess.
Yeah. Right after having it. Go ahead, Angel.
I was saying you were Pookie the baby.
Yeah. I got out of that phase eventually.
Yeah, I think that's why I got off the Fycompa pretty quick. That's
Yeah,
another curious thing about the notes. A lot of these visit notes, they list switching medications, but no reason why. So another thing that reminds me about how important it is to take my own notes, because going into the doctor's office, they definitely might not list much more than what's being done, not necessarily what I'm telling them.
one thing I have is, do you guys think it's the diagnosis, the seizures, or the medication that's causing the depression? I think it was my
Medication.
diagnosis, just having it. I was just angry at that. That's what caused depression. Just like I have epilepsy. After my second seizure, I was like, whoa, I have epilepsy and it's causing seizures, multiples. That got me.
I think it's a mixture of all three. And I also think you have to add your environment and situations to it.
Yeah. I wouldn't say my environment was a little toxic, but I'd say it wasn't healthy at that time. And again, I was a child, so I was angry once I figured out I had it. Once I got over that phase, yeah. Epilepsy is a lot, and I understand.
I would think, now that I'm really meditating on it, I think that the diagnosis, I mean, you're going for those of us, or those, no, I can't use myself, I was a kid as well, but ones that have been diagnosed with epilepsy later on in life, it's like, oh my God, what am I going to do? I've got a family, or I've got a career, or whatever. Their life has changed incredibly, or they've come to a point where they can't turn around. And I myself, I was a child. And so I didn't know any better. I didn't have anything. So I never felt that way myself.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying with that. Like being a child, didn't understand. Like I said, stuff still being handed to me, and it wasn't being explained. Epilepsy. It was just like, you have epilepsy and you have seizures. I knew nothing about epilepsy. I just knew I had seizures.
It's more than seizures.
So yeah, the seizures part is the part that bothered me most, because I was having them in school. So that environment, just having them in school and people around me and people that I'm hanging out with and stuff, that was the only thing that got to me. Other
That
than
was the part that I couldn't hide.
yeah, there we go. That was the part I could not hide. Otherwise, just living life, it didn't bother me. Just knowing I had it and I got to go to school and I got to go be around these people and then I got to think about me having it. That got to me.
And now you know you can't drive.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, like that's the. Oh yeah, like that sucks the most on like when you can't drive. Like for me, like I haven't driven in 2 years, and that's the hardest part.
That's the easiest part for me because
Yeah,
in high school when I found out.
I mean, once you get used to it.
Yeah, when I found out in high school, and then they were like, "You feel me? You can't drive." I had just got my permit, so then I was like, "Well, I won't be in that student parking lot." And went about my life. I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna drive. That part didn't get to me. It was just because it was as soon as I got my permit. I hadn't been driving long. And then like Tom said, it bothers you at first, but then I just let it bother me for a long time. But then once you got older, you're like, wow, I have epilepsy and this is affecting people.
Right.
I didn't think about that till like the past 5 to 10 years. Like, this I'm having is affecting people. I didn't think about people being traumatized because of my seizures.
Right.
I just thought, I have epilepsy. This is going to happen. You guys know it. Get used to it. It's a horrible way to think, but that's how I was going about it. It took recently, like I said, the past 5 to 10 is when I just figured out, yeah, I got to get control of this because it could be the end of me or it could be bad outcome for other people missing me.
Yeah, when I was doing research, just trying to figure out what happened with the driving thing, like talk about being handed things. Apparently, I had a little yellow Mustang in high school, and when I couldn't drive anymore, I must have been using that as leverage to get other people to get me to where I wanted to go. And payback was you ride for a couple hours, bring it back filled up, and we'll call it even. But then I pulled the accident record and criminal history, and apparently I started getting into accidents and still jumping behind the wheel and taking the fall for that. And that's another way of just finding out your own past, because obviously I wasn't telling family. I'm sure they would have took the keys. I still had some capable parents back then, but they worked a lot.
Ooh.
So that's the
Yeah.
other thing about not remembering, is having to play detective to see what the fuck I was thinking 20 years ago.
Yeah, like I am like so like so like that did kind of give me a little bit of hope, because like I remember like my first car, I was driving a 1998 Nissan Maxima, and it was a sports car, and I was driving it from Tallahassee to Seaside, Tallahassee to Tampa, Orlando, and then Orlando.
See you Friday, Melissa.
Bye, Melissa.
See you, Melissa. And then and then once I remember, I got my Toyota Yaris, and then I completely crashed the whole thing. Like I cleared out the whole front side of the thing, and I wasn't telling the family about it. And now I have epilepsy for like 7 years. So 7 years far. So that kind of that kind of understood that kind of understood why I was having all why I can drive. So right now yes, right now I'm kind of in the middle of wanting to get a car or not get a car now.
Yeah, I don't want to kill anybody. Yeah, I know I have seizures. I'm done driving. One time that I did have a seizure while driving, I told myself I could have killed someone on the road or killed someone in the car with me. That's the end of that. I've had cars, I've driven, and yeah, like I said, I was in my early 20s, late teens, buying cars and knew I had epilepsy and just living reckless. But like I said, I had to get older to pay attention to that. I'm having this and it is affecting people. Not can, it is. At the time, it was affecting people, and I didn't pay attention to it. I was just like, hey, I have seizures, you know it. So, yeah.
I just wish I live in a more public transit friendly state, well, city rather, because then it'll be at least easier to get around. One of the things that I have kind of a unique experience on, because like I was saying, I'm pretty much parentified child. My parents, I was trying to go to college, and my mom kept saying she didn't want her insurance to go up. And like I said, I didn't have epilepsy until 2 years ago. So she refused to teach me how to drive. Like everybody in the family was like, that's so stupid. Like, why would you do that? So I didn't learn how to drive till I was 20. I had to take adult driver's courses, like I paid for and everything to learn. And like her reasoning was, since I was going to school, my brother was going to college too, he can just take me. Classes started at 9 a.m. and he'd be getting out of bed at 8:50. So like I had to be hyper independent on myself. And so that's what really, really, really irritates me about my epilepsy, is that I have to be dependent. Like I'm a passenger princess. Not that I'm super mad about it, but hey, here we are. I can't just get up and go on my little Marshall's run, which I say is errand runs, but I'm just sniffing candles in the store. So my life's changed as far as that goes. Thankfully, I have a remote job, but even then, I'm not long-term disability for that, because I don't know when I'm gonna have a seizure on camera, and I can't interact with my clients as much. So yeah, it's just one thing I always was scared of, even when I got diagnosed, was hitting someone. And I always think about pedestrians. I think people tend to forget about pedestrians. And that's one thing I am so scared of, especially just, what if somebody just then so happen, like you save them, kind of thing. And that's even worse if you have epilepsy. Like you can prevent saving that person because they can't see you. Bicycles, motorcycles, like those are things that of course, that's me, right? Anxious, thinking bigger and bigger about the issue, but it's just, it's so unfortunate that this is our life. But luckily, in a lot of ways, we are still able to get what we need at the end of the day. And I try to be mindful of that, and I try to remind myself of that, but it still sucks.
Yeah, it does suck. That's another thing when I think about driving. That's something that reminds me that I have epilepsy. When we were talking earlier about what reminds you, yeah, that I see a car drive by and I'm walking down the street. Like, damn, I have epilepsy. I could be in that car or another car.
Are people asking you need a ride? Does that kind of go across your brain too, or anything like that?
I'll be like, you know, I need a ride. You asking?
We got Grand Theft Auto.
And I love driving games. Anyhow, I got something that says medication while traveling and changing time zones, -6 hours. So I'm currently on 500 milligrams of Keppra twice a day and a tiny amount of lamotrigine and have fairly mild epilepsy that's under control. I take my meds 9 a.m. and 9 p.m. and I am traveling from Europe to the U.S. on Sunday. My flight takes off at 10 a.m. CEST and lands at 2 p.m. CT. How on earth am I supposed to take my medication? Do I have a bridging dose? I thought of that when I was traveling. I don't know if anybody travels much often, but what I did is, since my flight was at 9 a.m. and I take my pills at 10 a.m. and 10 p.m., I took my pills at 10 a.m. I got on the plane. I had a timer for an hour, then take your medication. And then I put a timer for 12 hours. So then I know how far apart it was. And then it was weird going from East Coast to West Coast because I left at like 9 in the morning and I don't get there till 2 in the morning the next day because of the time jump, 3 hours to Atlanta and then 3 hours to Jersey. Yeah, it was a long time jump, so I had to go in between and trying to figure out which time is to take my medication, which it felt like I took it after 4 or 5 hours because of the time zones and the darkness coming and all that. But that's what I suggest. Anybody took a plane and had to figure out their pills and their time zone switches?
I can't remember what I did, but I did have to figure it out when I went to Mexico. And it was like, hold on. When did I take my last pill? And it was just crazy.
Did you have any seizures in Mexico?
No. But I did swim with dolphins.
Oh yeah, that's good. I gotta swim with those dolphins one day. Kate, you got something?
Yeah, I got a post here first on that medication thing. For me, it's 2 hours. I can take medicine within the span of 2 hours and be safe for the most part. Obviously, keeping, that 12-hour difference in between. Right now, I'm actually taking them at like 10 and 2, but that's just because my sleep schedule is totally unpredictable. So I'm taking the meds when I know I'm going to be awake so that there's no chance an alarm goes off and wakes him up and we're all like fucked. And internationally, if it's a short-term trip, I would just set the reminders and stay to your same schedule. If it's a long-term thing, then you would have to talk about like switching up by half an hour and rolling with that for a couple days. So this is a post though. Anybody else have rules for if they have to have a go through a time change? Cool. See ya, Tom, Jason. Good. All right. Okay, this post is in the neurology subreddit. I'm having
Hold on, Kate.
Okay, my bad.
Jason, you got something? You turned your mic on.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I was gonna say about I had I had a plane. I have a pretty good record of a seizure history. I recently had one in South Florida. That was in Pompano. So that was in Pompano. So like I think so like I think I think honestly like with the seizure history I think personally like um like like seizures will never go away. They'll never go away unless if you eat right and not eat fast food. That is my opinion.
I've been on quite a diet to where sometimes I don't eat anything. I'm not gonna say I don't believe you. I'm not with that. It doesn't work for me because I've ate right and I've not ate right, and I just think it's gonna be certain medications are gonna get you to certain points, and then you're just gonna have seizures. That's what I take it as. Some people they can do the not having it for years, but I think me, I'm kind of at a point where I'm comfortable with. I got my seizures down to a certain amount. The thing I am worried about is the seizures I'm having where I'm wandering off. Those are my worries more than anything. But yeah, not eating. I don't have real big eating cues, so if I don't think about it, time will pass and I won't eat. And next thing you know, it's 10 o'clock in bedtime. And there's times where I can't force myself to eat, especially when it's 10 o'clock in bedtime. I'm like thinking about bed. I'm not thinking about I gotta go make something, eat something up, go to the kitchen and all that.
Yeah, so this might be something you have to work into your schedule at the beginning of the week. Fix a little something in a, 6x6 and be able to just pop that in the air fryer, and that's your meal for the next 2 days.
Yeah, cook enough for leftovers or cook something freezable.
Exactly.
That's an
Or
awesome.
you ask your kids. My son's heating something up for me right now. Told him to put it on 2
that's
minutes.
so funny.
That's one way to do it. I'm already trying to work ways of how to never have to ask my daughter for a ride anywhere. Had to talk with her today about whether she would ever consider joining the military, and they're being for real about this. I can't believe how curriculums are just discussing having like your life figured out at 15 years old. It's talk about pressure. Talk about pressure and like how many more of us are having depression before epilepsy. I don't doubt that pressure has something to do with it. This idea that you have to have everything planned out, laid out, referrals and applications and scholarships and things, and
Propaganda.
selling it to you about joining the military so you have benefits after. Don't
Yep.
mention if you're alive.
Yep. That's the main thing, because like
You're alive. There you go.
they get kind of really, really defensive when you say, oh, you don't want to just join the army, work for a country, and possibly, take people's lives. They're like, how dare you talk about that? Like, that's what's happening. We don't want to just ease into murder. We don't want to just ease into war. Like, the war should be the last thing, the last cost. And don't get me wrong, I am a revolutionary. Some things you have to do, but we do it too much, too fast, and with little
regard for other people's lives.
regard, perfect word.
Regard,
So
yeah.
yeah, I just think, and one thing I was looking at was about the 2000s and women's body images. Oh my God, that was a rough time.
Why the hell did No Scrubs just pop into my head?
Oh my God, what
Anybody else singing TLC right now?
Not yet.
That's
not
I
yet.
don't know what the hell girl they've
Trying
been
to fight
talking
it.
about.
Trying to fight
Oh my.
Is this
Yeah,
a
that's
TMI kind of thing?
No.
No. TLC, it's totally about body image and perception of, who
women's
stands where
body.
in a relationship and, in society in general.
You remember when people didn't like when people had an ass? That's the reality. Like, yeah, that's the reality. You have to be a flatback to be taken seriously.
Ladies, can I say something, please?
Please do.
I'm with women 100%. I think that makeup and body image where women feel as though they have to look a certain way, I think is so wrong. I think men are pigs. And I just think it's wrong that ever went that way. My wife, I always told her, honey, you don't have to wear makeup. You don't have to do any of that crap because, number one, we're married. That part's already done and over with.
Right.
And hey, you're not out there, you don't have to impress anybody because you don't have to impress me. We've already there, and I don't think that women should have to have all that pressure on them. I don't think it's right.
It's a way to control us. And it's just very odd. Like you said, I grew up with two personal trainers. My father was a personal trainer and my stepfather was a personal trainer. But my stepfather, he was protective. My dad, whatever, but my stepdad was like, absolutely not. We're not gonna do these kinds of things. We're focusing on actual strength, not aesthetics. Which one matters with your health? My dad, he was I'm 5'8". He was like, we want to get you to size 0. I said, who the fuck? And I was 15.
So personal trainers, though, I mean, isn't there some aesthetics in that? I mean, not aesthetics, ethics in that field that, this is for health, not strictly vanity?
That my dad is his own thing. Like, that's different. My stepdad is someone who was more so for his own actual health, because he was 300 pounds at one point and you will never be able to tell. He lost a lot of weight. He lost so much weight and has gained so much muscle. And Sia is saying the same thing. Am I saying it right? Is it Sia? Yeah. Okay. So I don't know. Like, I unfortunately am trying to get back in the gym because of my epilepsy. I was having focals doing ab workouts, and my friend used to work out with me, and she said I froze, and she thought I was like, I froze.
Holding the best plank.
No, not the plank. I wish. At least I would.
Were you doing leg lifts?
No, I was doing the what is that ball called that you can also throw against the wall?
Medicine.
Medicine. Thank you, Kate. Yes, you're my girl. I was in the mid of a
You're throwing a medicine ball?
I was doing I was lifting like ab workout.
Yeah, they're not all 50 pounds.
Yeah, it was like 10, 15 maybe.
Yeah.
And then I was doing the thing where you lift it, drop, and then go back. And my friend said I froze all of a sudden and stared at this corner. And she said, Courtney, I thought you were judging someone having a bad form. And she's like, I was looking for them. And I was like, oh my God, is it that bad? What are they doing? And I was like, no, girl, that was a seizure. And then I left the gym and was in a car with my boyfriend. And he said, we were arguing and he knew something was wrong because I stopped arguing and forgot what I was saying.
Go ahead, Pookie.
I forgot. But I did remember one thing that I was going to say earlier was, one thing I was going to say earlier is my kids, they don't really understand yet. I mean, they understand I have epilepsy and they're very caring. They think it's the worst thing that can happen to me. They're always caring. They're always trying to do this and that, trying to make sure I'm comfortable and all that. But they don't understand that I ask them so many things because sometimes I just don't have the, I'm not going to say I don't have the energy. Sometimes I do have the energy, but sometimes I'm like, okay, I got a kid that's in that room with something that I need in that room. Well, let me yell out and can you grab that because you're already in there, of course.
Burpees. That's what that move is called.
But the other thing was, I'm not even trying to be funny, Court. Does your mom go to the gym?
Maybe we'll get into that story.
Not about her mom.
But what'd you say, Tom?
No, I was being funny. I said it's not about your mom.
She goes to the gym now after she saw me doing the gym, and she's retired. And I guess she heard osteoporosis is real. That's what I'm saying. That's a different story.
Okay, I was thinking that maybe she went to the gym because your father and your stepfather are personal trainers. She didn't take in any of that. She just met trainers.
She has a type, first of all. And then the whole thing with that is me and my stepdad was in the kitchen talking about diet and how we eat, because my stepdad is also kind of a low carb person. He noticed the difference when, I feel like everybody kind of noticed the difference when they indulge on too much carbs, especially if they're not complex ones, right? So we were talking about that and how much gains we made in the gym. And she made it she like did a victim thing. She was like, no one cares. Like y'all are, and we were like, what are you talking about? And so, no, she did not go to the gym, Pookie. She's in the gym now. Like she not even consistently, I don't think, but she eventually tried to, but she still prefers like walking and stuff. Like that's another thing I hope we can talk about soon. With women, it's perimenopausal issues and epilepsy, because estrogen is a proconvulsant, and yeah, that's not fun. And so one thing too, women.
Thank you.
And so another thing is that I lost my train of thought. Sorry, y'all. I'm trying to think.
Forgot what I was thinking again. Then I was just gonna say, my son brought me food, so there's that.
What are you eating?
It's just a hot pocket, but it's something when they ask you, are you hungry? And then you'd be like, yeah, sure. Then they bring you a hot pocket. You don't have to ask what, but it's plated, so he knows I'll eat it. Yeah. Anyways, you said you had something to say when it came to perimenopause and stuff. I just wanted you to bring it up, talk about it. I don't know much about it because, as you can see,
so epilepsy really affects our minerals, and perimenopausal also affects women's mineral, because that's where osteoporosis come into play and where it's for. So one thing we have to consider is the hormones around that, the minerals surrounding that, our medicine surrounding that, and seizures surrounding that. So we got that plate full. I wish it was a hot pocket though.
Easy.
Yeah, it's all right. They know
Good
that.
girl. Good girl.
But
Good girl.
I got something that says I started having seizures a year ago. Everybody thought it was a one-off thing until I had another one. 2 months after that, 2 months after the first one, the doctor diagnosed me with epilepsy. They didn't know what was causing it. I've had 10 in total in a span of a year. 4 of them were in a day while being in the ER. I don't have any symptoms, triggers telling me when I'm about to have them. I've lost my job. I'm not allowed to drive. I really don't know what to do at this point in time. The best my doctors have for me is upping my medicine. They seem to be very mellow with something that's heavily affected my life. Anybody have advice? For having 10 seizures in a year, you gotta maybe change something. I started, I guess I just changed medication that got better for me, and I started caring more about my health. That's what worked for me. You gotta worry about you more. And for a long time, I worried about what other people were doing, and I worried about making sure everybody else was all right, not myself. Once I learned how to put myself first, things got a little better. Could be better, but they've gotten better since I've started putting myself first and worrying about my health and not everybody else's health.
That's what you helped me with too, because like I said, I take care of others, and I'm like, oops, you are a whole person too.
Forget about yourself.
Yes. And like I said, I kind of figured out what that was stemmed in. But for sure, when I was really focused those 10 months, I was like hyper focused on myself. My mom was like, you had your water all the time. Like when you order, it was no hesitation. You make an accommodation. So with, of course, your gluten, but also like I would eat cucumbers and hummus. I would eat only a third of the rice's serving when I would eat like Thai or any other Asian food. When I get pho, I will swap the noodles out for the carb-free noodles. Oh, but there's this really cool noodle substitute too, Kate. I don't know if you'd be interested in. It's it's made with egg whites, and it's pretty good.
I know I've had substitutes that were made from beans, like black beans and things like that.
I use
like proteins. It's other proteins.
Yeah, there's one that was egg whites, and then my favorite one is actually I can't pronounce the Japanese name from it, but it's the one made from yam fiber, and it's probably like one net carb, and I love them. I love it for pho. I love it for pho, and I love it for ramen, but I tend to lean towards pho more because I love brisket and soup. I'm Texan after all, and then I think that it's safer for me to eat because soy sauce is actually not gluten free. So that's a little fun fact if you guys didn't know that.
Yeah, I think I should probably to give that a try because we got oodles and noodles every other day in this house. Okay, so that other note or post rather in the neurology subreddit, title is "Where does the scope of a general neurologist end?" And there's a little flare, I think they call it, that says residency here. I'm having a hard time really grasping where the territory of a general neurologist ends and a subspecialist begins. Is it entirely dependent on the provider? Epilepsy. Should a general neurologist be able to read EEGs comfortably and manage patients on multiple ASMs and refractory epilepsy? Neuromuscular and neuroimmuno. Should a general neurologist be able to manage patients with severe neuromuscular and neuroimmunological conditions and start IV infusion therapies? On movement. Should a general neurologist be able to interpret brain MRIs in an atypical Parkinson's patient, order DAT scans, etc.? Easily differentiate between Parkinson's and Parkinson's-like syndromes like MSA. Start an HD patient on tetrabenazine. Additional question: do insurance companies require patients to see a subspecialist for starting medications? Like if a general neurologist wanted to start Ocrevus, do they typically require a patient to see a neuroimmunologist? So what
I'll
is
be back. I
everybody's
gotta
take on
eat.
this one?
Starving.
You enjoy.
So,
I would say that obviously I would have more confidence in a general neurologist who could perform more specific tasks, especially related to epilepsy. But I don't
I
know how to
think,
respectfully ask them to prove it.
yeah, I wouldn't know how to have them prove it, but I think a general neurologist should be knowledgeable at least a little bit about everything that comes under the neurology spectrum. And then if it needs more work, then he can refer you to a more specialist like an hepatologist, you know?
But that's the thing. I mean, if you have the general neurologist who's capable of reading an EEG, rather than refer you to the neurologist when you've had seizures, haven't been able to catch one on an EEG, or you have caught one on an EEG and that general neurologist can't even read it, they can't send you to the neurologist or the epileptologist with a diagnosis or get you
Yeah.
started on at least sending you home with a rescue medication. If you know you have epilepsy today in society and you
Yeah.
go to a general neurologist, they might be able to see it too, but you still can't leave with a diagnosis. And that to me is bullshit. If you bring an EEG and an MRI from the ER to your neurologist, because it's a lot harder to get an appointment with an epileptologist before the neurologist, then they should be able to start treatment. They should
Yeah.
be actually
Yeah.
capable to help you. That's
They
my opinion.
should. And then they should be able to help you, you know, like when I saw my previous neurologist, like the reference was within a month, you know, to the next, you know, someone with more skill than he was. And that's what I was trying to get to at. It was like, okay.
Yeah, so like you're saying, just the complex cases.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, what you said, Em?
Me?
Yeah, it looked like your hand was up before.
It was, yeah. I'm really grainy. Sorry about that. Yeah, okay. I have a personal story because my neurologist still will not diagnose me. I sent her an email asking about my EEG before I went to the EMU so I could have questions for them. She responded to me thinking I was an epilepsy doctor. And she said, I don't know how. She basically said, I know what you're saying. I just don't know how to explain it to Emma, the patient, meaning she thought I was explaining the EEG. My point is that it would really help if neurologists could have some understanding, because then she denied a rescue med and I had to go to my therapist to do that. So I think, I don't know what other words that post included. I didn't understand most of that. But the basics of understanding an EEG would definitely be helpful. Yes.
Yeah, the part that most applied to us was that second paragraph about epilepsy. The next 3 paragraphs were other systemic issues, like neuroimmuno is something like diseases that people have. It's immunological conditions that people go to a neurologist for, but again, they can't start IV infusion therapies. Like they're not equipped or they don't know how. I don't know where it ends, but then the movement one is things like Parkinson's that people go to neurologists for, but again, they can't differentiate between a more common illness like Parkinson's and something called MSA. So that's what this person is trying to decide. Obviously, they're a medical student about to start a residency, and they're trying to decide if they're literally going to have to just learn too much to be a general neurologist. So that's why they're going system by system and saying, am I going to have to be able to learn, or am I going to have to learn more in order for an insurance company to pay me on this visit if I'm not able to start Ocrevus? It's, yeah, so they're just literally asking the logistics of, is this worth it? What's up, Pookie?
Yeah, so when she started talking about her neurologist not want to diagnose her, I got something here about diagnosis, and it says, how do I get diagnosed? And usually I love asking these questions when Ann is here, because she'll make sure you get diagnosed, as we've seen. It says, about 6 weeks ago, I'm a 32-year-old female. I started experiencing the sudden and intense sensation of my brain crawling backwards in my skull with an electrical feeling all over my scalp. It's usually so intense that I go, whoa, extra O's and extra A's, to myself, because it feels like I took drugs that just hit me. The sensation lasts from anywhere between 30 to 90 seconds, and I feel pretty dazed and sometimes even dizzy afterwards, and need to lie down somewhere dark and quiet. Around this time, I was diagnosed with the cavernoma on my right frontal lobe, and the doctor brought up the possibility of this experience being a seizure. I've had a 3-day EEG done where they tried to trigger a seizure, but nothing happened. However, docs also said that it's not the best diagnostic tool, as it often misses signs of epilepsy in people with cavernoma like mine. Has anyone experienced something similar? And how did you get diagnosed with seizure disorder? I'm also curious if these experiences could be something else entirely. They all sound like seizures personally. Yeah, got to get third and fourth and second opinions and all that stuff. That's how I feel, because one person could say this and another person, like I said, could say that. I usually do the best of 3. Maybe like the NBA Finals, the best of 7. You know, never know how many people you'll need to change your mind. But go ahead, Em.
Get a nanny cam. Way easier to just show them.
Right.
Also get a nanny cam because like what helped especially for me was I showed it to my therapist because she wouldn't give me a diagnosis before, well, she still won't, before I get a neurology diagnosis because it can work against you. So I say get a therapist for sure. Explain what's going on. If you can get something on camera. And then she was able to like write specifically in the notes and then send a letter saying like I needed to see a neurologist like yesterday because they're happening at night. And if you can't get, because it can be difficult to get a diagnosis, see other doctors, like see your primary, and get coached from a therapist and from other people around here on how to talk about them. I also, it sounds like this person already did an EEG, but When I was at the EMU, they specifically they like ruled out on my notes. I think it's called FND. After I explained what was going on with my neurologist, who wouldn't diagnose me. Yeah, so I'm a little bit like out of it. But I would get other doctors also to help back you up, just in case, because this to me does sound like a seizure. I mean, I don't know, but you want to treat that as soon as possible. I think it said this person is in their 30s. And yeah, just get a bunch of other doctors on your side if you can, and get an anti-cam, document everything.
Right.
So just a little background, the cavernoma, you guys, did the post actually explain what a cavernoma was?
No, it didn't.
Okay.
You tell me.
So I'm seeing a cluster of abnormal blood vessels in the brain or spinal cord, and that would only show up on a CT or an MRI, not the EEG. So especially if they're having seizure-like symptoms, even once recorded on an anti-cam, they want you to have that proof on an EEG. The cavernoma might be the cause. So that would definitely be a case where you want all the evidence and a capable professional who can make the decision of, is this in a part of your brain where we could go that ablation route of just, taking that out entirely, or is this in a, too important part of the brain where we can't cut you open and we're going to have to get you on the treadmill of meds and finding the right balance to control these seizures from this other potentially deadly condition.
Forgot what I was going to say. Oh, I was going to say, do you have the sensitivity turned all the way up on your nanny cam? I got my sensitivity turned all the way up on mine, and it lets me know every time I turn my head and everything. I have to turn my what's it called? I have to turn my notifications off at night because it'll go off all night every time I turn over.
You got any cats? Because you just see them walk into the scene and walk off the scene a million times.
No, I got a dog, but I keep him off the bed, so that's pretty much work for me. I got something here. It says, OMG. The seizure I had on Friday night was because I was all out of Fycompa, a 4 milligram tablet. Thankfully, I was able to get refilled after pushing at the pharmacy. What is it about these pharmacy techs who feel the need to explain to me about my medication? That's the question. I mean, seriously, yes, I know it's a controlled substance. I also know that it's job to keep me from having a seizure. So do me a favor and I'll fill the prescription so I don't have another one. But the question was, what is it about these pharmacy techs that make them feel like they need to explain my medication to me? First of all, to this person, I'd rather the pharmacy tech explain everything to me because I haven't got that. But anybody else's thoughts on that?
If it's a controlled substance, they can't fill it without explaining to first.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there's certain substances they have to explain.
Yeah. Certain things they have to explain, like the excopery they had to explain to me, even though me and my doctor had like a long explanation about it and everything. They still had to do that. Same thing with benzos and everything.
Yeah.
Even rescue meds.
Yeah, I've never had them come to me and it's like, oh, hey, about this. There's always like some label on the bag, and then they just give my meds, sign for it, and I'm off. But that's interesting. It's only controlled substances. I would like to
I
be
think it
aware.
depends on the pharmacist also.
Say
I
that
was
again?
gonna say the state.
I think it depends on the pharmacist or maybe the state. I know, like where I go, they always say, "Don't take this when you're taking, your heart medication or, something like that. They'll always go over that with me. And the pharmacists know a lot more than the doctors about the medication.
Yeah.
Yeah. And with controlled substance, they're supposed to check for ID to make sure it's you too. So also.
Yeah,
Got
Jeff
something
called
to
it. You were right, Jeff, about the pharmacy. 'Cause it looks like there is no
Yeah.
federal law, but it does vary between pharmacies and okay, states may have varying requirements for patient counseling. Sounds
Yeah.
like if that would fall on the doctor though. If the doctor is about to prescribe it to you, they would probably be the ones responsible for that, especially on these mailing pharmacies.
I don't know.
But
Has your doctor ever explained anything about your meds?
it's been so long since I switched it, and I'm on the mail order, so I don't know.
Yeah, I've never got an explanation like about the pills. Like, I'm going to give you these, it'll do this. It's always
Right.
like, I think you should take this. Already writing out the prescription before they even tell me what it is. Here, go to the pharmacy and get this. It's
Right.
never been, so do you know this is going to do this?
Check
I
this
wish
out.
I would have got
For
that. Yeah.
Medicaid patients, pharmacists are required to offer counsel, like literally say, do you have any questions? But there's different rules for Medicaid patients versus private health patient, private insurance. That's fucked up.
What are the
That's
rules?
Isn't the
literally
whole
a
healthcare
chance.
system?
I mean, that's a chance to catch a medication interaction. Part of that
Mhm.
speech that they give you is this medication could kill you if you take this one with it. Or, in my case, like with the levetiracetam and crappy, whatever that other one is, the risk for address is doubled when you're on both of them at the same time. Apparently they didn't have to say that since I was probably on Medicaid when I started it. My Medicare only started
Oh.
like last year.
Yeah, I had that
That's
talk
another
with
eye opener.
my doctor because I'm on clonazepam and they were prescribing the Excopri, and I was like, okay. And even though I went into the office like pretty much wanting to get off of the clonazepam, but yeah, like from what I was reading online, it's a dangerous mix together too. And I asked the pharmacy, and they were like, "Yeah, it's dangerous, but your doctor prescribed you, so."
Yeah, I mean 9 times out of 10 it'll be the risk outweighs the reward. I mean reward outweighs the risk, so take your meds. But every now and then, if the doctor didn't know about you recently starting this high blood pressure medication, then obviously as we all start getting these comorbidities, it'll be harder and harder to keep track of more meds. So the pharmacy might actually be the ones that are kind of have the whole story, especially since you all know these specialists aren't always willing to work with each other. You have one specialist on one medical field and their medical group. You go to the hospital for the neurologist, but you got to go to the clinic for, somebody else. Then the wires can get crossed easily, especially when it comes to medications.
Yeah. I got something here. It says musicians is spelled wrong, but it says musicians and songwriters. Hi, this is probably super specific, but I figure I can't be the only person here that plays and writes music. I had my first real seizure last July, and after a lot of trying to be heard on a matter of subjects, we finally got to the bottom of most of it. And I really feel like back to normal now. The most consistent reminder that I am an epileptic is from the folks closest to me who are constantly asking if I am, and I really am. I feel very in control of my situation, And I have found a lot of answers in this group that I would never have found from my neurologist. But that's another thing. Before I was officially diagnosed, before I was officially designated epileptic, I wrote songs and played the guitar. Not a ton, but I would actually usually crank out 4 to 5 songs a month on average, and about 25% made it out of the demo phase and became songs that actually got played for anyone besides my dogs. I played shows regularly. I had a band for a while, and I was really consistent with my output. Inspiration struck when it struck, and I never thought of much. New records by favorite songwriters or going to a show would often kickstart my process sometimes, but it was still really consistent most of the time. Since last July, nothing, almost zero at all. I will get a line here or there, or pick through a new riff from time to time, but that's all. And nothing sticks. I feel like I have never written a song before, and it's starting to frustrate me in a way that makes me want to quit trying. I try to keep myself committed to playing shows, so I keep trying and hoping it clicks, but nothing happens. I have to force myself to prep for shows just to keep my hands up to speed and my cautiousness intact. I love playing the shows, but I loathe having to practice when it's just the same stuff over and over and over and over. My wife has been awesome and keeps reminding me that we are really busy and our businesses are doing well and it's all going to be fine. But it's just feelings particularly difficult. And it's like the last thing I still struggle with. Anybody else play an instrument or create music, art in general, and just really, really struggle? Noteworthy. I was a late addiction. I was a late addition to the club at 42, and my neurologist has been no help on this. Well, she's not been much help at all. Hoping someone here might have this experience. Um, I made beats, but I never really made like music or wrote music. So making beats is just kind of listen to the sounds and then think about what sound might go with something that you like. Anybody else wrote music or had anything that epilepsy helped them forget?
So was there any muscle memory to DJing?
Yeah, there is. But
Yeah, like
most
you
of
know, like
it,
I do. Hold on, or like, yeah, like for me, like I do music.
oh, go ahead. What's your story? Was it hard afterwards?
So like, okay, so like for me with epilepsy, like for me like doing like me having epilepsy, I mean like it's hard. I mean it's hard at first, but like I try to not think about it. I try not to think about it
Can you
because
pet
like
Flutter? She's being really good.
because like I write songs because like, I write songs. I've been writing songs since like almost 20 years now. So like almost 20 years now. So you know like 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 dealing with epilepsy like I talk about I write about it and then I record it and then I record it to play guitar. So like then play guitar on it. So like yeah, so like when I write songs and record on guitars and record it on like FL Studio or Ableton. I mean like I don't know what software that he has, but you know like I think you know I think personally with like if you write a song like I would say like write a subject down and then and then like write the whole song out. Like I mean like that's how I would do it completely with epilepsy.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking with piano. There was only, I think the only one I can remember anyway, instruments, and I had this like Titanic thing, and it was like 3 pages long, and I mastered that apparently in like elementary school. But now I can play the first like 10 seconds. I can play the Flintstone song, and that's the only thing I can remember. Total muscle memory, but I can still tell you like the names of the keys. And I haven't seen a keyboard in a couple of years now, but I could probably still do that. I don't think I could read music, but I'm sure that's the kind of thing that might come back since it's definitely stored in like a different part of the brain.
Mm.
So
I
as
like
far as music goes, I mean, what do you think would make it better for that guy? Like just writing it down?
Yeah,
Okay.
I would say like just I would say like just write it down instead of like freestyling. I mean, like if you're a rapper, you freestyle. If you have rapper and epilepsy, I mean, like then I would say like go for it. But I mean, like your best bet would just to like just write it down.
Yeah, so this guitarist in the 40 doing in his 40s doing gigs probably can knows notes to read music and be able to write it down hopefully.
Hey, do you guys think, you guys who play music, do you think that performing it, like the lights and that can stress some people out? Do you think that might have something to do with why he's having problems?
It might be. I mean, like it might be because like I performed at shows before. I did one at the Bark. I did one at the Bark here in Tallahassee, and I did the majority of the shows in Tallahassee were basically with lights. So like we're basically with lights and stuff like that. So like it could be the problem. It could be.
A lot of things in those environments, crowded, noise, smoke, any strong scents
Mosh
can be a
pits,
trigger for some.
mosh pits.
Yeah,
That could be like,
depending on what he's playing.
yeah, that could be a huge factor. I mean like I mean like most of my music is basically like punk folk rock and punk folk rock and then like grunge music. So
I was curious. I was wondering what kind of music you play to get gigs up in Tallahassee.
I mean like you
That's
could
cool.
like I mean like in Tallahassee you can do like any genre. I mean like they have dubstep, house music and stuff like that. So I mean like that could be like so with Tallahassee they can play like any genre of gigs.
That's cool.
I got something here that says olfactory hallucinations. Does anyone ever have olfactory hallucinations that don't lead to anything? I'll have a smell follow me that no one else can smell for like a day or two. I have tonic-clonic seizures, but I haven't had one in 2 years. But now and then these imaginary smells happen. I've heard about the smells, but following me for a day or two, I haven't personally been through that part. Um, yeah,
I
it's like
was
a
gonna
bad
say it
headache.
sounds like an aura. That's it. The phantom
Stuff like
smells.
rolling. Yeah, I've heard people say during auras they get like a certain smell. I get a like the metallic taste, but hallucinations I don't necessarily get. Anybody? Thoughts, opinions? Em, I see you got your hand up.
Yeah, I wonder if maybe they're having migraines. I don't know if I think sometimes those are related. Migraine auras can last a long time though.
Yeah, I pray I don't get the migraine auras. For now, I've been good. B12 by Nature's Made has been working. It's got me through my head problems. Like I haven't had really foggy times, or I'm not gonna say I haven't had headaches, but yeah, the foggy moments and the focals pretty much unheard of these days. So yeah. Somebody said lamotrigine and wake up problems. Hey, party people, are there any other people here who take lamotrigine and have had problems waking up? I take 600 milligrams a day, 300 milligrams in the morning, and 300 in the evening. I'm 20 years old and therefore at maximum dose. I don't wake up in the morning from various alarm clocks. To be honest, I don't sleep that much either. If I have an appointment that is really important to me, I often actually manage to get up, but it doesn't happen that often. Is there anyone here who has the same problems? Did anyone get that there wasn't really a question there?
I didn't get one either.
Yeah, with the wake up problems, I sleep and I wake up when the alarm goes off. Pretty much. That's it. Nobody? No experiences being able to can't get up?
Not on the motorzycle.
I got something here. Oh, this is something that similar to something we've read before. It says, I have a 21-year-old. Oh, I'm a 21-year-old female. I have a partner, he's 22, who's had epilepsy since he's been 14. She's had four out of 6 in all seizures with me present. They're tonic-clonic, grand mal every time, without warning. Oh, that's what I didn't get. It said I'm a 21-year-old female with a partner that's 22, trans female. She's had 4 out of the 6 in all seizures with me present. They're tonic-clonic every time without warning, and they always end in a 911 call. I've taken a lot of time to learn how to properly take care of her while this is happening. CPR, if that hopefully doesn't ever have to come in handy, and how to care for her after. But there's one thing I still don't know. What do I say after? I know obviously not to explain what she did or how she looked because she isn't present at all during or after them, but maybe from epileptics. What do you need to hear? Might sound like a baby, but I'd like to hear you're okay. You're gonna be all right. I guess that kind of just helps me know that I'm back and I look all right. Some people are like, you're okay, you're back now. Usually I'm not back, but that's a good thing to hear that you can see that I might be a little back or something. What do you guys need to hear?
I just need to hear nothing's broken. You're fine. You know, you didn't bust a window or anything major.
I just need to hear like I'm right here and basically settle down. I'm with you.
Yeah, that's me. I'm here. I'm with you. Everything's all right.
On
Calm
this
down.
one though, I mean they would know this is definitely a question to ask the partner. What makes you feel best? Because you don't even know a lot of times once the seizure's over when they're really back to the point where they're gonna actually remember. Because even after the absence, I don't remember a good 15, 20 minutes after that, and that's when family says, they did the wet rag on the face or daughter's got away with slapping me a couple times and I didn't remember. But they sure as hell went ahead and proceeded to make sure that I was all the way there.
Jeff, what do you need to hear?
I don't have chronics except at night. So I don't really need to hear anything.
Go back to sleep.
I need to sleep.
Gotcha.
I guess that that's it. I don't have all
that
those
pretty much answers it.
experiences. I'm sorry.
Pretty much everything. I said that pretty much answers it.
Yeah.
Go back to sleep. I need rest.
Right.
Another thing about them being transgender, though, you don't know what other meds they're taking, like the hormones and things. Because I was looking at this medical article about how apparently like transgender people fall under the radar when they become epilepsy patients because doctors are not willing to treat them since they're choosing, they're voluntarily undergoing treat, the like taking the pills basically to be transgender, and that's definitely going to mess with their seizures. So it sounds like they have a problem a lot of times finding a provider willing to treat them when they're on. It's just a complicated case to start with. So it sounds like obviously talk to the partner and make sure you definitely have the right doctor.
Well, I live by myself, and the first one, I mean, I didn't know I had them. I felt really out of it, and I just got really tired, and I tried texting people and I couldn't do it, and I didn't understand why. And then I got really tired and I took a nap. And I still didn't know I'd had a seizure, and I was really injured and I was really confused. I texted my neighbors and said, "You guys, I took a nap and I got really injured taking a nap. Can someone bring me crutches?"
And it's like that nap hurt.
Yeah, I'm like, I literally text my neighbors. I'm like, "You guys, somehow I sprained my ankle and injured my knee taking a nap. Can someone bring me my crutches?"
Right.
I don't know what I need. Help.
And what do you need to hear? What brings you back? What comforts you?
Well, I'm like Jeff. I was trying to think of an answer, but most of mine happen at night, so I don't know. Good luck waking me up.
Right. Jason, what about you?
What was the question?
What's comforting? What can someone say to help you feel better after a seizure?
Man, man. I would say that I would say like if my friends would come and they would be there for me. Hopefully they would say like, man, like hey Jason, it's gonna get better. Don't worry about it too much.
Yeah, I feel you. Someone there to let me know everything's okay and calm me down if I roar up towards an ambulance or anything. Sorry. One of the comments says, "I like to hear that somebody is there with me. Like, it's okay. It's me, blank. It's me, blank. I always apologize profusely for some reason, and everyone tells me it's okay. Honestly, reassurance and kind of being soft voiced, not panicky, gentle will help." That's a good way to put it. Well, I mean, for you guys that aren't having them only in your sleep, somebody try to tell you that in your sleep. Probably like, let me go to sleep.
I thought of something else somebody could say. You want a peanut butter and jelly sandwich?
Yeah, that's something I wish somebody would say. Or just bring me a sandwich.
Yeah.
Someone says, it's a different question. I don't want to be at this sleep study anymore. Any advice on speed running a seizure? I've done the photo stimulation and the hyperventilation, which got me close. And I'm a grand mal total of 9 hours of sleep from Sunday night and last night. Then gonna stay up until 2 a.m. again tonight and sleep till 6. I'm just drinking a fuckload of coffee and soda. Weird, I know, but thanks. Oh my goodness. Yeah, but thanks for the advice. I said, oh my goodness, or something else. Ay, ay, ay. Any advice on having a seizure? Don't take my meds, I guess. That's what this person's asking. Any advice on having a seizure when you don't want to stay at the EMU, I'm guessing? Speed running a seizure.
Get really stressed.
Research
Do they
your
know their trigger?
triggers. That's what I was going to say. Research your triggers, figure out when you have them, start taking notes, narrow it down to why, and cut it out.
Pretty much my meds. Don't take the meds, you're going to have a seizure. And it also goes the opposite way. You take the meds, you're going to have a seizure. So, Yeah, it's all over the place with this epilepsy stuff. I can't really tell you how to have a seizure because I try to avoid it at all times. So
I think we all try to avoid having a seizure.
I'm just grateful for not having to have too many specialists. Like a lot more comorbidities would mean having to get doctors that are not only willing to treat you, but willing to work with each other to actually get you on like the best treatment plan possible. And that's few and far between.
yeah, I'm happy that mine's is to a certain degree of a certain amount of people. Don't have a bunch of different doctors working all over the place, not working with each other, and so on. Yeah. Oh man.
Yeah, I'm on Jefferson Health, so they can see each other's notes on my chart and stuff. And like, okay, well, this is my gastroenterologist or whatever the one for the liver is. So, let's see what she says, and we'll work from there.
Okay, I got something for M and Jeff, since you guys are having nocturnal seizures. I got to get you guys involved here. Here we go. It says, does this sound like a nocturnal epilepsy? Almost a year ago, I started having these episodes where I would have sleep paralysis, and that's pretty much all I thought of it. All I thought it was until until it started happening more frequently. Now it's your normal sleep paralysis where you're stuck and you can't move, but my my eyes roll back and I start feeling this tingling sensation all over my body. It's now starting to happen every night and during naps too. During the day, I've been feeling super exhausted and have to take a nap 2 to 3 hours after waking up because I'm just so tired. I'm just a bit confused, but I know people say that you're not even aware of a seizure if you're having if you have nocturnal epilepsy, but I'm aware pretty much every time. But like I said before, it only happens when I'm sleeping. Is this something I should be concerned about, or is this just normal sleep paralysis? Go ahead,
Would
M
be
and Jeff. Let
concerned.
me know what this is. What does this sound like?
Didn't you say you had sleep paralysis?
I don't exactly know if that's sleep paralysis. I know I couldn't move. I don't have an exact definition of sleep paralysis yet.
Okay, but isn't that you can't move? I mean, that's
I
how
can't
I'm
even remember
reading
if I
it.
was awake, to be honest. So I'm
Yeah.
just telling you what I remember.
I mean, I don't have any of that, so I can't say. To me, it's just a regular focal seizure, if there is such a thing.
Okay.
But I'm wondering if there's something else neurological that's going along with that.
M?
Yeah, I didn't know that I was having them either. So I don't know. I don't get sleep paralysis. I don't know. They should go to their doctor and ask for like a sleep study, and they should get a nanny cam.
Right. Perfect idea. Jocelyn?
Well, I have a different question when you guys are done with this one.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I have experienced something my whole life that I thought was normal, and now I'm wondering if it is seizure-like activity. And this is where I've experienced all of a sudden I get a muffled all of the sound, but it gets muffled, and then on the right side of my head I hear a buzzing. Have you guys ever heard of that?
Yep.
Sounds like tinnitus?
No. It's
Not
not
tinnitus.
ringing.
So
It's
it's definitely not
buzzing.
a ringing.
It's
Okay, so that
buzzing
would
and
fall under something else.
everything, all the sound gets muffled. And I've never been to loud rock concerts.
I think
The last
Tom
30
was
to 60
saying our last visit, our last online doctor's appointment we're having. That everything at the beginning of his sounds like he's underwater.
That's what it is. And then there's also like it's not ringing. It's buzzing. So
I think what Tom was saying was that his aura is like includes that, because I'm thinking which senses can be included, and that's what they usually characterize auras as, some kind of warning based on, you know, what yours is, whether it's your, you know, something to do with your sight or sound or smell or taste. And, you know, those five senses, even sometimes you get like a
yeah. The only reason why I'll ask my neurologist when I see him again, but I was just curious if any of you had experienced that.
That's definitely
I
something to bring
don't-
up to the neurologist, because that could easily be part B an aura.
Yeah.
I don't have auras that I know of other than what might have been an aura last week. I'm not sure, but I felt like tingling in my head. And the last time I felt that sensation was the real long cluster seizure I had. So yeah. But I was just thinking, damn, I forgot what I was going to say. It might, like, if it is part of the seizure, that might be the focal point too, where it might be starting.
Yeah.
So
That's what
Jocelyn,
it is.
the thing about the buzzing sounds, is it like I get sometimes where it's like my phone's vibrating and I can hear it, but it isn't my phone. And I'm asking people, is your phone vibrating or do you hear a phone vibrating? Is it like that?
A little bit. It's very subtle, and it's only ever been on the right side of my head. And it's happened my whole life. I thought that it happened to everyone, just like I thought the Alice in Wonderland happened to everyone, or the Alice in Wonderland syndrome. That's the only reason why I'm questioning it now.
Yeah.
That's the only reason why. I seriously thought that everyone
Every now and then I get the ringing, and that's usually on the right side. And then every now and then I get that buzzing sound, and it just makes me like keep looking around. Like, is it just me? Am I hearing stuff? Is there a phone vibrating? I usually find my phones at that time. I sit them in front of me. I'm like, I'm not hearing that.
To me, it's very distinct.
And then I got to keep going like this.
Yeah.
Because I'm not sure if it's my ears clogged or whatever the case.
Yeah.
But yeah, like you said, you can't hear anything, and it's just really annoying.
I know it's not an electrical sound. It happens inside, outside. It's strange, but I've never talked to a doctor about it. It's just something. It's okay.
Well, you know, you're not the only one. So the
Yeah.
doctor should not be surprised to hear about it. Absolutely not, especially a neurologist. Hey, wasn't somebody in the group getting tickets to a concert?
Somebody named Poopy.
Anyhow, I got something that says weird smells during auras. I've noticed that during my auras, focal aware seizures, I often smell something that's not really there. Sometimes the smell is pleasant, sometimes the smell is awful. I've experienced the smells of grilled cheese sandwiches, fresh baked brownies, something burning, and something rotten. Do you all experience this before or during a seizure? If so, what have you smelled? The first comment is the metallic taste, not a smell, and that's me. The metallic taste. I don't exactly get smells that I pay attention to, but then again, like I said, I don't pay attention to the smells. Once the taste is there, I'm like, something happened or something's gonna happen. And usually something has already happened. That's for me.
You know, we've all heard that people do get the smells of just those things, the burnt toast and the grilled cheese. And I know we've heard some other people say those exact same ones. This is a
Yeah,
post here
grilled cheese
saying,
was the first time for me. The first time I heard someone say it smells like grilled cheese.
I think
I don't
somebody
even
said
know.
or maybe that was a taste thing. They said they got that after the fact. I know I heard something about cheese on somebody knowing that's how they had a seizure. So get that taste.
I wish I had a grilled cheese right now. I don't even know what, honestly, what is a
You
grilled
and them on
cheese?
the same page.
I couldn't imagine someone in the kitchen making a grilled cheese, and I'd be like, "Oh, grilled cheese." I don't exactly know the smell of grilled cheese sandwich, so that's somebody's good senses right there. I smell
If you know
grilled
a hot
cheese.
pocket over grilled cheese, then that you got to put together
Oh,
a better
put
grocery
some
list.
butter on that bread and melt some good cheddar cheese, some sharp cheddar cheese. Oh, that would be so good right now.
Angel, I'm dying over here.
Yeah, man.
Okay, so before this turns into a culinary chat, should I sit up front or in the middle at a rock concert if I have epilepsy?
See,
So here's
man.
what's up. My favorite band is performing near me in September. I really want to go and sit front row. Middle's a little cheaper, but it's not even the money I'm worried about. I mean, yeah, I'm poor, but I'll manage. It's my epilepsy I'm worried about. I don't really think I have photosensitive epilepsy. Seizures occur in sleep. Never once have I had a seizure when I was alert, but still, I know concerts are kind of risky for people with epilepsy. But I'm not going to let my medical condition affect doing things that I want to do. I've seen Avril Lavigne and Jelly Roll live as well. Never actually been to a rock concert, so this will be my first. My epilepsy is mild. I can still drive since I'm only having them in my sleep. I'm on 500 milligrams of daily lamotrigine, so I think maybe just taking my medicine with me, taking it a little early, looking to get other opinions before I pay for these tickets. Should I say screw it and get up close seat, or should I play it safe and sit more in the middle? A lot of the comments are suggesting that you just get a seat close to the aisle as possible. So if worst case scenario, you can get out of there. I'm thinking I heard rock concert, I'm seeing a mosh pit and like stay the hell away from there. What do you get?
Well, being that you asked me, am I going to a concert? I'm going to a concert, and I know there's going to be lights, and I know there's going to be a whole bunch of stuff. And being that I love the opportunity I'm going to, I was like, fuck those lights. I'm going to this concert. And if I say who I'm going to see, everybody's going to be like, oh, you should know not to do this. But I'm going to see The Weeknd, and I decided I like The Weeknd. Let me get 2 floor seats.
So does anybody you're going with, do you have an escape necessarily? Just in
Uh,
case?
yeah, I got plans.
There you go. As long as you have your plan B for worst case scenario.
Yeah. So person I have with me pretty much there for me all the way through this. Has been telling me F everybody that's not for me and all that. This is
your wifey.
There you go.
Huh?
And you don't let it stop you from living.
Yeah. Don't let it stop you from living. If I have one, The Weeknd, he'll probably keep going.
There you go.
Hey.
Floor seats are risky, but
They are risky. There's gonna be lights. I'm sure there is. And I'm looking forward to it.
And heat and everything else. Is venue indoors or outdoors?
I go to venues and concerts a lot. Just go with your friends and sit between them.
There's no sitting.
Yeah, when you're seeing The Weeknd, there's probably not going to be a lot of sitting. That's why I was like, front row is going to be good because if I want to, I don't have to sit because I'm up front. But if you're behind people, you got to stand when they stand. And usually sometimes people stand the whole concert. And yeah, you got to stand if there's people in front of you.
It matters on the venue because we have a venue in New Jersey where the stage is down and you can sit up on the grass.
That's like this one stadium I've been to where they have the stage at the bottom, and it's called the Shoreline Amphitheater. So yeah, there's grass area up top. Stairs goes up or whatever the case.
Yeah.
But this concert, it's going to be at the 49ers Stadium, and it's actually outside, and that's on the field. So I've been wondering, like, how am I going to get down there to the field? Where are we entering for floor seats? That's been a thing on my mind. I've never been on the field, so that's kind of interesting just being on the field. I'm going to get to touch that grass. Anyhow.
Nowhere
No,
you're
you're not.
Yeah, hopefully I don't touch the grass in another way. Yeah, to my fellow floor testers, let's figure out something else.
Okay, so it says anniversary of my first seizure. Developed epilepsy in my late 20s, and they're still trying to figure out the cause. Hopefully, we'll get my EEG results back soon, as all my MRIs have come back clear.
I gave up trying to think of what caused my seizures.
Yeah, being born.
I just want to live the rest of my life. You know, I accepted it. I got seizures. I'm going on.
The way to
It'll
go.
probably be easier for them to move on once they actually get on a treatment plan, because this just sounds like they're stuck, still thinking, why? Why is this happening to me? That was the most annoying part for me about not knowing why these seizures even started. And at the age that I was, heard that I was on birth control, and they just said it could have been any number of things. You probably had epilepsy your whole life and just noticed it now. So start taking the pills and don't worry about the cause anymore. So that's kind of where we didn't turn back. What about you, Jason?
Like I would completely. What was the question again?
This person was posting about their seizure anniversary, and it just sounds like they got a lot of unresolved feelings because they don't know why they got epilepsy. So, what was your reaction about? I mean, did you know what caused your epilepsy?
So what caused my epilepsy was probably like a lack of sleep, I would say, and like drinking like a lot of energy drinks.
Everybody else? Did you know what caused your seizures, or did Jocelyn? You're still working on getting a diagnosis, right?
I have a diagnosis, but I started having, I mean, it's probably the CSF leak that brought it out, you know. I got a CSF leak last summer, and I think I blew a hole in the dura by coughing a lot after vaping weed.
That could definitely
Yeah.
get you worked up.
Yeah.
So do they call that CFS leak traumatic brain injury? Is that what that's from?
The CSF leak is called spontaneous, and then I also have a coelociph the brain's poking through a hole in my skull.
Oh, yeah,
Form.
I looked that word up before, and it is really long.
Yeah, I don't know how to pronounce it, and that's because of a birth defect. And then I was wearing a CPAP machine for 12 years on my nose because I was supposed to. And that pressure blowing up my nose just wore away the crib form, the skull even more.
Oh, yeah,
Just
that
in the
sounds
same
like it'll
spot,
do.
just in the same spot where I busted a hole in the dura. It's
Yeah,
just all
that'll do it.
coincidences.
Anybody ever take on new sports or actually get to do something that you didn't expect after you got diagnosed with epilepsy? We don't have a whole lot of long-term ones here, but yeah, I don't know if I'd ever go like mountain climbing or anything, but I'll do something.
How about losing interest in stuff?
I don't know. I was hoping to turn the conversation the other way and something positive that somebody was proud of themselves for doing after getting diagnosed with epilepsy, but it's a quiet audience.
I did the Hollywood Tower, and I did roller coasters, and like I said, I do concerts. Last I can't remember. Well, I call them concerts, but they're more like what you call it, um, cover bands playing at they
Yeah,
call them
just
the
got
penny pack.
covers. That can still be a concert.
Yeah, they call them penny pack concerts, but it's just cover bands playing stuff. But the last big one I went to was at the Stone Pony, which is Bruce Springsteen's
Nice.
place. Yeah, and that was a good old time with the beach right across
Sounds
the
like fun.
street, basically.
Nobody else stopped swimming, right? You guys still go to a pool, beach every now and then?
Who are you
No, I
talking
still
to?
swim. I still swim.
I don't touch the water.
No.
Pookie, I'm gonna teach you how to swim.
I put my feet in, and then I was just like, I'm not even interested in putting my feet in because I can't get in. So I was just like, let me just take my feet. I'm just sitting here because other people are sitting here.
We'll get you a hairnet and you're
I
good to
touched the
go.
water like a few times. I just swim. Like, I mean, like, just for exercise. That's probably it. Other than that, like, I just touch the water a little bit.
I'm sorry. I'm laughing at you.
You saw that, huh?
Yeah. So, Em, talk about that. You're skydiving?
Yeah, I do skydiving. I walk up to the edge of a lot of cliffs. I drive with my eyes closed.
So, yeah, I do none of those. I want to skydive. Yeah.
You sure you're not just too high right now? Talking some crazy shit. You cannot be driving with your eyes closed.
Fucking so great.
Sounds like fun.
I drive with my mouth open.
So,
Well, I'm proud of
oh,
Jocelyn for being able to do taxes after getting diagnosed with epilepsy. So I know numbers are fucking gone for me.
It was hard, you guys, getting through busy season with brain juice pouring out of my nose.
oh yeah, I understand where you're coming from. That sounds like it would totally suck. But we have a new person. Liz, how you doing, Liz?
Doing good. How are you guys?
Oh no, I was saying Liz. Wait. Okay, Liz, I can see you now. Didn't see you at first. How you doing? We usually start with
Doing good.
what are you taking? When was your last seizure? And when were you diagnosed?
Oh, okay. Can you hear me okay? My internet isn't super fantastic here.
I can hear you now.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I'm Liz. Hi. Taking lamotrigine. Last seizure was May 1st. And sorry, Pookie, what was the last question?
When were you when were you diagnosed? I'm sorry.
2016, back when I was 16.
Oh, lucky you. I got diagnosed 20 years ago when I was 16. So,
Oh, man.
Hey, another teenager.
how was that getting epilepsy in your teens in school? Because it was wild for me.
Yeah, it was pretty bad. Missed a lot of school. Started with myoclonic jerks, and I literally couldn't dress myself in the morning because I kept just like dropping my clothes. So that was really, and then it, spiraled into full on tonic clonics because why not? So yeah, it wasn't fun.
You ever been cooking something and threw it across the room because you had a jerk? Or dropped
Oh
some
God,
food?
no! Thankfully not. No, thankfully no.
Yeah, I hear stories about dropping food and yeah, flinging food across the room or messing up a whole meal because you just made it. Yeah, I dropped some what was supposed to be macaroni. I dropped all the noodles on the floor. That's happened
Oh
to
my
me.
God.
So, anybody else ever drop anything?
If you drop a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, but you're trying to put it together, that peanut butter side is going on the ground.
Right. I can only imagine.
Messes are unavoidable if it happens in the kitchen, no matter what.
Yeah, I think I heard someone say they had something splat on their ceiling. I think
I
they
had
said they
one holding
walked.
the hose one time. I was playing whatever they call that thing the kids run through. Oh, okay. I was playing sprinkler with the hose, and apparently I had one just kind of wandering off, and I was walking down the down the driveway and into the street with the hose like this, and my little one had to come catch me and walk me back. So when if Liz, if you ever had a seizure happen in school, did you feel like the school was prepared?
No, thankfully not. All of mine were like first thing in the morning, you know, within like 30 minutes of waking up. So I very, very thankful never had one in public. That was always like my worst fear, you know, because there are, especially kids, like some people just suck. And worst case scenario, someone like records you and like puts it online, and not in an educational sense, but in a, hey, we're gonna like totally flag this. But yeah, and I went to like a really kind of like rural middle of nowhere high school, so I really don't think they would have been very well set up for, you know, someone having a neurological episode like that. So very, very thankful I never had to deal with that.
So assuming they're more on the conservative side, have you ever noticed any of the stigma? We've discussed that pretty thoroughly and on this channel about people sometimes just kind of side-eyeing you or almost looking down on you after the fact because they just assume the worst.
Yeah, it sounds bad. And I know that there are a lot of people that kind of like share this sentiment also. But, you know, my epilepsy thankfully is pretty controlled. I really don't have seizures all that often anymore. So it's not like, thank you. So it's not like I'm always thinking about it and I need to like tell people. I really almost go out of my way to not tell people about it, because you're right. You do kind of have that stigma, and people kind of see you as like, oh, they're going to seize and it's going to be like scary and, you know, like all this kind of stuff. And it's like, yeah, it kind of is. And I would like to prepare people and kind of like educate them to a certain extent on what to do if you do see that happening. But a lot of the time, it just kind of seems like, hey, you kind of do get looked down on, kind of like people who have diabetes, you know, like, oh, they're going to have, you know, blood sugar spike and like this kind of stuff's going to happen, you know, just if you're not, you know, like healthy, people just kind of like see you differently, I guess.
Yeah, so what you said with not telling people. With telling people, it depends on the certain place or situation, but most times, well, depending on where we are, yeah. Most times I like to tell people just so I'm safe, just in case something happens, because like you said, yours are controlled. Mine's aren't. I mean, they're pretty decent down to like 5 a year, so that's cool, and they're spread out. But I like people to know in certain places, not everywhere that I go. I'm not going to get on the train like, hey, I have seizures, so keep an eye on me. I think about it, but yeah, I don't tell everybody, but I tell people just to make sure I'm safe in certain places, make sure that people know in situations where I feel like, oh, I can hurt myself if no one notices or know what I'm doing right here. There was something else, but I forgot, so I was going to ask you, how's your memory?
It's kind of funny because I always assumed I have just kind of like crap memory on its own, but then like seeing people post like in this sub and then also like the other main epilepsy sub kind of talking about like memory issues and stuff, it kind of gets me thinking like, oh hey, that actually sounds really familiar to like some of the stuff that I go through, because I'll be having a conversation sometimes and you know, just kind of like space out for a little bit, don't really, or like having, you know, a little bit of difficulty, like remembering stuff and then like being able to articulate that in a conversation. So you just kind of like, I don't know, like stop talking for a little bit, kind of like try to remember what you were talking about, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense because that's what I'm going through, and a few other people I'm hearing. Yeah. Anyone like to explain how they got diagnosed with epilepsy? I got diagnosed at 16 after a car accident when I was 5. Yeah, I woke up in a coma when I was 5 after 30 something days, and then didn't have a seizure until I was 16, and then I got diagnosed. And at first they thought it was because I was having a web design class and I was in front of a computer. They thought it was that. They didn't even test me for that. They just like, oh, you have epilepsy, and send me home. And what I do remember is the thing where you said about being 16 and you weren't worried about so on and so forth. But then Kate said about like being at school during those days. I don't know if you had any during class or whatever, and the side-eyeing thing she was talking about. It was like the person that I was next to when I had it. Most recently, I got in touch with him and he told me a little bit about it. And he was just like, when you had it, you were just kind of tucked up under a desk and kind of tangled in between the chairs and stuff. And he was like, last time I seen that, he was like, I just sat there and cried next to you. And I was like, wow, this has been 20 years. I haven't heard anybody say anything like that. But the side-eyeing thing, I always felt like people that I'm around was like, okay, say like I had a seizure and then people are in that class, I would always pass them during like lunch breaks or other breaks or whatever. And that person, I'd be like, do they tell people? Because all of them were quiet now that I pass. Or I'd see someone else and I'd be like, that person looked at me and all that crowd is silent now. So that's where my brain was. I was thinking that other people were telling other people. But I had to get over it. It wouldn't stop happening. So public seizures, anybody? Angel already told me. We know about our public seizures. I've had them.
I don't have any fun ones. Mine are sad.
Who has fun ones?
That's a good point. On that note,
My public seizures
I'm getting my
are
MR.
Any story.
to me.
So we are a group here for support. Go ahead and share the sad ones, and we can totally offer our condolences and similar experience.
Well, I have a question for you guys, because I'm very claustrophobic, but so like a while ago, 10 years ago, I was talking to some friends and my head hit the table. I don't remember any of this. And after that, I got a crack in my skull. So I have to go to do an MRI tomorrow with and without contrast. I really don't want to do it. So talk me down.
Can you guys tell me what contrast is on the MRIs? Or with without? I've only done a regular MRI.
Right, I want to know too. What is with contrast?
So they can see you, or they can see supposedly better. It enhances the picture. So it uses a contrasting agent, gadolinium. That's what it is. Injected into a vein, so you got to get a shot, and it's just supposed to offer a clearer MRI. At this point, I would say, since it's supposed to get done, typically that will help your diagnosis, and that's kind of where you're stuck right now. So can't talk you down from this one. I can definitely give you props for going through with it, because it's not fun, but it's definitely going to be an important part in making progress to getting treatment and stopping seizures.
You're a warrior.
You got this. You can ask for sedation. I had to have a head or a MRI done, and I was actually seizing, so they had to give me sedation. So it was like, yeah, that was pure hell. But if you're not seizing, they can still give you some Valium to just slow you down a little. And what they'll do is they'll start the IV, and they'll do it without the contrast first. And then they'll inject the contrast and put you back in the MRI and do it again. So I would highly recommend that whatever you have that will help you relax, that you do that. But like Kate said, it's so essential. It's kind of like me saying, I don't want to do another EEG. I don't want to do another LTN. You take me off my medication. I know what's going to happen. I don't want to do it. But if I have to do it to progress in my treatment and control my seizures better, okay, fine, I'll do it. But you got to give me a good reason. And when you have a good reason, you just kind of have to. I go into like auto mode, autopilot. I just kind of go there, get it done, get home, and do something else. I've never had a problem with the contrast. I've usually asked, because it does take a while. It's over an hour. So if you're claustrophobic, you're going to want something to help you relax, for sure.
Yeah, they give you can watch a movie sometime, or you can ask for headphones to listen to music. If that helps you go to sleep faster, you can just go to sleep.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, I got something here. It says, oh yeah, Ativan is nice. I always tell them to give me that when I have a headache and I'm on the way in the ambulance. Anyhow, drugs. It says, running or rucking. Hello, everybody. I was diagnosed with epilepsy a few weeks ago. You may have seen my first post. I was on Keppra at first, and now I've switched to lacosamide with much better results. So my first question for today is, am I okay to start running again? I am mostly a lifter at heart, and I have been doing that successful since the diagnosis with no issues, but I would like to get back into cardio, preferably outside to get some sunlight. Is it okay? Is it so good? It's so good for my mental health. I am feeling both cautious because the two seizures that I have were both on days where I lifted in the morning and had a moderately intense hike or ruck at night. Granted, I wasn't exactly proactive about water on those days, but I just feel like a little nervous to do multiple sessions of exercise in a day. What do y'all think? I would definitely be asking my neurologist about this soon, but I don't have any official neurology meeting with him until September. I don't do much running. I like peaceful times in the house. So anybody else can answer that? Anybody work out or run often who would suggest don't run or keep running or however the case you think?
I would say if you're going to run, definitely like our phones or, Apple Watches and stuff, they have GPS trackers, you tell your family or whoever your support group is where you're going to run and you do your run, don't let it stress you out. The more you're stressed out, the more you're likely to have a seizure. So I would say definitely do it.
Go ahead, Liz.
Yeah, I think that for that person, I would probably recommend just going back into exercise like really gradual, because that's kind of how I've been. I used to be like long distance runner, absolute favorite thing in the world, but I've kind of dialed it back to like 2-3 mile runs just because you don't want to like really overwork yourself. And if working out, is a trigger for some people, I know that strenuous activity is for some people, then just kind of like, I don't know, babying yourself a little bit would be like my go-to, so you don't like freak yourself out. And then like Angel was saying, you have like GPS trackers and stuff on your phone, and a lot of phones and watches have like emergency fall detections implemented with them too. So like if you drop your phone or for long periods of time, something like that, it could notify someone. So I don't know. There's a safe way to do a lot of stuff that you do like, and you shouldn't have to, put your hobbies on the back burner just because, you got cursed and you have this really crappy disorder, but you still deserve to do things that make you happy. So
Yeah, it doesn't seem like all high intensity workouts have to stop, but just planning ahead, and you're gonna get used to hearing get a nanny cam on here. But this is another situation where some kind of camera would actually benefit. You might actually be able to have an independent workout, not being monitored by, somebody in the room if there's a camera. And obviously don't do like certain poses if you're, into yoga and things like that. Those had to stop for me.
Okay, I got something else here. It says, I'd like some feedback, you guys. It says, what's the weirdest place you guys have had a seizure? I was just thinking about the strange places I've had a seizure, and I was wondering what's the most random place you guys have had a seizure. Mine was at a grocery store entrance. I didn't enter, but I had the seizure while entering. My worst seizure, the weirdest place I had a seizure, someone else's house.
My best friend's bathroom while in the shower.
Yeah, mine was, I forgot what I already said, but
I think you were talking about the friend's house.
everybody's had a weird experience. Where you guys woke up at once upon a time?
All right, well, you're gonna have this kick-ass background music now, but mine was definitely the skating rink, child's birthday. Talia, how old was Sophia? Okay, they couldn't have been more than like 9 or 10. And yeah, it was at the skating rink. I ended up staying behind. I think the mom was a registered nurse or something, and Nana had to get the family home while they, I think, called the ambulance just to like get me the hell out of there. And yeah, I definitely felt inclined to apologize to that family and send her an extra gift card or something. I know I ruined that. I took over that girl's birthday party.
Dang. I think my worst was on an X-ray table. I was getting an X-ray of my hip, of all things, and I was in a lot of pain. And the X-ray tech positioned my leg in a way that it didn't want to go, which is why I was there. And it popped. The pain triggered me, and I started to seize on the table. And that was like, I think that was the worst one for my daughter because it just went on and on. It basically started a cluster, and I came out of it, and everybody was stressing me out because apparently I said some things I wasn't aware of. And we all know, that one unspoken, the one side effect we don't like to talk about is that suicidal ideation. And you say, oh my God, I just want to die. And you're in a medical setting, you know what they're going to do. And it's like, I do not need to speak to an emergency mental health team. I didn't even know what was going on. And that was one of the reasons I pushed so hard to get the PNES off my diagnosis because, those things were happening. They're like, you don't have anything wrong. There's no reason for you to behave like this. And it's like, it's not behavior, it's a seizure. So sorry to inform you, and then I ended up in the hospital for 5 days after that because, it was a seizure. And it didn't turn out so great, but I was okay. It just took 3 days for me to recognize people. And that was the weirdest one was it took forever. I mean, I've had some really embarrassing ones, like the ones in school, and I had one in gym class, I had one in swim, which is one of the reasons why even as a kid, before I had an official clinical diagnosis, I didn't want to be in a pool because, you go face down. I don't care. And when you're seizing, you're sucking in air before you exhale. And when your face is in water, that's water you're sucking in. So yeah, no, that was one of the toughest. Somebody literally pulled me out of the water by my hair. She thought I was going to hate her for the rest of high school, and I didn't. So I'm like, no, are you kidding me? How can I be mad at you? But I do wonder, let's face it, what would be different if I was getting treated, when I was a kid? But yeah, oh my God, Kate, incontinency in public. Oh my God, right? Yeah, no, let's not go there.
Yeah, I've peed on myself in the worst places. Yeah, just got used to it. Now when I wake up, I check my pants first, and then I'm like, oh, at least I got past that part.
No, I was bragging to you guys how that had stopped. And over the weekend, when everybody had, or several of us had more clusters and surprise ones, I mean, it's summer. I can't go without drinking a gallon a day now. So maybe it was just like the worst time, but it was a longer than usual focal. Incontinence used to not happen unless it was a tonic-clonic, but hello. Had to do an extra load of laundry.
Liz,
So things come back. Some side effects or seizure effects, whatever you call them, go away and then they come back years later.
Right. I thought I seen Liz with something to say earlier about I forgot what question I asked, but you have anything?
Oh, it might have been related to like the weirdest place you've had a seizure.
Yeah,
This also kind of ties into like something funny that came out of a seizure. I got a horse blanket one time after having a seizure, which was actually kind of cool because horse blankets are expensive and they're nice. I was out on a run. It's early, some October morning. I was still a teenager and I seized and fell right on my face. I'm not even kidding. I literally broke my chin. I didn't even know you could do that. But it was like mangled face, and it was before COVID, where it was like socially acceptable in the US to like wear a mask and stuff. So I had to go to work with like literally a busted lower half of my face. But it was in a neighborhood, and so being, kind of a country rural town, people saw me fall outside and they came out, and it's chilly, and they threw blankets on me, and a lady gave me a horse blanket, and it was the cutest thing, and I still have that blanket, and like I put it on my dog and he loves it. And it's, I don't know, the only positive thing to ever come out of seizures was this really nice horse blanket.
That was actually something on the list. What was, I forgot already.
That's beautiful. Anything positive. If you can find anything positive out of any epileptic experience, that's definitely the ones that we like to pass around the most. And horse blankets, no joke.
Yeah, I don't know what a horse blanket is, but the
English
question
and
was, what is the
anything
best?
associated with like English style writing is just wicked expensive. I'm sure it has to do with like
Yeah, and it's the one that has like,
what it's made of.
yeah, it has like stats on it, like that's bending stuff,
Yeah.
and it was big too. It's like, going around in full quarter
It can
horse,
cover a
like,
horse.
It was snaps. Yeah, no, and it was blue and it was fuzzy on one side. It was
Yes.
precious.
Oh, your dog must love that so much. What kind of dog you have?
Oh, he's a little black lab. He turns 10 next month, and I'm just like not mentally prepared for that. He's still a baby in my heart.
Oh.
Nice.
We've heard from a lot of other visitors too that their dogs, whether trained for service work or not, pick up on their seizures. Has your lab done been able to alert you in any way?
This is kind of weird and almost like, I don't know, witchy, but we actually started developing seizure issues at the same time, but like we weren't together because like my parents had separated and my dad took the dog, and he started having I don't even know what kind of seizures it would be for him, because he was still conscious, but it's like whole, like, I don't know, the tonic
Generalized,
part of
probably.
the seizure where it's like,
yeah,
just doesn't lose consciousness, just completely like stiffens up, kind of like shakes, uncontrollable.
That's
for
how
like
a
a couple of
dog
minutes at a
seizure
time. It's
looks.
horrifying.
Yeah.
I watch, like, oh my god, it's an absolute nightmare. But we started having that like at the same time as each other, which was really weird because as far as I know, his parents didn't have any sort of thing. As far as I know, my family doesn't have anything. So we really just both started having weird issues at the same time. So I don't know. He's my son. We're connected.
Nice. You guys understand each other.
Yeah, talk about being on the same wavelength.
I mean, I wish we'd, had to share something else instead of that, but he's been good for a while. He hasn't had any sort of issues.
Nice.
Seems like it's easier to manage in animals. Wonder what they're getting. They
From
might,
the outside
they might be
looking
getting
in.
better drugs. I kind of want to get a vet on here now.
Right.
No, like in
Liz, do you live
horses and
alone?
dogs and a lot of our mammals have seizures.
Liz, do you live alone?
Speaking of,
no, I currently.
oh,
Do you
go ahead.
drive?
Oh, sorry, Angel, go ahead.
No, Pookie was asking you a question. I was just gonna go. Speaking of dogs, I got to see my my Bowie, my German Shepherd, on Sunday on Father's Day. So I got to take my daughter with me, and I got to see my dog.
Oh, we got some pictures.
He was just all over me.
That's adorable. Dogs never forget.
Liz, do you drive?
No, I'm actually currently medically suspended because of that seizure back in May. So 6 months, and it sucks, and I'm being driven around like a child. So I'm 25 now, so it's
Yeah, I
it's
know
not
what you
fun.
mean. I know exactly what you mean. Are you working?
No, I actually lost my job too. Like I got 2 for 1. That last seizure really screwed me over.
Yeah, a lot of us are there with you. Most of us aren't driving.
That's impressive that you can laugh about it, though. Seriously.
Yeah.
A lot of what we
have
hear is
to.
when.
I mean, like,
yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, like Annie was saying earlier, you know, like there's some things you can't really say out loud. You start kind of getting that mindset, and after that, I was definitely not in a super fantastic place, and that's how I found this sub, really. And then you guys, everyone's been so supportive, and I'm glad I was able to make today's meeting. So I don't know, I just kind of have to laugh at myself and not take things too seriously.
That's how
And
I.
that is definitely why we appreciate you coming. I'm looking at one of these websites coming from a health. This is from a provider's website, and it's just the kind of frequently asked questions thing. It's 20 different facts about seizures, and this one just sounds curious. I want to know if you guys have ever heard this from a provider saying the patient bears the responsibility. Driving after a first seizure is, surprise, not usually restricted unless a cause is found that will probably lead to a recurrence. After the second or with any chemically induced seizure, you lose your license for, oh, okay, so they're saying if they run a blood test and find like coke in your system or something like that, you'll lose your license for a variable period. Healthcare providers may report non-compliant patients or other concerns to the Department of Public Safety. I'm surprised nobody else, we talk to a lot of people that still drive.
Yeah.
Have you guys ever had a provider actually threaten you, like, you better not drive? I don't remember what it was like losing the license because it was so long ago.
My provider, he did the paperwork for the DMV as soon as we figured out I have epilepsy. Yeah, he was like, you can't even go there and do it yourself because they're gonna let you know. I sent the paperwork already. Yeah, it was just off the table once I got epilepsy. And then he told me it was 2 years until I can drive. But I looked it up online, it says 6 months. But then I thought about it, my case was different at the beginning, so it could be that I was having more seizures than, I'm not gonna say the usual person because I don't know exactly what that is, the usual person, but yeah, I was having more seizures to where he was like, "You're not gonna drive. 2 years. Give me 2 years, and I'll sign the paperwork again." Didn't happen. Still isn't happening. I'm not gonna get to 2 years. I'm doubting it. I'm not gonna do any brain surgeries. So, yeah. Anybody else?
I was going through my seizure-free period, and I got my permit and everything, and I just had to go through the final step to get to my license, and then boom, it's how those grand mals like to come back with a vengeance.
Oh, who you
And
telling?
I didn't even need the provider, but yeah, I just chose not to drive after that. It's like I couldn't imagine hitting anybody after that. It's like I don't know when they come. I don't got no auras or nothing. Nothing to warn me.
This same provider's website put this in an interesting way, kind of referring to what we were talking about earlier with the working out. They describe it as burnout occurs when the body's energy supplies becomes depleted, the seizure activity continues, but as time passes, the muscle contractions get weaker and weaker. This is a sign that the brain and body are weakening and damage is probably occurring. Do you think this might be referring to seizures kind of over the decades, long term? Do any of your tonic-clonics feel like they're getting weaker? Like your muscles are contracting less?
I get that. I feel like my seizures, my grandma's, they haven't been as bad recently. But the bad thing about mine is just wandering off lately. So mine's have graduated from having tonic-clonics and biting up my mouth to wandering off, and I'm perfectly fine. But now I'm in a position to be shot or taken to jail because I'm in someone's house.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. That burnout, Kate, sounds like what happens during a prolonged status epilepticus. Like when we have a seizure and then we recover, our body's going to recover. But when your body doesn't have that chance, yeah, your muscles literally, I felt like a puddle. I could not move. I mean, I didn't have the strength to move. I wasn't paralyzed, but I know every single time that I've woken up after what they call mental state altered, which is a coma, I would feel so weak and worn out. And yeah, I can see that. That's the burnout, because your brain is going to shut down. Your body is going to shut down. And unfortunately, among those muscles is the cardiac muscle. So burnout, one of the first signs of like a status burnout is your heart stops. So breathing, respiratory is one thing, but when you go into cardiac arrest in status epilepticus, that's usually indication of a burnout, because your heart muscle it's not getting what it needs to continue working. But yeah, yeah, I hate status. And yeah, like the
Okay.
clusters, yeah.
So now I can see why they didn't phrase it as clearly as that puts it. So we'll keep those rescue meds in a well-known spot.
I got something else here. It says, do y'all puke after seizures? I know feeling nauseous can be common, but it says most people don't end up actually puking. But I puke after every seizure, so far 7. My seizures are not actually caused by drug use or anything like that. All my seizures were when I was sober. Anyone else experience that, or am I crazy? I vomit during them sometimes as well as getting foam at the mouth. I don't vomit. Anybody else get vomit?
No, I think it's this like heartburn kind of feeling. Definitely never want to eat or drink anything.
Yeah, same. Never hungry afterwards.
Yeah, I've heard one person say they vomit. Go ahead, Ann.
Yeah, I've gone from, I'll go from that, like, I can't think of it, the complex aware. I would be in like an aware focal complex where I can feel my body going rigid. And if I throw up and I'm still aware, I know I'm headed for trouble, and I've done that. But I've woken up, in some stuff that's questionable. I mean, let's face it, I don't know if I throw up every time though. But yeah, I feel sick and sore, and yeah.
I don't know if I'm trying to think. I remember one time living when I was still with my wife. Something happened. And I puked it up right away. I don't know if that was a seizure though, but I can't remember. Like, it was just odd to me. But I know I called my mother-in-law right away, come get the baby. I can't watch the baby today. And I called my wife. I remember. I think it might have been like, from what I've been, learning, probably was a seizure, not a tonic-clonic one.
Yeah, even some of those absence seizures can drain you. I mean, not physically, but I know I've lost words for an entire day after like a long focal. And just especially if it triggers a headache, then I know that was probably on the longer side, and anything more than a minute for me is gonna change the rest of the day. But then the next day I'll wake up and not remember anything for even longer than if it's a short focal. I'll have a chance of remembering maybe 2 or 3 hours before, but that there's no chance if there's like symptoms after the focals. That's when I can tell they're longer.
Yeah, it's like it takes more out of you the longer it lasts, that kind of thing. And I was going to ask you guys, because I've had this happen a few times where, like, all of a sudden my throat will tighten and I'll start to hypersalivate and start gagging, and I'll throw up. And I've had some people tell me that was probably a seizure. But I'm like, yeah, it did feel weird, like nothing else. Do you know what I mean? Like I had no reason to be nauseous. There was nothing going on, and just out of nowhere, I started gagging like that. So I don't know. I don't know if that was even a seizure.
See you, Jocelyn.
I don't
See you,
exactly.
Jocelyn.
I don't exactly get that, like the vomiting out of nowhere. But I do get the dizzy out of nowhere, and sometimes I'm thinking, is that a seizure? Because sometimes I'm not doing anything. I'm kind of sitting there chilling, and then boom, I'm dizzy for no reason. I'm wondering, is it the medication? What's going on? Why am I just dizzy out of nowhere for no reason? Get
That's like
that all
another
the
one of those
time.
random medical words that they have for prodrome. It's like they're describing that as the earliest warning that a seizure may happen. And during prodrome, they say you may feel strange, feel fear or panic. It was kind of like that sleep paralysis thing you were describing. But apparently, maybe it's not sleep paralysis if they give it this prodrome word for an aura. Some symptoms including the aura that, where you might get the deja vu, or if it happens while you're asleep or going to sleep, it sounds like they're describing prodrome as feeling fear or panic. You're even having good feelings, so even having that euphoria. And this is what they're saying includes like smell, sounds, taste, blurred vision, or racing thoughts. And yeah, I haven't heard prodrome in the office before, in the doctor's office. Surprised about that.
We got another one here. It says, take 1,000 milligrams of Depakote DR and 2,500 of Keppra. Has epilepsy changed your view of death, the afterlife? This is an open post about faiths and beliefs for people to share their own views. If you have disagreement with anyone's views, please keep them to yourself or civil with others. Oh, I don't know why you say that on the internet. I've been overly religious. I pulled from a lot of different faiths and ideologies, but never stuck to anything specific or had any solid views of the afterlife. After my first seizure event and being hospitalized for 3 weeks and not experiencing anything after, just a complete blankness, no time, no dreams, no light, no people, no ghosts, no out of body experience, nothing. It kind of it drove away all those beliefs I had been accumulating. Now I don't believe anything happens after death. It's just nothing. Everything ends, no more anything. This is life, and this is it, no more. And from that, I started having much deeper appreciation for living as well. Since I feel all this, I've got. Why would you? Why would I waste it? I want to enjoy everything I can from it. The colors, sounds, tastes, lights, experiences. But what about you guys? Has epilepsy altered your view of the afterlife at all? Made you believe any more or less for any reason? Um, to be honest, I never really thought about the afterlife. It's just a thought that doesn't always come to me. And if it does, I can't remember in particular. But that's a lot. Does it make you think less about the afterlife? Religion, I haven't really fell too deep in. When it comes to my epilepsy per se. Yeah, this doesn't have anything to do with religion, so I just kind of keep religion away from my epilepsy because, yeah, it ain't going
I think this
nowhere.
person's kind of fishing for what they want to hear. Anybody that's had a religious background, I mean, obviously in Catholic school, you kind of have to memorize what they tell you about the afterlife. And somebody posting on a subreddit about this is probably going to want to hear both sides, where, like the more religious will say, this is a test on your religion, and, pray about it, read the scripture, read the word, remind yourself of like, that you've been created and this is just a test and you can still pray about it and overcome it. And a lot of times religion is comforting. It is a serious coping mechanism for a lot of people, and for way more than just epilepsy, but those who, have always kind of lived where like they need to know the answer. And obviously, since you can't get the answer to everything, if you say let go, let God, then that's sufficient to be able to move on. So that's kind of what it sounds like this person might want to hear, especially if they were really religious before the seizures.
Yeah, like they want more religious views of this.
Yeah.
I got a comment here that says, one of the reviews, results vary. I have focal epilepsy that rarely involves secondary generalized seizures. When my medication is working well and I'm confronted by fewer seizure triggers, I can go months between seizures. Other times, minor triggers like allergy medication, stomach flu, or poor sleep or hygiene will produce a seizure with minimum warning. I was on Keppra for a while, which controlled my seizures pretty well, but caused pretty severe psychological problems for me. I tried other medications and had very mixed results, including some severe allergic reactions. I've been on Briviact for a few months now, with just one breakthrough seizure and limited negative side effects. I feel pretty optimistic about my current health outlook, but it took a lot of time and effort and patience and supportive family members and doctors to get there. Yeah. FYI, I was very close to becoming a SUDEP statistic after a status epilepticus event that immediately preceded my focal epilepsy diagnosis. That person didn't exactly answer the question. I mean, that I think, but
About that Briviact, I don't remember if that's the dose that I was on that was extended release, but when you have the drug resistant epilepsy, that's one of the ones that tended to last a little bit longer before they had to up the dose. Did you have you guys gotten told that you have the drug resistant kind?
I haven't so far.
I haven't so far, but I'm on my 12th medication. So.
Not yet.
That might be a question for your neurologist next appointment.
Yeah, no, I've known since 2016, and that was one of the things that I brought up in that appointment. You know, it's like I'm not going to keep. He wants me to try Excapri. I'm like, I'm really not interested. And I would try Briviact. Yeah, I would try Briviact before I tried Excapri, but I'm not sure. I know Fycompa is a problem with bone density and SI, but I'm not sure about Briviact and Excapri. But just like you, Angel, I've tried every single one of them. And talking about trying some more twice. Yeah, I don't want to. But yeah, drug resistant. I don't know. I mean,
I built up a tolerance to my lacosamide, and that's what I'm pretty sure they were trying to say. But that's why they're switching me to Excapri, because they feel like the lacosamide is not holding back my seizures anymore. But that's a different agenda. Back to the Briviact, I had really bad, along with being on 3 other medications, 8 seizure meds on it. I had really bad side effects with it. So I the brain fog was just full. And it was just like instant tranquilizer once I took it.
Which one was that, Angel, that did that?
Briviact. And it was slightly better to manage than Keppra.
Yeah. I mean, that might help me at nighttime.
So Briviact being an anti-epileptic, was that an allergic reaction you were describing to Briviact?
Me?
Yeah, I wonder if they would take you off of like all the anti-epileptics if you had an allergic reaction to the Briviact.
No, I don't think it was. It was
I misheard you.
It wasn't an allergic reaction. It was just pretty much I was on too many anti-epileptic drugs at the same time.
Wow.
And I know you probably been on more than me at the same time, but
They wanted to, but that's where, you know, it takes the lab test for them to find out the truth. Good.
yeah,
If I don't feel right about taking more than 3 meds, then I won't. But
yeah,
they
I was on
don't all do
4.
blood tests.
I was on 4 at the same time, and like
Yeah.
react. Oh, here I go. I'm going down.
That's when the pharmacists come in handy, because sometimes they'll catch regulations that are out there saying, you know, if you're already on 6,000 milligrams of Keppra and they want to add the, you know, 20 of Fycompa, but increase it, then they might see, like, you know, having 4 at the same time at this dose could be potentially harmful. So I have heard of pharmacists catching stuff like that before, even if the doctor doesn't.
Yeah, I had that happen with the Depakote and the lamotrigine. That would have been a deadly dose, but the pharmacist said, no, I can't give you this. They have to rewrite it. But yeah, but I'm just wondering, like with the Briviact, would that be a good idea for bedtime? Because I have to call my doctor tomorrow. Yeah, less than 3 hours sleep. That's why I slept all day today. But you know, it's like I have to sleep. And if that stuff's gonna knock me out and turn down those little seizures, I'm in. I don't know.
Sounds like a good idea. No seizures
Yeah.
and sleep. That's what you're looking for.
Oh God. And a life in between. That's the best part. To be able
Oh
to do
yeah,
something.
you always want a life in there with taking these pills. You don't
Yeah,
want the
it's gotta
pill
fit
to
in
take
there.
away your life.
Nope.
Something else here, it says, should I take this seriously? I've been experiencing something strange lately, and I'm not sure what to call it. Every now and then, especially when I'm laying down or trying to relax, I suddenly feel a strong wave-like sensation starting in my head and moving down through my body. It's not painful, but it's very noticeable, like an internal electric pulse. Right after that, I get random muscle movements in different parts of my body. Sometimes it's in my hand, leg, shoulder, or somewhere else. These movements happen involuntary. The weird part is I'm fully conscious the entire time. I can see, hear, move, and do normal tasks just fine. I don't lose awareness, and I'm not paralyzed or frozen. There are times when the jerks happen without the wave sensation beforehand. They just start on their own while I'm awake and alert. It doesn't feel like a typical seizure, but I don't know what else this could be. I had epilepsy as a child, but I've been seizure free for many years. I'm wondering now if this might be related or if something new entirely. Has anyone experienced anything similar? Could this be some kind of seizure or something else? I'll start. It sounds like some type of seizure. I say see a doctor. That sounds like a lot of seizure, hands shaking and stuff. I haven't gotten that, but I've heard about the jumping nerves. I mean, hands and all that stuff. You can't hold things. That's what this sounds like. Um, Opinions, you guys?
Definitely another one to record all the details, dates, times, symptoms, and bring it to the doctor.
Mm. Yeah, you look like you had something.
Yeah, I wonder how many people who were diagnosed as children still have seizures, like if they're not on medication, but they just don't know because there's so little information and there's like so few of us talking to each other. They just don't know that they're having them. Like, I don't know. What do you guys think?
Not only that, it's like, especially in where there's no information at, how are the parents are supposed to know when the like family doesn't really have seizures in the family either to recognize what to look out for.
Mm. Yeah, yeah, the fully conscious part and being able to do things, that's what confused me. Like they're saying they're able to do everything, but they're still having that. It just sounds like I think people say it's myoclonic jerk. Um, yeah, that's what it sounds like to me. You don't want to go untreated for so long and then figure out that's what it is.
That's just too many. It's definitely something.
Seriously, how do I handle depression because of epilepsy? I'm 33. I'm not clear to drive, and I have a caregiver with me a lot of the time. I do not work or go to school or do anything other than stay in bed or go accompanies to to local stores. My short-term memory is equivalent to someone with dementia, my doctor said. I am on multiple seizure and heart medicines pending a second uh, ablation and then hopefully a VNS device if cleared by cardio. Still, some of my family distances themselves, and it's Father's Day, and my dad says, "Save your money, stay in your bed. You're useless. Don't buy me any cheap crap from Amazon." Really sickens me like it's my fault. How's your depression going? I got past the depression part of epilepsy. Pretty much got mine to where it doesn't bother me, I could say. I'm not depressed about it anymore.
I'm sorry, could
Therapy.
you repeat that? Is that just what do you do about your depression in general or from epilepsy?
Yeah, it sounds like this person got those problems and dad saying stuff like that. Yeah, but how do you handle your depression was the question. Like I said, I don't exactly have it from epilepsy. I don't get the depression from my epilepsy anymore.
I guess just know what to look out for. You know, maintain contact with people who are going to look out for those symptoms and will basically have an intervention ready. I mean, I know that's kind of an extreme term to use, but obviously you need somebody around that's going to need to hear if you're going to go that far. I mean, if the depression's actually leading to suicidal ideations that need to be talked about. Just having open lines of communication and a important, you know, a good support system just seemed like really important for a lot of patients who just never expect this diagnosis.
What the fuck is wrong with parents that treat their kids like that?
What's wrong with what?
With parents that treat their kids like that, or siblings that treat their kids, you know, their brothers and sisters like that. It just blows me away that you would treat a child because they're sick but like that. Like just say that shit to him. Don't come over. Stay in bed.
Yeah, the parent needs the intervention. You know, I don't think the person posting realizes that, you know, it's not them. It's like it's not you. It's that person that is saying that to you. Yeah, that's
A lot of
abuse.
things I hear about the parents too, or I think about the parents that try to blow it off or tell their kids to just, you know, man up and handle it, are ones that don't want to face the truth, don't want to accept that maybe this is genetic and this could be, you know, your fault from letting them have so many contact sports and, you know, just not taking responsibility when they were younger. So it's easier to ignore it, look the other way and decide that that's just the way to treat your children. And those are the most devastating cases that we hear about and see posts about when it's obviously like a elementary or middle school child on the internet asking questions about like what's happening to me because my parents, you know, the nurse wants me to go to the doctor but my parents won't take me. The ones that happen in school.
Yeah,
That's when
yeah.
they'll literally only take them if the school is threatening CPS.
And they can, and they should, and they do. And I wish that we had that when I was a kid because I probably would have been treated at least 3 decades sooner than my treatment started, you know. But yeah, I was one of those kids. So, you know, when Court was saying that, yeah, I get it. I get where she's coming from. You know, I was growing up with epilepsy and I was the the maid and the mom when my stepmother didn't feel like doing anything, you know, and it just blows my mind though when people will say stuff like that. It's like, if I were in a wheelchair, would you dump me out of the wheelchair and walk away? You know, this is how you're treating somebody with a disability just because you don't understand it. You know, I just want you to know that this is how you are treating somebody with a disability. And, you know, when I started reminding people, it's like, well, you're not disabled. Well, that's not your determination. That's not what my doctor's telling us. But, you know, that's not up to you. But just the disrespect, that's just downright. It sounds like that parent would be disrespectful no matter what, even if that person didn't have epilepsy. You know what I mean? It's like, it's really sad. It's really sad. And I don't want to, but how do I handle my depression? The only way for me to do it was therapy. There was no way I was going to take drugs. I believe in behavior modification before medication. And I just had to work a little harder and rip off some really thick band-aids in my mindset. But you know, the depression, I think in that case where you've got people that are abusing you, verbally and psychologically abusing you because of your disability, that's where it becomes even more important to know the difference between, you know, what is your fault and what is their fault. It's their choice to treat you that way. So, you know, it's hard to not take it personally. It's a skill, you know, therapy. That's all I'm saying, therapy.
Yeah, the people who have epilepsy didn't choose to have epilepsy. Epilepsy chose us, you know?
Yeah, I think Rick, you had a story, right? We were talking about like kind of parents being in denial about their children having epilepsy, telling them bad things like you don't have it and stuff like that, or you're useless.
Yeah, I had a cousin. You know, it's kind of weird because his parents and also my mom, they don't understand a lot of things, and they also never take it blame for anything. You know, where like I tell my mom, you know, she's always talking about, well, you know, our genetics are this or our genetics are that. I'm like, well, you know, all of your kids have thyroid issues. Where do you think that comes from? Oh, it's from your father. He doesn't have thyroid issues. You seem to be having thyroid issues now later in life, so maybe it's from you. This totally doesn't understand the whole genetic thing. So I felt really bad for my cousin when he was younger because, you know, they thought he was faking. They didn't understand it. They didn't understand the severity of it. So I totally get that, unfortunately.
Someone said, a new hell, waking up from seizures. I have always had tonic-clonic seizures and therefore been unconscious. Lately, I've been awake for what I can only assume is a seizure. They terrify me and hurt. I lose control of my body and feel this immense straining. It's so hard to describe. If you're awake during seizures, what does it feel like for you? Thank you so much in advance. I'm really going through it, scared, depressed, and I don't have great care team yet. Anybody have seizures while awake or aware that your tonic-clonics, not focals?
Just
Definitely cannot be aware during a tonic-clonic.
A complex focal, yeah.
Okay, so to this, I guess that's being awake. Yeah, like they said, they can feel and all that. I have those. Well, haven't had one in a while, but it's like when they say feel things, it's like I can feel myself gritting my teeth. I can feel myself slamming my head into things, and eventually slamming your head into things. And eventually, I think it just kind of took me out. The pain deprivation put me to sleep or whatever. but I've had those to where you're just like feeling everything and you can't stop your arm from banging against stuff in your head and stuff like that. Somebody told me that was a complex partial, but then someone else explained a complex partial and it was much different from what that is. So I need to talk to a doctor or a neurologist about that. But to this person, yeah, talk to a doctor about it.
Yeah, definitely talk to a doctor about it because, like I said, and will know it, those clusters could come in any way possible, and like I said, my first cluster felt like, I don't know if it felt, but that's what I thought, you know, because all I knew was my tonic-clonics. And I was completely eyes open and aware and everything, and it's still burned into the back of my brain to this day.
I got something here that everyone can answer. I'd like some opinions other than one or two. But it says, think I had a seizure and I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do now. I'm extremely fatigued and my muscles still feel weak. Am I supposed to go to a doctor? I have an at-home sleep study here soon, but I'm not sure if that's enough or what. I woke up around 2 a.m. to what I believe was a semi-conscious version of a seizure, and it lasted to about 3:30. I seem to have lost an hour in between there because it was 3 a.m. really fast. My hesitation with seeing a doctor is that will be a waste of time and they won't be able to find anything, which I am so tired of. And it seems like the specialist thinks I have narcolepsy. Anyone think this person should go to the doctor? Why and how? Come on, guys.
Well, if they're already doing a sleep study, something might show up on that. A lot of people find their epilepsy during a sleep study. That's not unusual, but God, I hate this because it's like one side of me says, I really hope you don't have epilepsy. I want you to have something else. But at the same time, if you have epilepsy, I want you to get treatment as soon as possible. So this is where I say I could never. I look at myself now, I wouldn't have made it in the medical industry right now because having to make decisions like that, it takes a lot of context, from that patient. But I mean, if this is something, I always say to people like that, start a journal. It's going to be a while before you see a specialist. Having that journal is going to be the best tool that you can take and create for yourself. And we all know, like, I don't know too many people who, some of the lucky ones, they have a seizure and they get diagnosed within 48 hours. There are a few people like that, but very rarely do we get diagnosed right away. And I think that's the hardest part, telling people who are like, did I have a seizure? Should I get to a doctor? What do I tell them? Well, first you want to have as much information to take to them, to help them figure it out. But yeah, of course it sounds like a seizure. Heck, what doesn't sound like a seizure to us? We've had every single kind of seizure.
And it is hard to tell them every time, but getting that proof the first time as soon as possible so you don't run into all these like PNES and bullshit that like wait and see diagnosis, then the EEGs have to have like the worst seizure possible for them to not deny you and just go straight to looking over the chart and deciding what you'd be the best candidate for. And still, this OP needs to understand, still do your own research every step of the way, because they can sell you something with the implication that you're not going to have seizures, you're not going to need medicine. And that's stupid. That's just such a lie.
Yeah, that sucks. I agree. But yeah, that whole, when somebody told me, oh, you need a journal. And for a couple years, I was like, yeah, and I'm not as diligent about doing my journaling as I should be. But I put enough in there, but that is the best tool that you could have when you go in and say, this is what happened. This is the date. This was what I ate that day, the activity. It was hot out, or I got cold, or this changed, and then I had that happen. All of those things, the doctors can decide and say, this could be associated with that. But I don't completely understand. Oh, there goes another one. I don't completely understand the difference between narcolepsy and other things. It's like, okay, does narcolepsy show up on an EEG, or is it just I don't know. Is that a psychogenic syndrome, or is it neurological?
I'm seeing narcolepsy as identifiable on an EEG through certain patterns of brainwave activities, especially during sleep.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, if they can pick that up.
And then depending on how good that
study.
camera is, they could see certain eye movements, and if that coincides with the brainwave activity, that's probably how they differentiate.
Well, that's why they put the electrodes like up on your temples, and because that measures your eye movement. So they don't even have to see it; they just get that. But yeah, it's really fascinating. And like with narcolepsy, I'm not a doctor. I don't know how to read those things, but yeah, is it really narcolepsy, or is it nocturnal seizures? It just sounds like nocturnal seizures to me. So I don't know. Maybe I'm just too obsessed with seizures. Yeah.
Annie, you've earned that.
Oh, I wish I didn't. I was telling Jeff earlier that the boot camp version of the boot camp portion of my life was far too long. And, now it's time to to go to battle. But yeah, I really hate to be able to say that I've experienced so many different kinds of seizures and then so many different kinds of doctors. This topped it though. I mean, I'm sorry guys, but finding out that first fuckhead is the director of the freaking epilepsy center that I just reported. I really wish I could watch this happen, the fly on the wall. I cannot believe it that a doctor like that would do that and then not follow through with the requirement to treat the said diagnosis that they threw at me. It's like, well, just because you think I have psychogenic doesn't mean I no longer have epileptic. But that's what we did for 5 years. And it's like, yeah, just catching Liz up on the story. So I had to kind of put my foot down and find out what was going on. But just to know that the director of a level 4 epilepsy center allowed that to happen to me, I really want to see his balls on a stick.
Yeah, got lost. I found something people told me about heat during seizures, but this one's different. It says, can heat affect myoclonic jerks and absent seizures? So I got diagnosed with juvenile myoclonic epilepsy when I was 17, but also have absent seizures. I find that as it's getting warmer, I feel like I'm having more myoclonic jerks. However, with both the jerks and the lamotrigine and Keppra I'm on, heavily messing with my memory, I don't feel confident enough to say if the heat has affected them in almost 2 years since my diagnosis. I know someone who has epilepsy has the problem of knowing more seizures when it gets warmer, so I was wondering if anyone experiences this problem, and if you do, what's the reason behind it? Can the heat really affect us? I've heard about heat affecting other people's seizures, like tonic-clonics and stuff, but I don't know if it gives you like more jerking than the usual.
When I was in the south of France, I was having a lot of them. And I think they said something about juvenile whatever. My EEG was something childhood absence, something. I think they're kind of related. So personally, I would say, yeah, like move to Canada or like Sweden or something.
How long did you get to go to France for?
I went there a bunch. I was dating this terrible, terrible French person, but I got to go to the South France a lot, so.
So you got a good vibe for actually like what cultural differences exist in the healthcare involved.
Oh yeah, I just meant because it was hot. It was really hot there. And that made them worse.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds like it sucks. Yeah, I couldn't imagine because California is hot often, so I couldn't imagine just upping my seizures just because it's hot and having to avoid the heat. Um, Anybody? Oh no, we're not parents of anybody with epilepsy. We all have epilepsy. Let's go to the
Yeah,
next
no, that's
system.
me with the heat. I can't do the heat. Um, yeah, I get affected by that real fast, but some of our medications, sorry guys, I'm moving around a lot, but some of our medications can make us more sensitive to the heat. So always read that patient information, research your medications. But yeah, I've always been, you know, the heat stroke. You know, Annie's always getting heat stroke. Well, no, Annie was always having seizures, is what was going on, you know, but yeah, I would be careful with heat.
Sometimes it seems like it's not always just the dehydration, but even just being in the sun. Even when it's like that nice 2 weeks of winter down here, I go for a walk longer than half an hour in the morning and something tends to happen, even if it's still like barely sun up, but actually comfortable enough to take a longer walk. Sometimes even just being out in the sun, especially since I'm taking the medicine and maybe it didn't kick in yet. I don't know. Anybody else have trouble with like sun exposure, even if it's not hot?
Um, Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes, even with the sun just hitting my face, sometimes I get like real dizzy.
Yeah, the dizzy with the sun hitting my face thing, I get that too, time to time. It isn't just you, Angel. So, oh man, that sucks. I got one here. It says, 16 years old, sister died of SUDEP. Was it painful? TW SUDEP. She passed last year in January. I'm 22. I work in healthcare, so I can deal with the truth. She woke up at 7 a.m. in the morning, replied to a friend's message, and then fell back asleep. My dad, 43, found her when he came home from lunch around 12:30, face down, laying in the gap between the bed and the wall, with the sheets tangled around her. Also, my mom is quite holistic, and her sister's medication affected her mental health, and she felt it made her depressed. So when she passed, she was not on any medications. She has the occasional nocturnal seizures, and that's it, maybe 3 times a year. Edit. As for work in healthcare, obviously, I support the use of medications. However, my mom is really very natural and organic, and I know that she must constantly feel guilty and ask herself 100 times a day if she did the wrong thing or right thing by becoming unmedicated. I feel like I've been holding judgment towards her for not medicating my sibling. Is there anybody here who doesn't medicate? I don't think so.
No, especially not if you're having them at night. Like that's bad. I don't have much more to say, but that's really terrible, and I feel for this person.
Yeah,
I feel for them. Even Tuna, who was not medicating, is medicating himself now.
yeah. I was gonna say that. That's my only person I know who wasn't taking it. But he was handling it pretty well. He said it'd been like 4 months. and he wasn't taking them. He was just taking supplements and B12s and smoking weed and vitamins and stuff. So I say 4 months. That's pretty good with no pills and smoking pot and living seizure free for 4 months.
Yeah, but suit up, if you're not, that's scary. I'm with you, Em, on that. My heart goes out to them because I would have some serious anger issues and some resentment. I'm just saying from a personal level because that, having experienced the lack of treatment when I was a kid, I could have been that person. I could have been dead from that. Yeah.
I got something here and I don't see Ann in the comments, so I'll read it. It says advocacy for those with invisible disabilities is shit. People with invisible disabilities comes from all walks of life and with no disability is alike. Despite the differences, most are not immune from the social issues, including having to prove your disability because it can't be seen. It seems like every day on the internet, TV, radio, etc., there is some kind of advocacy for everything but an invisible disability like epilepsy. I personally have seen more commercials about drugs for invisible disabilities than actually advocacy for people going through it. So my question is for you, what kind of advocacy do you want to happen for your invisible disability? For me personally, I don't need a pity party. What I need is for society to be better educated so they can stop questioning validity of my invisible disability. I kind of gave up on people telling people to understand it and stuff like that. Anybody else? I give up on people often, fast.
This brings to mind doctors, how quickly I'll give up on a doctor if they're not asking the right questions or addressing the reason that I'm there. I'll start by letting them kind of open the conversation. And if they bring up, so I hear you had that really bad one 2 days ago, then I'm quick to write them off.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Maybe it's the New Jersey in me, but I'm very vocal, and I guess I'm really good at being really sarcastic enough that people shut up and listen. So I don't seem like the type, but I could really make people feel this silly camera, this small sometimes when they're like, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, really? Have you heard about this, 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 this? And they're like, oh. So, I advocate for a lot of things, and I spent my whole life studying. My nickname is Ricky Research. So I don't know why, just learning, everything that I could get my hands on. So I surprise people with how much I know about so many different things. So I actually knew a bunch of stuff about epilepsy before I had the opportunity to have it. So I don't give up as easily because I make sure people understand, and I don't want to say put them in their place, but kind of put them in their place when they're being ignorant or just not paying attention to things or pushing things off. Oh yeah, whatever, blah blah blah. I'm like, oh, actually, there's this, 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 and this. So I'm not one to really give up on people like that. I make sure they're educated when they walk away from me.
I tried, but then I'll just leave it to the podcast. Maybe they'll see it. Maybe they'll get an understanding. But I'm done arguing with people about my disability. Yeah, like I said, I give up on explaining. If I feel like you're not listening, which I can usually tell in the first 20 seconds of me or them talking, and I just, okay, the next opportunity I get to say okay, and then I walk away.
Yeah, that's when I stand up and get louder.
No, I nicely walk away.
Well, I think
That's 'cause
Rick
you're
just
from
found the best way
California.
to. There you go. Yeah, no, I just heard Rick say in the nicest way that like he puts them in their place. That's what it sounded like to me. Still giving them all the respect and decency in the world, but getting the point across.
I like to just walk away. I feel like I moved to California to get more of that because Man, yeah, no, sometimes I wish I had that. But at this point, I feel like I have to keep going just to make my neurologist life harder, and that keeps me going. I forgot what the question was.
I forgot what the question was too, but it is. Question is, what kind of advocacy do you want to happen for your invisible disability? What I want to happen? I want someone to see this podcast and try to make a difference in epilepsy and want to make a difference for the epilepsy awareness, because I don't feel like there's anything that pushes awareness for epilepsy. There's no like, well, actually we do have a day, so I mean, but no one knows what that is. Yeah, I forgot the day. I think it's in September sometime, but yeah. Anybody with that answer to that question? And Anne's my advocate, so yeah. He's invisible right now, though.
I think it's
Yeah, I
awareness
mean-
all day, every day. Awareness is the what I get out of this one, and I think on a personal
Yeah.
level, it's way better than awareness by any professional.
And society, I mean, too many people are too afraid to know the truth about epilepsy. It's like, you know, I've heard so many people say, well, I don't even want to know. And it's like, well, okay, you've made up your mind there, then don't tell me that I'm wrong if you don't want to know. You know what I mean? It's
Right.
like if you're already, sorry, I'm moving around because I got to go to bed soon, but you know, people have already made up their mind. If that's what they say, well, this is what I know about epilepsy, and what you are saying is wrong, that's what needs to change. But that's, I don't know, that's kind of on a personal level, but overall, on a bigger, you know, social level, I know that we need to be seen. You know, you look at everybody, you know, dementia, Alzheimer's, MS, they all have their commercials. Do you see commercials for anticonvulsants? Ask your
Nope.
doctor about Vimpat. No. Why don't we even see those? Anticonvulsants are among the most expensive pharmaceuticals next to anti-cancer drugs. So why aren't the pharmaceutical companies creating commercials for us? That's one thing I ask, you know, and you know, the first aid. Why don't we do more first aid for seizures? And do they even teach first aid anymore in schools? Do people know? But yeah, that whole invisible disability, MS is an invisible disability, and so is irritable bowel disease. So, but they're getting all of the attention. We don't even have a pharmaceutical commercial, you know, just
Right.
saying, just saying.
So I got something here.
Actually, Liz and Mary have their hands up.
Oh, that's what I was gonna say. Hey, Mary, I seen somebody named Techno. I was trying to introduce him before he left, but go ahead, Mary and Liz. We'll start with Liz, and then I want to talk to Mary after that, since you've been here, Liz.
Yeah, I wanted to kind of just go off of something that Annie said, was that like first aid, like not being taught, and people really not knowing like what to do in different types of situations, you know, with disabilities, that kind of thing. So the job that I actually had to resign from was a 911 dispatcher. Absolutely loved it. And the amount of like convulsion calls that we'd get daily, some of them would be related to actual conditions that people had. Some of them would be like drug overdose, because there are drugs in my area. Clueless people were, even with like common sense on how to help people or how to do anything with someone who was convulsing, was just absolutely like mind-blowing. Because I like to think, even if I didn't have this and I didn't know, you know, like what to do in this situation, I would still act somewhat rationally to a situation and not try to like throw myself on top of a seizing person and try to hold them down, or like shake them even more to try to get them to wake up. So I'm totally with, like, if we could have any sort of even general education at any point would be super great, because oh my God, so many people made situations like 100 times worse because they had no clue what to do in that kind of situation. It was insane. I just wanted to share that.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yeah. We usually start with what medication are you taking? When was your last seizure and when were you diagnosed?
Hi there, very good evening. My name's Mary. I am about to be newly diagnosed, and I think I had a seizure earlier today. And what it is I don't think I have known I've had epilepsy. I think I've had it all my life, but it is, I believe, the focal type. But I just got out of a meeting with my neurologist today, and I've got all this scarring on my mesial temporal lobe, my hippocampus. Both of them are just burned out, and this is like a total head screw because I thought that I was just fucked up. I thought that there was like something like a character defect, and now I'm realizing that like I don't have like convulsions, but man, I have like just sudden suicidal depressive episodes, music playing in my head, metallic taste in my mouth, horrible fatigue. And I think I have these, now that I'm paying attention to it, like at least 5 to 10 times a week. And this is just a total head screw. Like I'm 53. I mean, I didn't even know. And so it's just kind of good to be here. And I'm just kind of getting over this being head screwed. I've got also autism, if that wasn't bad enough. And what led me to like have the neurologist look at this, and I'm going to be getting an EEG later this week, is I didn't even know this. I've got cerebral palsy. I've got lesions in my motor area, and those apparently are causing the seizures from those, because it's all this scar tissue is causing my total temporal lobes to be burned out. And I didn't even know this shit. And it's just blowing my mind. Anyway, anything that anybody can offer, you guys are more expert at it than I am. I would appreciate it. Thank you.
That's adorable. None of us are experts, I promise you, but it is beautiful to hear that anybody is ever learning something, because that is definitely what keeps me coming back, is hearing everybody that's had these similar experiences but knows a little bit more. And I'm thinking, I wish I had known that at one point in time. What's up, Em?
Mary, I heard a lot of swearing in there. Do we have another East Coaster?
Everyone's pretty much East Coast except me and you.
No, actually I'm from Texas, but I'm living in South America because I can't take it anymore in North America.
Oh, nice. I wish I could say the same. Can't
So you
take
know
it
cuss
anymore.
words in different languages now.
Sí, yeah, saca la puta.
Gotcha. YouTube won't say anything for cuss words. So you're all right. Rick?
Great accent.
Right. So welcome, Mary. So I have scar tissue in my right front temporal lobe area, which causes my epilepsy. So I feel like we're kindred spirits here.
Well, what is your experience? Because I've apparently gone all of my life having this, but being autistic, I've had such a hard life. I didn't know what was real and what's not, because I've got so many weird things that I've had to live with throughout my life. So what is your experience? Tell me.
So I'm a little bit unique, where I had ear infections most of my life that ate away at bone, and I have a hard time keeping this to a short version. So I had a cerebral spinal fluid leak that got worse and worse as the holes in the bone got worse. and I had deviated septum surgery while I had an ear infection, which introduced bacteria into my brain, which caused an abscess. And then the surgery to get rid of the abscess created scar tissue. I did have two seizures before the surgery, and I have epilepsy after the surgery. And they said the scar tissue is part of that, why it's now temporal lobe epilepsy.
Oh,
So
okay.
I have more recent.
Do you have grand mal seizures, or are they just focal, or what's your experience with your seizures, and how often do you have them?
I'll say both. Grand mal, I had two of them while I had the brain abscess, and I had one earlier this year. And the focal, looks like I might have had one a month prior to the grand mal that I had this year, and then it just started accelerating, which is why I'm now on medication.
Okay, Mary, since you're new, what we're gonna do is we're gonna start from the top because everyone here is pretty much regulars. Let's tell Mary our stories. My story is I got hit by a car when I was 5. I had a seizure then. I didn't have seizures again until I was 16 in high school. They thought it was because I was sitting in front of a computer all day because I was having seizures in web design class. Come to find out, it wasn't that. I was just having seizures. They said I have encephalomalacia on the right side of my brain, which is basically soft brain tissue. It's nothing they can do. Just got to live with the epilepsy, and hopefully one of the medications one day just decide we're going to stop this. And it hasn't happened. It's been a great story. Praying for the best to the end of this story. Next, who's got a story for Mary?
All right, I guess we'll just go right down the line. On Keppra and Lamictal, no, look, levetiracetam, and something with a C. Clobazam. Yes. Never figured out the reason for seizures. Diagnosed in 2006 approximately, and have an RNF implant. Last seizure like 2 days ago.
Yeah, I didn't say the medication I take is Lamictal, 200 milligrams twice a day. I got diagnosed 20 years ago, roughly 19 to 20 years ago. So, yeah, my last seizure was April 11th. So I'm doing okay under my standards.
Okay, I guess I'll go next. I was 14. It was 1997 when I was diagnosed. So it's been what, 28 years? I am on, looking at my thing, methoxamide, clonazepam, Xcopri, and I am being titrationed off of lacosamide. And my first seizure happened basically, I was walking to school and I passed out and I woke up in the ER. A few months later, I had a grand mal right in front of both of my parents. And that's my story.
Next.
I can go next. My story is a little bit different. I was diagnosed, my wife says it was last year. I thought it was 2 years ago. I had moved out to Palm Springs in December of 22. At the end of December, and my wife lives in Pennsylvania, which is strange to begin with, but it's not like it sounds. It's really a good thing. And she couldn't reach me one morning and kept calling and calling. And she called our landlady to see if she could check on me. And she was banging and banging on the door and ringing the bell. And finally, I got out of bed completely naked opened the door and fell on the ground. And that was the first seizure I've had. And I keep getting more. Except for that, they've all been focals at night. I've had a couple of, I guess they're absent seizures during the day, which is why I stopped driving. And can I say hello to my partner, Toaster? From your stories?
Don't mind me. I just took my medicine, so in about 30 minutes, you're probably gonna I'm out.
Yeah. So what's your story?
Come on, I want to
Toaster? I
see
don't
you
remember your
stone.
story.
I
Oh,
want to see you.
I don't think that helps.
There you are. Oh, you are so fun when you're stoned looking. I love it.
You know the look.
Well, Toaster, what's your story?
Oh, I was officially diagnosed with epilepsy in the while I was in labor.
Oh.
Yes, I had a few seizures before that, but it was written off because, oh, you have panic attacks, just panic attacks. In labor, I had 2 seizures, and then they were like, okay, we're getting this lady into a C-section. So yeah, that's the beginning of that. And then of course ran through bunches of different medications and none of them worked. And then I fell in with Duke. And so I have right temporal lobe lobectomy that had been done, I think about 4 years now. I think.
Hey Mary, have you heard those brainstorm stories yet?
Yes, yes, thank you guys.
Meet the author.
I like to write.
Oh yeah. And that is a skill you got for sure. Those stories are amazing.
I've always loved writing.
Thank you.
It's really, 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 really great.
I love the stories. Delta. I love Delta. Little Shop of Horrors.
Audrey too. I've always loved Audrey too, and so yes,
Yep.
Delta had to be born.
I love it. I love
Eats evil doctors.
it. And Nurse Nefarious. Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
My quick story. I was a kid in the 60s and I was in the back of a station wagon and we were T-boned. So I went airborne. My head took out the windows after my sister flew out the tailgate because that window was already open. I had a seizure about a month after the accident at the doctor's. My parents didn't want to do anything about it. I do remember a few times in the hospital, my cousins told me some stories, some that I kind of remembered, kind of thing, but I didn't get diagnosed. And that I was like 6, maybe 7 years old when we had that accident. Had another car accident where I almost went through the windshield from the inside of the car. You could see my profile imprinted in the windshield, including my head. So that was another head injury. But I didn't get diagnosed clinically and start treatment till I was 46. And by that time, I had experienced several types of seizures. I still do. I've gone the rounds with, the erroneous diagnoses, all the mental health diagnoses, go see a psychiatrist. go see your gynecologist. It's a panic attack. You have a personality disorder, all of that. And I'm telling you, I wish I was more like Rick before, but now I'm getting there. I'm certainly getting there where, I already had a diagnosis, had 13 years of treatment, moved to a new city, and they're like, oh, there's hope. You don't have epilepsy. In other words, if you do, there's no hope for you here. And that's what I found out for 5 years, and I had to change that. But yeah, very delayed diagnosis. And I'm guessing, Mary, that you're looking back in your memories and saying, I remember feeling this then. And I had a doctor that was a neuropsych. He was a neurophysiologist, but also he studied neuropsychiatry. And he said, if you have a childhood memory that you recognize that feeling that you recognize as a seizure, it most likely was a seizure because that memory gets burned into your brain along with the seizure. So yeah, I was having seizures my whole life, and I didn't get treated until I was 46. But grateful for that treatment, and hoping for the best, and advocating for myself to get what I need. Medication resistant. I have focal to bilateral tonic-clonic, which means I did start with just focal seizures. They increased. Instead of having just one spot, I had 5, then 20, then now we don't even know. So, and it doesn't matter because I don't have the catastrophic tonic-clonics that I used to have, where I would be intubated, I'd be in the ICU. I'm not having those once a month, or at least once a year. I'm not getting those. But I'm still getting some complex focals that are a problem. A couple injuries, all that. But a late diagnosis isn't uncommon, especially for women. So don't take it personally. It's happened to a lot of us. So, and I'm so glad you're here, Mary, because yeah, this is where we get the support for I don't know what to do now. And I'm so glad you're here, because right after my diagnosis,
this is my experience as well, because I've got like for instance, because well, okay, I remember, because I have not had any like grand mals as an adult, but I remember the situation. Well, I was born with cerebral palsy that I didn't know I have. It's real mild, but it's just a slightly gimpy leg and being real clumsy. Okay. But I remember when I was 3 years old, my parents, both of them had drug and alcohol problems. My mom left about 7 or 8 Valium on the bathroom, kitchen sink. And because Valium are sweet, I thought they were like mints or something. And I overdosed and I had a seizure then, I remember. And they did not take me to the hospital. They were trying to make me vomit. I could not vomit it out. And I remember that. And then I remember my father used to work me really hard in the Texas sun, mowing lawns and doing stuff. And it was like, 105 degrees. And anyway, I got heat exhaustion and I started having grand mal seizures then. And what they did is that they took me to the emergency room, and they lied and said it was because I was in PE. It was the heat, being in physical education, and school had only been on for like a week. But yeah, they lied. I mean, everything is just kind of messing with my brain. I did not realize that I was this level of autistic, even though I had all of the issues. I mean, I had delayed speech, very delayed speech, delayed toiletry, dyslexia. I mean, just complete. And I didn't realize it was moderate level. I'm just thinking I'm a nerd, and because I was always very intellectual, never knew. But I always had, since I never had any grand mals after that, it was always like I'm having a great day, and then all of a sudden I have this incredibly suicidal feeling, and then like a metallic taste, and then like, really bad fatigue afterwards. And then, music playing in my head or whatever. Or sometimes I would just drop like on the ground, and like bust my knees up or whatever. But I just thought that I just didn't have my shit together. And I've been on like 11 different meds in the past, and they all damaged me, and none of them helped. And, just like personality disorders, fucked up, this, that, whatever. And this is just a screw to my head. I mean, all this clumsiness, was due to, was number one was due to, actual damage, in my motor systems. And, so cerebral palsy, I never knew I had. And then it's not just that, it's obviously I'm losing consciousness and just dropping, on the ground occasionally. So it's one being clumsy, and another. So I'm going through probably the same thing you went through. This is just messing with my mind, and I'm just.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah. The
yeah.
emotional
I think
part,
you
yeah.
understand.
The emotional and the mental part. I can hear you, Mary. I do. And it's like, how did I ask myself all those questions. It's like, how did I not know? Well, it wasn't my job to know when I was a kid. I was the same kid, heat stroke. That was my reputation. I was always getting heat stroke, and I had a bad temper. No, that was epilepsy. So yeah, I get it. And it is a total mind fuck, because it's like, how long has this been going on? And, and now my kids are adults and they understand now. It's like, wow, mom, you weren't like, we thought you were just being a bitch. But no, no, they recognize it now. It's like, well, maybe I was, but I don't remember. I wasn't lying when I said I don't remember that. And it's kind of like that. And, it messed with my head big time. And I'm the one that you'll always hear me saying therapy, therapy. Find a therapist that you can work with to help you deal with this, because it's huge. It is a huge, for me, for most of us, it was life altering getting a diagnosis as an adult. I had to stop working. I could no longer drive. I was a single mom. What do I do? Yeah. So you're right. It's a literal brain fuck. But at least some of it can be treated. And I would honestly embrace the autism, because that's a characteristic that I actually appreciate. I've never been diagnosed autistic, but I have a lot of people in my circles who are autistic or Asperger's. They are the most amazing minds. And I appreciate that. But yeah, don't let it bring you down. Wear that as a badge. Okay. I would, but therapy is always a good idea. It sounds like you've got a good outlook even still, but it's so confusing. And those suicidal thoughts that come up, that can be the doom that some of us feel. It's just a real heavy, negative. Sometimes I'll feel I do not want to feel this. I would rather be dead, but I don't want to kill myself. You know what I mean? It's like, I just don't want to feel this. Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
thank you. Does anybody here, is everybody here disabled? Can anybody like work part-time or full-time?
I think disabled is like how you kind of feel. I think we have a disability, but disabled, I'm not necessarily disabled. I want to say I am so I can get disability, but it doesn't work like that. So, I'm not disabled. I forgot your other question. I'm sure you understand the memory thing. How's your memory?
My memory, I'm always like losing my keys and stuff like that, but I live by myself. So I don't really know just how screwed up I am. I mean, I've got a very simple life, but despite having a really good education and being, smarty, I cannot work full time. I mean, I can only work maybe 5-10 hours a week. I do very, very professionally, but I between everything that has been pounded onto my life, I would love to be a college professor, but I can't work. I can't work that anymore.
Okay. So I don't work. I haven't worked in about 4 years. My family put in a resignation letter, so I couldn't work. Actually, I put in the resignation letter. I didn't know what it was. They wrote it and told me to give it to my boss. I went to work and he's like, "So you're quitting?" And then that's when I was like, "What do you mean?" I was almost clocked in after I gave him the letter and got that. So yeah, I haven't worked in about 3 or 4 years. I would have kept going if I could, but my family said my seizures were getting too bad, and falling in the fryer just didn't help my end of the story. So I just had to quit working. I'm 90% dependent on other people, but I try to take 50 of that off of other people, which shouldn't be like that. But I try not to be a burden on people. Doesn't help because I have epilepsy. So yeah, that's my
We will
story.
escape, Pookie. We will escape.
Keep telling yourself that is what I keep telling myself. So it gets better with time because, like I said, I had it for 20 years, so I'm still here to tell my story is the good part. But I'm sorry, I read your post, Toaster. You had a seizure, and someone else also. See ya.
Making making mac and cheese. Bent the pot. But the dogs had nice nice dinner. Everything was all cleaned up.
Nice.
Sorry,
Well, not
I'm
nice, but
feeling my medicine, so I actually might jump off again.
all right.
Yeah,
We'll
I'm
see
right
you
behind
Friday.
you, Toast.
Yes, I
Hey, I
need to
love
keep
you all.
going, but I'll be back
I love
next
you, girl.
Tuesday. I'll be back next Tuesday, but I really appreciate you guys, and I'll let you know how my EEG goes.
Looking
Thank
forward to
you.
hearing.
Also,
See you then.
We're here Friday. We're here Friday too, if you want to jump
Oh,
in.
oh,
But
great. Okay,
definitely, we're
thanks.
here for you, Mary.
Bye, Mary.
Thank you.
It was good to have
Thank
you.
you. Thank you. Have a great evening. Thank you.
You
too.
too.
Bye-bye.
Wow. Wow, guys.
So was she somebody
Wow.
who's actually able to hold down a job? I couldn't be here for the whole
She
conversation.
didn't say much. 10 weeks,
Taken
10
out
hours a
twice.
week, professional, but yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I think she said she does working, but she can't work full time. I believe I heard that much, but you know how that memory goes. Let's all put our memory together and see what we remember.
I got Rachel on my mind all day today. She's the only thing I'm thinking about because she's having her surgery. So yeah, what can I remember? Let's see. I will never forget Toast. Those stories blow my
I've been
mind.
thinking about what's her name, Nicole. She joined earlier and didn't say anything, didn't turn her camera on, but I meant to say something to her.
Oh, she did pop in. Okay.
Yeah, I think we were deep in the middle of the conversation.
I think things are looking up a little bit for her. She made some progress for the rideshare program with the Epilepsy Foundation. So that was a good thing because she sent me a text and but yeah, really worried about her. You know, we all get to that point. Well, we don't all do, but you know, we get to that point where we just feel completely helpless and like there's no help available.
Right.
But you know, it's like, no, you have to find an epilepsy center. She can't just go to a doctor in Alabama. And when all they're telling her is, we'll pray for you. Right. And I'm like, if they tell you that at an epilepsy center, call me, put me on speakerphone. More than happy to be there for you. You know, so she knows we're there for her. But, I didn't spend a week reading those regulations just for myself. I knew that we would need that. And, that's why I recommend go to an epilepsy center because they have to follow those regulations. And once you see that they're not, well, you don't have to report them to the accrediting foundation, but you just have to let them know that you see that flaw and you need it remedied or you're going to have to report it. Because just reporting that to the state, that goes to the National Association. So, but she wore me out last week. I mean, she really, yeah, it was all too familiar. I remember feeling like that and sounding like that. So, yeah. Who else we got?
So
And then
I
there's
got,
Saya. Yeah.
yeah, I just read that Sia said she had a seizure.
Yeah, she had another one.
She said, I had a few TCs, hit my head, smashed my shoulder and forearm. Family came to help me, so I didn't drown in my drool. I'll come back Friday. See you Friday, Sia.
Yeah, it's like she's having a lot of them. And she's on the wrong side of the mountains up there in California. That's the problem. She's way up in Northern California, rural area.
Oh, those are the worst.
She said she was going to get her rescue meds.
Might as well not be in California if you're going to the rural area. But wait. Sia's actually out there by my mom, she told me. So it's kind of rural, but it's kind of city, but it's California's a different place.
Yeah.
It's hard to explain. There's a little bit of everything, except for snow. We don't get that. Some people say you're not missing nothing, but yeah, we don't get snow. I've never seen a snowball, anything like that.
Okay, Big Bear.
Huh?
Big Bear has snow.
You said where has snow?
Big Bear.
I heard that, but yeah, that's like we got to go find those one or two places.
Yeah, if you want to go skiing, right?
I always hear about people
skiing.
having snow outside on the porch and stuff like that. I always imagine waking up and it's snowing outside. We don't get that. You got to go find snow. This doesn't come to us. Never been snowed in. Never needed snow tires. None of that.
You're not missing anything. Shoveling a driveway sucks, especially the end of the driveway where we call it the plow drift because it's like moving an iceberg. So it's where the plow goes down the street and that line of snow that's collected in the plow gets dumped at the end of your driveway and it turns into a rock hard mess overnight. So you got to get that out and get to work on time. Yeah, you're not missing anything. Okay.
Good to know.
I was born, like, my mom got right into the hospital, and soon later, the blizzard started in Philadelphia.
Good night, Pam. We gotta go. I'll see you all Friday.
All right, I'll see you Friday, Jeff.
Night, Jeff. We'll see you Friday.
Hey, Jeff.
Yeah.
Bye.
I got something here that says, huh? Oh, I thought someone said something. It says, do you get random ringing in your ears? Ringing in your ears. Sometimes I get a random, I don't know what else to call it, but a ringing sound. But like dials on that, and I can't hear anything. I won't have a headache or anything. Sometimes it'll last a couple seconds or two, sometimes a couple minutes, sometimes it makes me go lightheaded. Sometimes nothing at all. But to the ringing, yeah, I get the ringing sounds every now and then. Sometimes it's 10 seconds, 30 seconds, a minute. Sometimes it's just I stop counting and just cover my ears. Anyone else get ringing noises or any I think it was that one lady that said she gets the vibrating noise. I've heard that too.
I
Yeah,
get some
sometimes I
ringing
would get ringing. Yeah.
sometimes. Yeah.
Hold on one
Yeah.
second, Rick again, and then Angel.
I
Angel,
said
you
I
go
get some
first.
ringing sometimes.
Okay, go Angel and then Rick.
Okay. I
What'd you
get
say?
some ringing.
Okay, you get the ringing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Luckily, it just isn't me. So, what about you, Rick?
Yeah, I'll get ringing and a high pitched squeal sometimes.
Ooh,
Not fun.
right. Mine's I try to just cover my ears, which doesn't work. But yeah, the high pitched squeal. Yeah. Oh, good night, Kate. I guess us West Coasters might be up with Angel.
Yeah, it's getting late. Getting
Yeah, you
late.
guys. You guys can
Yeah,
get
almost
some rest.
10:30.
We'll be
Yeah.
here.
Yeah, I'm starting to feel the lorazepam kicking in, but I'm like, this is too cool hanging out. Might just toke up again and just chill for a while. But
Right.
yeah, something totally off topic. I was thinking about starting something in our random, um, just a thread about our favorite music or songs that mean something to us, explain the song, the lyrics, what they mean. And I'm just going to share the song that got me through all of that paperwork and research and getting ready was Keeping Me Alive by Jonathan Roy. And everything in that song, and even though a lot of these songs are, romantically related, you can take that element out and see how it fits in, with your life. And my favorite part about that song is, you're building all these walls, but now I'm climbing over. You're fueling up the flames. I'm going to show you what I'm made of. It's keeping me alive. And it was, it really was. That battle was keeping me alive because I was like, I'm not giving up on this. I almost did, but yeah, that keeping me alive is one of my favorite. And my kids assigned a Pink Floyd song to me when I was on OxyContin for almost a decade. And I don't know if you guys know what OxyContin will do to you.
Yep.
But Pink Floyd has a song called Crazy Diamond because my eyes were black holes in the sky. It was like I wasn't even there. And I wasn't even diagnosed with epilepsy yet. And taking all of that OxyContin, we wonder if that may have brought it on, But shine on, Crazy Diamond. And yeah, I think my kids picked a good song for me. But I want to start doing that on Reddit, just sharing some of the songs. Somebody shared, I think it was Tin for Brains. He created a couple of songs with AI. There were a couple of songs in there. I'm like, this is just radical. Really cool. But yeah, what do you guys think of that?
Yeah, I liked it. I posted something, I think, on Advice one time. A song that my best friend played for me when I was like in one of my suicidal ideation times, and I just call it my dark times. And like he knew it without me even saying it, but like he knew how I was depressed and I was masking it and everything. And he just played that song for me, and I put the link, and it's a crossfade colors. And I listen to that when I get like depressed, like a lot sometimes, just to remind me that he did that for me. But there's other songs out there too.
Yeah, that's awesome though to have a friend do that. Unforgettable, right?
Yeah.
I don't have any stories like that, luckily. Unfortunately. But I will move on to, does anyone else get no indication of a seizure? Just asking out of curiosity because I've had 5 so far with no aura, no taste in my mouth, nothing, and want to hear from those who else get nothing toward them. I don't get anything because I thought I got something, and come to find out, it was just another seizure. I thought what I was having, I didn't know it was a focal, so I thought that was no indication of a seizure, and it was no indication of a seizure. It was a seizure. So, anyone else? Go ahead, Liz. Or
Yes, so I'm kind of same boat. I don't really get auras, but I kind of like at this point know like what my triggers are. So if you know like slept like total crap the night before or something, you can more or less kind of expect it. If you're like, for me, like if I'm being super active like first thing in the morning or something, I'm interested to see if other people just straight up don't have auras and they just like hit randomly regardless if they've been doing anything to trigger them potentially.
go ahead, Rick.
So the first part, the last grand mal that I had, March 9th of this year, I was working overtime at work, and all of a sudden I'm like, oh, I think I'm a little tired. And I drove home and boom, had a seizure. So I had no, except for like a little bit tired, but I was working a lot. So that made sense. So that was kind of like a surprise. I'm like, whoa, where'd that come from? And Liz, to answer your question with have I done anything that kind of like triggers them? My trigger, one of my triggers seems to be high heat. So like I had uh, a weird aura and a focal aware. I was helping somebody move when it was like 100 degrees out, and I felt fine until I was unloading the moving truck, and I'm like, oh, and I get some weird auras where I kind of feel like everybody, as they're talking, it's like they're underwater, and other noises, I'll hear like my heartbeat going swoosh, swoosh, and that's like some weird noises, and I get really dizzy and I get really sweaty. But nobody else notices because like I kept unloading the truck, I pulled the dolly with the stuff, and apparently like I thought I was like all over the place, but nobody noticed that I was not walking straight or things like that. So I find that high heat situations kind of force it. Another time I was at work and I work in a manufacturing plant, and I was working in an area where they have furnaces going, and I was up on a ladder and right near a furnace, and I felt fine the throughout the day, and then all of a sudden started getting dizzy, and I started getting that aura. I said, oh, I better get down off this ladder really quick. And then had another focal aware seizure. So to me, heat is a trigger that I add to things.
Go ahead, Angel.
Oh. Just like you, Pookie, I don't get no signs. I'm about time any seizure comes other than some clusters. I'm completely unaware of my seizures. My mom did notice one time my brother said that he saw like I guess a myoclonic jerk, but I was already gone. And floor plant time.
Yeah, like me, I get no signs, and once I know, it's too late. Once I know, it's too late for everyone else to do anything. So yeah, either I know and I'm falling and I'm looking at the floor as I'm falling towards it, or I know because I'm waking up in the ambulance or the hospital. Or sometimes I woke up at home and wasn't told I had a seizure for a while, so that sucks too. Anybody else? I had something if no one else has anything. All right, seems not. Does anyone else feel like their personality changed after a seizure? I've had 2 seizures in less than a week, and just don't feel like myself. I was on a 4.5 year seizure-free streak, but forgot my meds both times. Yes, twice, like an idiot. Of course, my memory is screwed up, and the brain fog is taking course on my screwed up memory. While I'm trying to push through. Is this normal? But I just don't feel. Oh, this is normal, but I just don't feel like myself in a way that I don't typically feel. I'm a lot quieter, talking a lot less than I usually do. I've not been interested in doing much or eating normally. I am constantly tired, even just grocery shopping. I know not all these personality related, but I just feel off. And with that, I can say my personality changed after the medication or after epilepsy. I think I kind of became a little more chill. I was doing a lot. I was way more active. I was out running the streets with friends, doing stuff I shouldn't be doing. I can tell how the medication has kind of chilled me out. It kind of made me a cooler person, I think. Go ahead, Angel. Oh, your hand's not raised. You're just clapping. Anybody else? Can I get your experiences on that? How's your personality changed, if any?
Other than it's meds because I think Kepper was probably the only one that really changed me to like really anger mode. But other than that, it's definitely the meds because I'm just tired all the time.
Rick?
Actually, M had her hand up first.
Oh, go ahead.
Predictably, I have forgotten, so go ahead, Rick.
Okay. So yes, my personality changed where I used to be the memory vault. People would be able to walk up and say, "Oh, do you remember blah blah blah?" I'm like, "Oh yeah, that was, June 6, 1986, we blah 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 blah." Or, people would like I would be the one to settle arguments because I had a memory like that. Or people would be walking on college campus and, "Hey, where's Mandy? Oh, don't you remember she had a doctor's appointment at 2 o'clock?" But like I was that person. And I'm no longer that person. I've been with my wife now for 26 years, and she's still getting used to me saying, "I don't remember," because she's never heard that phrase come out of me before. I'm also more subdued. I have people around me saying I'm a little bit more cranky. Um, so that's definitely a big change. And a lot of it before I was on medication. So I think that's more the epilepsy versus the medication. The medication just enhances the tiredness and also the memory.
Liz, how's your personality came to?
I don't know. One thing I have kind of noticed is I'm kind of almost jealous of you guys who feel like more tired with your medication because my Lamictal, for whatever reason, keeps me up. I have horrible sleep problems, and I can't take like melatonin either because like it screws with me. It interacts with the medication weird, and then also just in general, like I hate that extra groggy. And you know the meme of like when you take the Walmart brand melatonin, it's like all these like nightmares and stuff, like literally that. But in terms of like personality changes, I don't know, sometimes just kind of depressed about the situation and then, just having to make jokes at your own expense to kind of deal with it is been me.
Okay, so yeah, good thing you're here because one thing I was gonna say is I heard that melatonin isn't good for us. Benadryl, pomegranate juice, and chamomile. And you said you're taking melatonin, and you also said you're taking Lamictal, which does cause insomnia. So I don't get really. I'm not gonna say I don't get really good sleep unless I smoke. So, yeah. So smoking to go to sleep sometimes And sometimes I run out of weed and it doesn't work right. So
I know
yeah.
that's the thing that gets me too, because I've worked government jobs, so I haven't been able to, take edibles or smoke. So it's just kind of like a little extra. Oh, that really sucks. Because I used to take edibles when I was, younger before working in government. It helped me a lot with sleeping and just generally not, feeling shitty throughout the day. And now I can't really do that. And recently my meds got upped after that last seizure that I had, and it's kind of been making my sleep like significantly worse. Like I'll just lay in bed for like a couple hours before I can even like slightly doze off. So I don't know if that's kind of like bring that up to the neurologist to see if they have any like advice, or just kind of like hope it gets better over time. Like
I'm gonna bring it up at my next appointment because I haven't in the past. So go ahead, Angel.
Oh, I didn't know my mic was my hand raised. I was just going to
Your
say
mic is on, so I was just
yeah.
assuming. Em, what'd you say?
I'm on for epilepsy drugs, so yeah, I'm going to be tired.
Oh, I understand that. I understand tired with anybody. That's why this is here. It says, does anyone else feel like they need more sleep now that you have epilepsy? I'm going to say yes. Sometimes I don't think it's more sleep. Sometimes I think I need maybe an extra nap. But then there's sometimes where I feel like, oh, everyone's getting up in the morning. I feel like I still need to sleep. So I have those times, but then sometimes I just need a few naps in a day, which isn't regular, but it's the pills, so can't avoid it. Anyone? Anything? No?
I thought I just answered it.
kind of opposite.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I didn't want to interrupt anyone. No, with like taking naps, I don't know. Like, I wish I could, but I found that if I take naps, like maybe an hour nap, 2 hour nap, like I wake up and I feel almost like twitchy and not all there. It's like not restful sleep, and it just kind of like makes me feel like it's setting me up to have a seizure. And I know like my first neurologist kind of like recommended like, oh, a lot of people with neurological issues, they like take naps, but it's not like restful sleep that actually like contributes to your nightly amount of sleep. I don't know if that makes sense. Like the hours when the sleep is like spread apart, like they don't all add up. Like it's not adequate sleep, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Rick, anything?
Yeah, I used to be known for not needing much sleep, where 4 hours a night was worth it, what I needed. And now, I feel like I can never get enough. I get 7 hours in a row, 8 hours in a row, and I wake up and like, okay, when's my next nap? So I definitely, epilepsy changed me with that.
Anyone else feel like they need more sleep now?
Oh heck yeah. I felt like that for years. It's like, yeah, and speaking of sleep, it's bedtime. But I thought, I know when I was on lamotrigine, I had insomnia that was literally, it was making everything worse. And I had so many breakthrough seizures because of that. And it wasn't until I went on lacosamide on Vimpat and that I noticed how bad the insomnia was. And now I've had a bout of insomnia where I'm just not getting enough sleep. But yeah, I never felt, I forgot what it felt like to have enough sleep since I started taking the meds and having the seizures and all of that. But I don't know if it was the epilepsy that changed things, or is it the meds? I don't know. But yeah, I never get enough sleep, but I do have to go to sleep now. So I'm going to say goodnight, guys, and I will see you Friday. Have a great week. Be careful.
I once heard Rick say the medications that, what did he say? The medications that don't cause drowsiness are the ones that don't work.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, guys. Good night.
Or you
Hi,
have a good
Daddy.
Have a good one.
We got more people coming. I'm hearing my computer. But another thing, another one next to that sleeping thing, I think they're starting to suggest things for me after they hear me. It says, does anyone spend most of their time sleeping? I was diagnosed last year and was having symptoms the 3 years prior to. I can barely stay awake anymore. Being tired all day and sleeping feels like it's taken over my life. I even fall asleep at work. I'm missing out on so much, it scares me. I don't know if it's the medicine making it worse, but I feel useless. To add more details, I'm seeing a therapist, 2 different sleep neurology specialists. I'm on depression medication and 2 epilepsy medications. The previous meds I was on were even worse, so this has been an improvement. I'm not choosing to sleep. I do have an active life, or did at least. I just can't stay awake. Battling depression is hard when life is. I'm fighting an uphill battle with no energy. Sometimes I'm fighting myself to go to sleep, but lately it's just been eating right. I mean, not eating right, eating at all, and taking these vitamins have helped me not want to sleep all day. Wake up and eat something. Sometimes I just take out the garbage just because going outside in the air, it'll wake me up a little bit. But yeah, I'm trying to get on a regimen of not sleeping so much, even though it's what the pills do to you. I'm working on it. And anybody else going through sleeping problems, I say it gets better with time. You just got to work on it. Go ahead, Rick.
So, as I said before, I used to get by on very little sleep. And, I'm very grateful because I fully understand things could be a lot worse. I fully get that. However, I used to make people tired by telling them all the stuff I would get done. And I would think nothing of it. Oh, I did this, I went here, I did there, I helped my son with his car, I went over here, all these different things. And people were like, man, you're making me tired hearing what you did over the weekend. I'm like, no, that was just Saturday. So I was used to go, 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 go. Now I go where I go food shopping and I'm like, wow, that's it for the weekend, I guess, because I just want to sleep. So it's taken a toll on a lot of people around me because they were used to me helping them dig this, helping them build that, helping them work on this. Whereas now it's like I could do one thing. I'm also, I used to make fun of people who needed naps when I was younger. Karma's a bitch because now I need a lot of naps. So it's I don't want to say I'm depressed. I'm upset because I feel like all my free time I spend sleeping. Had a conversation this evening when I came home from work and went right to take a nap. That I said, oh yeah, I'll take a half-hour nap. 3 hours later, I woke up and I said to my wife, I'm like, I can't stand this. And she's like, you know what? We're working through it. It's okay. I won't drag you around places. I said, but I like getting dragged around places because I like doing things. So I kind of feel like I'm missing out on a lot.
Yeah, sleeping. I hate that. It does take up a lot of my time.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
All right. I was going to say you got to be careful with the meds because, like me, I'm on multiple anti-epilepsy drugs, and sometimes the mixtures can really be very, very effective. When I was on a mixture of lacosamide, which has been bad, Briviact, clonazepam, which is also Klonopin, and there was a fourth one. What was I on? Mesuxamide. And it was just like the second I take the Briviact, I'm going to fall asleep. I'm too tired, even if I had plans to do that day. And when you get that, go right to your doctor and tell them, look, this is it. Take me off of it.
Yeah, that sounds like it absolutely sucks, Angel. Couldn't imagine. Fortunately, I don't go through that for the moment. As of now, I could say. I got something here, and sounds like it sucks. Says nobody cares about me anymore since I have epilepsy. Before I had epilepsy, I had friends. I used to go out and have fun. Now no one's asking me, not even my relatives. They simply stay away from me. When I asked a friend why people treat me like this, she said, because I am different, even strange, and they don't feel comfortable around me. Have you been completely abandoned by everyone around you because of your epilepsy? I wouldn't say completely abandoned, but I know what they mean. Yeah. Yeah, friends just, they haven't been through it other than seeing me having it. So, yeah, I guess they did start keeping their distance. I wouldn't say not being friendly, but yeah. You notice when you have to go see people and they're not coming to see you anymore. I'd say that.
Yeah, I think people don't know, like, first of all, what a seizure is. But second of all, they don't know what your seizure is, and you could like secretly be having one at any time. And then they also don't know what to do. And I think that that makes people who genuinely care about you like very uncomfortable. And I do wonder if sometimes I think people think it would be better for you if they weren't around just because they don't know what to do or handle.
I have my core friends around me, and I understand, like, they have their own uh life. Like, they have to, you know, deal with like their job and stuff and their kids and stuff. So yeah, I know that part, but I understand that feeling like, man, my friends are not here. But yeah, I do understand that. So I look at both sides of the perspective. Um there's my cousin I can go to pretty much if I need to more often, but at the same time, I'm like, I don't want to be a burden to them.
Rick?
So I've lost a few friends. Some of them I kind of cut off myself because, as I was struggling with the brain surgeries and recovery and all the fun stuff that went along with that, I realized that, hey, they're not even reaching out to see how I'm doing. And then I would reach out to them and like, hey, I know you got relatives in Louisiana that are dealing with hurricanes. Everything going okay? Oh yeah, they're safe. Thank you so much for always asking. Thank you so much for, always reaching out and blah, 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 blah. And I'll throw in something like, by the way, I have my second brain surgery coming up. They're like, okay, hope it goes well. And then nothing. So I'm like, you know what? I don't really need that because I got enough to deal with. And then other people, they kind of distance themselves a bit, I think, because either they didn't understand and thought that I was being distant, or they didn't know what else to do. And they thought maybe leaving me alone to rest was what was needed. So I spoke with them and I let them know, like, hey, now's the time I need to hear from you. Now's the time, you know, if I'm sleeping and I wake up and see a voicemail or a text, that's awesome. If I'm awake and I'm incoherent, but I see that you're contacting me, that's awesome. Don't think that, I better not talk to him for 2 months because he's going through this. That's the wrong way to do it.
Yeah.
I like what
Liz?
Rick. Oh, sorry, Liz.
Go ahead.
Do you want to say something?
I didn't see what Liz said, but
Rick, what you said about having your second brain surgery, like that really, like, first of all, that's really terrible. Like, people should ask you about that. Even if they are afraid of the answer, and that really fucking pisses me off. And I'm sorry that people didn't just ask you, people who were supposed to care about you.
Thank you.
Yeah. I think that, like, despite what I said earlier, I don't forgive those people for letting their uncomfortableness get in the way of not reaching out or not asking. It actually, like, really pisses me off. And I think if one of my friends told me I have brain cancer, like, I would still want to know, I would want to know everything about it, even though I don't have brain cancer or a CSF leak or whatever. So I cut those people fucking out of my life, or I give them like very few avenues into my life, because fuck that. Like, you can't juggle somebody, like, babying somebody else as well as trying to baby your own brain.
Suicidal ideation. I would never kill myself. I have never thought of a plan. I have every intention to live a very long, happy life. I have no mental illness or family history of mental illness, but sometimes it pops into my head, just the no more epilepsy thing art of it. I hate the thought of having to take medicine the rest of my life. I hate the embarrassment. I hate being babied. I hate feeling like the bald kid with cancer. I want it to go away. Has anyone ever felt like this? Just want to be over part of it. To be clear, I'm not suicidal. It just pops into my head. Everything what he said, yeah, I hate being babied and stuff and all that, but can't get past that. That's the way people know how to, I guess, soothe us when we're coming out of something that traumatized them. Yeah, like you said, do you ever think you want it to go away and be over with? Yeah, that's part of it.
I think it definitely has taken a hot minute, but I don't really think it hit me until just like literally a couple months ago, where I wasn't fired from my job, but I had to resign, mostly because they couldn't. So it was 911 dispatching. You have to be available 24/7, right? But I couldn't work night shifts because I could do, awake during the day on like my days off. That's what triggered that last seizure. And so they weren't able to accommodate an ADA note that my neurologist gave them. And so they're like, we can either fire you, or you can resign. And if you resign, it looks better on a resume. You can't apply for like unemployment, that kind of stuff, though. I'm like, I will take not being fired from a job. But that's like really when it hit me, because it was the first time that epilepsy has like kept me back from something that I love, because I love dispatching. That was one of the best jobs ever. So I think it really is like, sometimes you do need like a bit of a traumatic event like that for it to like really sink in of like, hey, I have this really shitty disorder, and like I can either choose to like pretend it doesn't affect me, or I can just say like, hey, this is like genuinely affecting me like on the daily, and I need to take this seriously before it starts like overtaking like other huge parts of your life. And at least for me, I mean, like, I can't drink, I can't stay up late, like I can't drive right now. It affects a lot of things, but losing my job is definitely really what cemented it. And I've had this for 9 years.
Rick?
So I fully accepted it. I knew something was wrong before I got properly diagnosed with the brain abscess, and then having the surgeries, and knowing about my personality changes, knowing about the memory changes, et cetera, et cetera. So I let people know when I first started my new job, April of last year. I carry a notebook with me and I have my phone out taking notes, and I let them know, hey, I had 2 brain surgeries. My memory's not as good as it used to be. I need to write this down. Then when I was diagnosed with epilepsy this year after the seizure in March, I got myself a bracelet that I wear at work that says epilepsy. I let a lot of people know. On a daily basis, everybody's probably tired of hearing it. Epilepsy, epilepsy, epilepsy. Sitting in the cafeteria, I'm like, you know what? It's too loud in here. I got epilepsy. I don't want to get triggered. So people, they understand. They know. I embraced it. I let people know I'm at a birthday party. Hey, I may need to leave early because I have epilepsy and I don't know how I'm going to be here. Or just in general, I let people know. I've accepted it, and I definitely feel the people around me need to know.
Angel or M?
What was the question again?
Have you accepted epilepsy, or
Oh,
how do you get to accepting epilepsy?
I think I pretty much accepted it. It took a bit. Uh, like I said, I've been dealing it since I was 14. I'm 42 now. So, going through puberty into my 20s, I would say it took probably longer than what it would take somebody with an older mindset that's can because the 14, the child wants to feel
Child.
normal and stuff. They want some type of normalcy to fit in, and it's just it took a bit to accept that I have epilepsy. I can't do this and I can't do that. And I think one day I was just out with my friends and stuff, and it was them like, yeah, I need to accept I have the epilepsy. My brother, all my friends and everything. And now it's like my daughter, she's 4 years old. Like, I gotta be around here for her.
M? Oh, you haven't been diagnosed with epilepsy. I forgot.
I have not, but I feel like just like that part of it. I mean, what was it? 10 years ago, I told somebody I was having deja vu all day long. And I said, "Oh, and you know how like you recognize strangers like sometimes all day long?" And they were like, "No. No, actually, that can be a seizure." And I was like, fuck that. Like, I'm not gonna go get checked for that. And then I had a bunch of accidents where I cracked my skull or broke my ribs. So it took me so long, like it took me so long until I was having like basically psychotic episodes after my post-ictal, whatever it's called, to go to the doctor. And then the doctor didn't really do anything. But now I feel like doesn't matter. Like it just doesn't matter. You just have at a certain point like have to move on. And even if you don't get diagnosed, it's like you have cancer and they tell you that you don't have cancer, you still have cancer. I just kind of have to, you just have to move on. I don't have better advice than that. As long as the people around you know what's happening, yeah, and you get on good meds. Like I think too, I don't know how old this person is, but some of that I think is just getting older too.
Yeah. Like I've said it before, it gets better. But some people you can't say that to because they're still early 20s, teens, and some people are just getting it later in life, and it gets better isn't something they want to hear. But it does. Over time, I think it just took some getting used to. And the things that bothered me so much, it was just like, this is not going to change. Like being in front of people having seizures, I was just like, I want to stop this, but I cannot. So time to just go about it. And I kind of got a little careless after a while. But yeah, like in these past 10 years, I've gotten the most worried about my seizures than I've ever been and actually start paying attention to them. within the past 5, I got a little more health worried about it. I got worried about it making my health decline in the long run. So yeah, it's been rough. Plenty rough. I got something else here. It says, does anyone else have these? Have you or your doctor know what these are? Okay, so first I should mention that I started off full seizures at 15. They are the most scary and painful things imaginable. Anyway, for those, they were triggered by a sudden noise or being startled. I was conscious, but no control, or the first several seconds. They only happened when I got startled. After I started taking lamotrigine in 1999, those went bye-bye, thank God. Now my question. These started about 6 months ago, 6 months into after starting my full seizures, and have never gone away. I think they are reflex partial seizures. What happens is a sudden stimuli happens, mostly sound, and all of a sudden I feel I'm going into a seizure. I'm fully conscious and can talk, but I grab the nearest thing by me and all my muscles contract full strength. I have no control where I grab or kick, but keep myself as calm as I can and count them down. They don't hurt unless I grab something sharp or kick something hard. They keep me from driving and are embarrassing. It takes about an hour to fully recover. The only thing that prevents them is clonazepam. I take 1 or 2 before doing something like swimming. The strangest thing is, after I had my first daughter, I didn't have one for 9 months. 5 months after my second daughter, I used to call them scares. Since I felt like I was going into a seizure, I called them partials. Now, no signal on ambulatory EEG, though after all these years, maybe you guys have clues. I think I lost the question. Go ahead, Rick, or anybody.
I don't know. That's a heavy medicine. They're on a benzo, but my mom gets startled easily, and I get like scared that she might go into a seizure, but hers is because she can't. She's actually going deaf, so I'm partly like her caregiver too, but yet she's my caregiver.
I feel you. We help each other type relationship.
Yeah. And I'm her oldest, so. But yeah, a scare. I never experienced that, a scare to send me straight into a seizure, so I can't relate to that part.
Yeah,
They said they had a reflex seizure. Is that what you said?
They just said full seizures, and they get seizures from being startled. She said, I call them partials. Yeah, yeah, that was a weird one. Any opinions help you guys? We're trying to help people.
I've never heard of that. I've never heard of it. I've never experienced it. So I'm curious about it.
Yeah, me too. That does make me really curious. Let's see.
Where's Kate when we need her? This is a Kate moment.
Kate is somewhere, actually.
Yeah.
Kate is Kate. Kate's doing Kate. Got something here. Oh no. It says advice. I have 2 sons with epilepsy. My youngest, who is 18, has had refractory epilepsy since he was 3. He's controlled now, but it took a long time. My middle son has autism, and he has started having seizures 2 years ago when he was 18, completely out of the blue. He's on 200 milligrams of Lamictal twice a day. He just had another seizure after his medication got increased 2 months ago due to another seizure. 2 questions. One is, has anyone had issues with Lamictal or have other medication they take with it? 2, what do people do after a seizure? Do they have time off from work or stop going out for a while, or do you go back to normal? It's a tough one for me because I'm petrified of him having one out of his own, but I don't know what to limit his life to.
First of all, it sounds like it's a definitely genetic through your family, but as far as it goes to limiting them, don't limit them. Let them try to live. Let them set some type of like I'm trying to think of the word. Boundaries or like a plan so it can be safe for them. But like I done stuff and went with my friends, you know? Like even now, if my friend, my best friend, his wife has the GPS tracking my phone all the time, you know? So if I'm out, she'll know like exactly where it's at. And we gone to movies and everything. Don't limit them. It's just going to make it worse. It's going to bring in more depression, and they're going to have to deal with a lot more.
Go ahead, Liz.
Yeah, so being on lamotrigine, like this, I'm assuming OP is a woman, her son is. I personally haven't had side effects from it besides like increasing my doses recently made kind of my sleeping a little shit. But definitely what Angel's saying, I think like just having open communication is the most important thing, and not like telling them straight out, you can't do this, you can't do this, you can't do this without, setting up some kind of like, how do you feel doing this? Like I've had seizures and I've gone to work, like an hour later. It just depends on like how it affects you. Or if, your postictal stage is like, I need to be in bed for like the next day and a half before I fully recover to be able to function in society again. I'm not a parent. I don't have kids, but I can definitely understand like her being concerned because, it's a serious condition, but also like not making the condition be the only thing about her sons, if that makes sense. Like you don't see your son anymore, you see your sons as this condition, and like every time you look at them you just think epilepsy, you're gonna die type thing. And just, I don't know, I feel like she also needs like a healthy mindset on this, and like Emma's saying, like definitely therapy probably for all of them at this point would be really beneficial in my opinion.
Sounds good. Go ahead, Angel. You're on mute.
I believe she also asked about problems with Lamictal and other medications. I had a problem with it was while I was on Keppra, and I was also on Lamictal for the second time in my life. And I think I wasn't maxed out on Keppra, but I was on a very high dose. I didn't know it was the Keppra doing it. but every time they push the Lamictal up dose because of I had a breakthrough, it kept making the side effects of Keppra worse. And the Keppra was not holding back my seizures anyway.
Yeah. I found the definition for refractory epilepsy. It says intractable or drug-resistant epilepsy. Refractory epilepsy, also known as intractable or drug-resistant epilepsy, is a condition where seizures remain uncontrolled despite trying at least two anti-epileptic drugs. This type of epilepsy can lead to frequent medication changes and may be characterized by various seizure types, which can affect treatment options. While the exact cause is refractory epilepsy, is not fully understood. It may involve changes in the body that lead to drug-resistant treatment options, may include alternative medications, lifestyle changes, or surgical interventions. Seizures and kidney failure at 18. I'm 29 now, but have been dealing with seizures since I was 18. I was hanging out with family for 21st birthday party and had a few too many drinks that night, not knowing my kidneys were failing. I just enjoyed my night. I went to work the next morning and drove 2 hours to the church I was doing some work at. Everything was normal with the exception of a terrible hangover. I started working and I remember going into the bathroom, but I don't remember anything else. The next thing I know, I have my boss and two police officers standing over me asking if I was okay. I couldn't speak. What I thought was speaking was just a gargled mess. The paramedics arrived, and by this time, I was able to speak. I told them I didn't want to go to the hospital, but I climbed onto the gurney so they could check me out in the ambulance. As I was being wheeled out, we entered the main lobby of the church. There I witnessed a crowd of people dressed in extremely bright white clothing. I couldn't see their faces, and they never spoke or moved. I got to the ambulance and ended up fighting with four firefighters, paramedics, and two cops because I was having a seizure while going out the door and came out of it swinging. When I got to the hospital, I was finally able to speak again and asked my mom who all the people in white were, and she said there was no one else in the church except the rescue personnel and my boss. I'm religious and have fought with myself for so long about this. It is extremely vivid still to this day, and I can't seem to find any answers for this experience. After getting tests done, my doctor told me I was lucky to be alive after realizing my kidneys were almost completely done for. Miraculously, no dialysis was needed either. I drank nothing but water for 2 years and healed my kidneys. I have had seizures a couple other times throughout the past 11 years, but I have never again seen people in bright white. What did I see? Is there a medical explanation? Their question was, what did I see? And is there a medical explanation? I don't know what you've seen. It sounds like it sucks. It sounds like what what's her name? What M was explaining, saying that she sees like black shadows, and sometimes I get that too. It's not necessarily white and bright, but yeah. Anybody advice on this?
Oh, M logged off. Yeah, I did see that, but I don't know if it. I think it was definitely before I was having seizures, or I guess before. But yeah, that one shadow thing could have been a sign. I would say get it checked out. I don't know.
Go ahead, Liz.
I think, have there been cases of people coming out of tonic-clonic seizures having like hallucination afterwards? Because I mean, this really does, it sounds like they either lost consciousness for a little bit and then were kind of like, I don't know, in some weird like dreamlike stage, or their brain was still like so screwy that they're just low-key imagining things. I've personally never had that happen. I'm very thankful because that sounds absolutely terrifying, but it'd be one of those things that I would definitely bring up with a doctor or neurologist next time you see them, like, hey, is this normal? Because it's really weird.
Yeah, that's normal. I've came out of it fighting the ambulance, I mean the paramedics and stuff. And when I came to, I was fighting paramedics. I don't remember starting it or the conversation. I don't remember getting inside the ambulance, but I remember waking up and there was like a slight attitude from myself. I guess I was a little irritated afterwards. I guess we might have had an argument or whatever. And I was in cuffs. But when I got to the hospital is when they told me I got into it with a paramedic. And I was like, what do you mean got into it? And they were just like, we don't know if you guys were fighting, but they had to restrain you inside the ambulance. So, yeah, I hear a lot of people say they wake up to doing bad stuff or wake up in bad positions. I woke up and actually, I wouldn't say I was woke. Yeah, I just started peeing outside. I wouldn't say I was woke. When I came to, I was already in the car headed home, and they were like, hey, you just peed all in front of the store. The cops were watching you. Or, yeah, or the time I had a seizure and I was in church, I just got off and walked away, and my family was like, you guys, you just had a seizure up there? So, yeah, there's times where afterwards I'm not knowing what the hell's going on and I react in the wrong way. Sometimes the reaction is good. Sometimes the reaction is totally off the wall.
Yeah. I remember one time, like I said, I don't know what was happening, but my dad told me, and I don't think I fell to the floor yet, but he said I hit him so hard. Like, I basically just like punched him so hard with all my strength. Like, I went Hulk on him.
I've been told that someone said, "Oh, you get that Hulk strength when you have a seizure."
Yeah.
I've been told, but I don't remember. And yeah, that's mostly people trying to hold me down or stuff like that, and they can't. They're like, "Wow, well, you weren't this strong before you had a seizure." Yeah.
Yeah, they don't expect it, and then they try to hold you down. But they tell us, don't restrain them, just give them open space and try to get them onto their sides.
So I got something else here. It says, feeling like a burden. Hi, I'm 20-year-old female. I've been having seizures for around 2.5 years now, and lately everything has been getting to me. I've just finished my last year of university, and I've gotten into a relationship. My partner is very supportive and comforting when it comes to me having seizures, but I'm worried about being too much of a burden or stress on them. I want to live with them next year, but I don't want to be too much on a plate, even though they continue to reassure me that I am not a burden. Does anyone else feel the similar way or has any advice on how to stop feeling like a burden? I constantly feel like a burden. I think that just comes with epilepsy, and we lose our independence, and you need people for certain things. I mean, for a lot of things. And just needing people, I've come to feeling like the burden thing. I'm not going to say just get over it because it's not easy, but that's what I had to do to help me feel better, because I felt like asking people sometimes being that burden, sometimes you don't get the answer that you want to when you're also being a burden. You're getting the, can you help me with this? And you get a no. So eventually I just stopped asking people because I don't like the roll in your eyes or the huff and puff in your voice because I'm asking you a question when this is something that you know I might need help with because I have epilepsy. So to stop feeling like a burden, I stopped asking people for certain things. I tried to figure out solutions to do certain things by myself. And even if I can't do it, sometimes I'm just going to do it because I don't want to bother anybody. And then after a while, I was like, oh no, my health is getting bad. I'm done with trying not to be a burden. I'm just going to let you know what's going on. Yeah. So eventually, if you don't stop trying to feel like a burden, or then the feeling like a burden part, that can get to you too. Just your head and like you're always, I'm feeling like a burden. That can mess with you too, and it can make you depressed. But yeah, to stop the feeling like a burden part, I said I'm just gonna stop asking people, and then eventually I was just like, I'm not gonna stop asking people. Yeah, my health is more important. I gotta make sure I'm healthy for my family and my kids. Anybody else on similar ways to not feel like you're a burden?
I feel like, at least me personally, I'm always going to feel like at least a little bit of guilt, which is super screwed up because, like, if you have epilepsy, it's not your fault. Like, you just got screwed over. In the case of this girl, again, I'm always going to say this, communication is the most important thing. Like, she needs her partner to fully understand, like, what he's getting into if he wants to continue the relationship. Because, I mean, quite frankly, it can really start affecting your mental health. Being, if your partner has this disability, you need to, like, be ready. Hey, in case of this, this is what I need to do. Or if they get seriously injured, this is what I need to do. Or like, this is possibility, they could potentially have a seizure and die. Like, am I mentally and emotionally ready for like that kind of situation? So I think all of her feelings are super valid, especially with being so young and having this. And apparently relationship seems to be going well and her partner seems to be reassuring her, but just like making sure that he has like a full comprehension of what it is, being with someone. And we don't know the status of her seizures are controlled or not, or what kind of medication she takes, or like other symptoms, stuff like that. But communication, like, I will never shut up about communication. It's the most important thing.
Yeah,
I agree. Yeah, I think burden and guilt just comes with the territory. It's never going to go away, no matter, even around those that support you the most and keep you the most positive. You're always going to feel it. And like Pookie said, like, I do try to do things on my own, and sometimes I'm the one being like, what are you doing? Stop, 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 you know?
Right. I'm sorry to cut you off, but to that, the stop, 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 and then not let me do it, I hate that. Like, you're gonna tell me don't do this, but you're not gonna help me do this.
It's like I'm trying to do something for me, for
Right.
my own.
You don't want me cooking over the stove, but you're not gonna cook for me, and I'm hungry. Just doesn't make
I'm
sense.
trying to do some backyard work. No, stop.
Right. Rick, did you have something?
So two things is I always remind people that, well, if you were in a wheelchair, would you feel like a burden if people had to help you get around? Because that's not fair. Epilepsy is not fair, and you didn't ask for it. And also think of things that you can do to help out. Are you able to cook? Are you able to plan meals? Are you able to plan grocery shopping? Are you able to help people out with their homework? I mean, there's all sorts of things that you may be able to do to help lift that burden. If your neighbor's constantly giving you rides, are you able to help by pet sitting? Are you able to help by pulling weeds in the garden here and there. You always find something that you can do to make you feel better about yourself so you don't feel like a burden. But people around you, they shouldn't be feeling like that you're a burden because they're helping you. You're allowing them to do service for you. So all that says is don't feel guilty. Don't feel that you're a burden because you're not.
I got something here. It says, what would you do if your parents told you, there's nothing I can do, you need to find a girlfriend? Wow.
I never had that problem.
Yeah,
I
I've
think
never had
it's
that
hard.
either.
I think it is harder though for somebody with epilepsy to wanna because this sounds like a young person trying to deal with epilepsy. It is harder to like try, like you might be feeling ashamed or embarrassed about it, and please don't be embarrassed or ashamed about it. It's not something you can do. That's from experience. But I have, I mean, it all depends on, I think, personality too. I have, like, I think a lot of epileptic people or people with epilepsy, however we prefer to say it, tend to attract positive people in our lives, or they like us because of the positive that we blow up, we give out, because we've been through shit. We've been through some shit.
You got something, Liz?
Yeah, so this post was a little, I don't know, maybe it's just me kind of missing a point of it, but is it their parents are telling them that they need to find a partner to like take care of them or to like get them to move out of the house, or do they not really go into other specifics on that?
No, it just says my parents said, what do you do when your parents say, I can't help you, you need to get a girlfriend? I'm
It sounds like a
assuming
toxic household, honestly.
yeah. Like I said, I didn't have to go through that, and that absolutely sucks. Like telling someone, like, they're my parents. Yeah, that one's rough. Find a girlfriend. It's like telling them basically go use somebody, or find somebody who's going to deal with your epilepsy. I'll see you later, Rick.
Good night, Rick.
Bye, Rick.
11 o'clock over there. It's getting dark over here. I need to turn on the lights because it's not 11 o'clock. But
Have a good one. Sorry to interrupt.
it's all right. Yeah, that's rough. Having
Feel
someone
it,
tell
let
you
it
you
out.
need to get a girlfriend.
That's just rude, but at the same time, it's like I never been through that situation.
Yeah, and then that's like telling someone to use somebody. Like you're telling me basically go find someone else to put my burden on. Basically, that's how I felt about it. You're telling me stop bothering you about it and go find a girlfriend. That's exactly how I felt, and it makes me angry sometimes. But there's people out there that I said we just gotta deal with them from a distance. Once you figure out things like that, I know it's the mom, but I mean the parents. I don't know if it's dad or mom, but I just start distancing myself from people who I notice just aren't caring about my epilepsy. Like you know everything, but you're not caring. I avoid that. It's just gonna stress me out and I'll probably have a seizure. Yeah, anybody that takes me to a point where I feel like I might be in a bad position, might hurt myself or anything, or you make me depressed, avoid you by all means. Liz, anything?
No, I think I'm gonna pull a Rick. It's only 8:30 here for me, but it's close to my bedtime, so I think I'm gonna dip out also.
Okay, yeah, it was nice having you. You're gonna come back Friday?
I will try my hardest. I'm actually holding a ceramics class for Girl Scouts in the evening time, but I'll try to catch at least an hour or two in earlier in the day on that because this is fun. I really enjoy this.
We'll be on usually till late. So look, it's like 11:30 our time, so we be on till late sometimes.
Yeah, it's 8:30 my time, and Angel, when I get off at 10, it's 1 his time, and he's usually still up, the last person with me every time.
Yeah.
But
oh my
support the
goodness.
family.
Yeah, that was the whole. We've been here for almost 9 hours, so yeah. You won't miss it. You don't have time. I mean, unless you go to a work shift or something, and you do an 8-hour shift, then you might barely.
Oh
catch
yeah.
it. But otherwise, we'll be here.
Go ahead. I was going to say the last time we were going to get off one time, and M asked us to stay up a little longer, and we stood up for her. You know,
yeah, we stayed up till like 10:40 something. I think she said she had she was scared because something was on our balcony or something like that, and I knew it wasn't a person, but it's still weird something. And we stayed up just going on and on till like 10:45 my time. So I know Angel, it was like 2 o'clock his time, and he was just up all willy-nilly, just not thinking about the clock or whatever. So yeah, we do that.
It's family here. Pookie created a community.
Yeah, you guys, 1 second. I got a doorbell. I heard you, Liz.
But yeah, it's really special. I was hooked after my first time.
No, I really appreciate that.
Yeah.
It's absolutely wonderful, honestly. I'm so thankful to have found the subreddit and then all the information and stuff like that because this really has helped me. This past month or two has been a little rougher than the past handful of years. So just finding people that actually like get what I'm going through and like understand what's happening, and then just kind of get to chat back and forth, get other people's experience, and a big range of people. Honestly, this has been so beneficial for my mental health. I'm not even gonna lie.
I get that a lot, and I'm glad you came, and I really like that, knowing that people who needed this actually came. Yeah, because a lot of us have become regulars. So, yeah, you start coming, start getting to know everybody, and yeah. Check out the YouTube channel too, so you can see what we've been doing in the past. Yeah.
Okay.
Catch up.
That sounds good. I'll catch you guys on Friday then.
All right.
Yeah, also check out the YouTube channel. There's
okay. All right, I'll check it out. You guys have a good night.
You too.
So Angel, we're last again, unless someone else joins us.
You wanna end it, or you wanna keep? I took my meds, so I'm like.
Oh, go ahead. I'm gonna start getting up and going to eat and stuff like that.
Yeah, you need to eat something. I'm gonna be your like Pookie. Eat something before you start.
Yeah, like I said, my son brought me something, so that was pretty good.
I'm gonna DM you every time before you start. Like, eat something.
Yeah. My kids, they love me. They make sure I take care of myself. Or they're micromanaging, taking care of me. But anyway,
that's good though.
You have a good night, Angel. And it was always nice to be the last person with you, of course. And I'm gonna get something to eat and take my pills and get ready for bed as well. Maybe a couple hours by the time I'm done eating and chilling with my son and stuff like that. Got my kid.
Yeah.
Got my
Go,
kid
go
for the
take care of
summer.
that boy. That boy needs you more than I do.
Yeah, I got him for the summer, so that's usually how it
Oh,
works.
the summer?
Yeah, I get him for the summer.
Nice.